Right. So we will start with the corporate law, then we'll go to the other laws. Okay. So we'll come in the same sequence. I'll teach what are the important topics in the each chapter. We'll come by one. So first directly we'll go to the associate company. Okay. So associate company, most probably you may get an MCQ only. Okay. There is less chance of asking practical question. Associate company versus subsidiary company. Associate company versus subsidiary company. Okay, right. So first there are two companies, you know this. Controlling company is called holding company. Controlling company is called holding company. Controlled company is called subsidiary company. Okay, so here the control will be there. Here the control will be there. So here similarly associate company, influencing company is known as investing company or venturer company. Investing company or venturer company. Influenced company is called associate company. Influenced company is called associate company. Influencing company is not associate company. Influenced company is called associate company. This is significant influence. Okay, so for subsidiary company it is control, for associate company it is a significant influence. Okay, so as control has two aspects: control through composition of board of directors or voting power. Control through composition of board of directors or voting power, that is appointing or removing majority of directors. Appointing or removing majority of directors. Voting power, more than 50% voting power. More than 50% total voting power. Okay, so control, two types of control: control through board of directors, that is appointing or removing majority of directors. Second control is voting more than 50% of voting power. Similarly, significant influence also has two aspects. One is participation in business decisions. Participation in business decisions. Participation in business decisions, at least 20% voting power. At least 20% voting power. Okay, therefore for associate company, two things: significant influence and significant influence, that is participation in business decisions, at least 20% voting power. So what is associate company, what is not associate company? Joint venture company is an associate company. Subsidiary company is not an associate company. Joint venture company is an associate company. Subsidiary company is not a associate company. Okay, so this is the point. And in both the cases, the common point is that fiduciary capacity is excluded. Fiduciary capacity is excluded in both the cases. Fiduciary capacity excluded for both holding and subsidiary company and also associate company. Fiduciary capacity is excluded. So this is what the point. Okay, shares held in a fiduciary capacity shall not be counted. This is common for both associate company, holding and subsidiary company definition. Okay, right. So most probably you may get a definition MCQ based on the associate company. Okay, right. That is what the point. Next, one more important point is that in case of associate company, it must be company only. That means it must be incorporated in India. Incorporated in India. Whereas in case of subsidiary company, includes body corporate also. Subsidiary company definition applicable to body corporate also, but not associate company definition. Okay, holding subsidiary company definition is applicable to companies incorporated in India and also companies incorporated outside India, body corporate. Okay, that means here two companies must be incorporated in India. Here two companies must be incorporated in India. Influencing company and influenced company, both must be incorporated in India. Whereas in case of subsidiary company, holding company may be incorporated outside India, subsidiary company may be incorporated in India. Or similarly, holding company is incorporated in India and subsidiary company incorporated outside India. That means the holding subsidiary relationship can be established between companies incorporated in two different countries. Holding subsidiary relationship can be established between companies incorporated in two different countries, because for the purpose of this definition, company includes body corporate. Normally body corporate includes company. General principle, body corporate includes company, but for this definition, company includes body corporate. Okay, therefore the holding subsidiary relationship can be established between both company incorporated in India and also company incorporated outside India. So that is not the case with the associate company. Okay, right. So fiduciary capacity, you may get a practical question. If at all associate company definition is given in the compulsory question, there is a chances of framing a practical question based on this aspect. Normally compulsory question will be a bit tricky. Okay, in the first chapter, preliminary chapter, you may get a compulsory question. If that is the case, so if this definition is covered in the compulsory question, they may test this point. Okay, right. That is the associate company and subsidiary company definition. Thereafter, this aspect, financial statement, very basic, you can easily understand, 4 marks question. Okay, you can expect a 4 marks question, most probably in the 5th question. Okay, financial statement definition, you know this: balance sheet, profit and loss account, cash flow statement, statement of changes in equity. One MCQ given in the ICAI sources which may be useful is that for these companies, 1-person company, small company and dormant company may not include cash flow statement. That means out of the 5, the exemption is given only with respect to the cash flow statement, not with respect to this explanatory notes. This explanatory notes are required for both, for all the companies. Even for 1-person company also, this explanatory note is required. Okay, which companies are being exemption? 4 companies are being exemption: 1-person, small company, dormant company, and this startup company. Okay, don't mislead by this definition. That definition has been amended here. If you look at here, 4: 1-person company, small company, dormant company, not all private companies, private startup company. Okay, don't even write startup company also. If you write startup company, it includes partnership firm and LP. You have to clearly write private startup company, not private company, not startup company, private startup company. Okay, 1-person company, small company, dormant company, and private startup company. They have given exemption only with respect to the cash flow statement, and therefore explanatory statements are required. Okay, so this is 4 marks definition, easy to score. Except this point, there is nothing to discuss much in that. Okay, financial year, as usual, you know, normally April to March is the financial year. Okay, in general, so what is the general aspects and what is the exceptions? General aspect, financial year duration will be 1 year. Financial year duration will be 1 year or 12 months, and that duration will starts from April to March. This is the general rule. But in case of exception means holding company, subsidiary company in 2 different countries. Holding company, subsidiary company in 2 different countries. That means holding company incorporated in India, subsidiary company outside India, or holding company outside India, subsidiary company in India. In these 2 cases, the duration may or may not be year. May or may not be year. That may not be year. It may be 9 months or it may be 15 months also. This is what this point. Allow any period as its financial year, whether or not that period is a year. Okay, so in case of this foreign related companies, any period as its financial year, whether or not that period is a year. That is what the point. Okay, right. So in this case, you have to apply to the central government. They may ask you for MCQ also, whether to go to the central government or tribunal. Earlier it was tribunal. Now the power has been given to the central government. So therefore you should be very careful. We have to make an application to the central government. Okay, that is what the point. Next, so first financial year, already we might have discussed in the AGM chapter. First financial year, if the company is incorporated in April to December, first financial year will be same March, immediate March. If the company is incorporated in January to March, then first financial year will be next year March. Okay, next year March. So if company is incorporated on 18th April 2020, first financial year will end on 31st March 23. 31st March 23, immediate March. If the company is incorporated on 18th January 2023, then first financial year ending will be 31st March 2024. Okay, next year. Okay, so first financial year definition, this consists of 3 parts. First point, what is the first financial year? Okay, if the financial year definition comes as a theory question in the exam, first we have to write what is the first financial year. If the company is incorporated during April to December, then first financial year will end on the same March. If company is incorporated during January to March, then first financial year will end on the next March. That is first point. Next, if the holding or subsidiary company is incorporated outside India, then they can make an application to the central government. Who can make an application? Not the holding company. Company incorporated in India has to make the application. It may be holding or it may be subsidiary. They may give an MCQ because Consolidated financial statements has to be prepared by holding company. Consolidated financial statements has to be prepared by holding company. If the holding company incorporated in India, subsidiary company incorporated outside India, okay, holding company will make an application to central government because they have to prepare a consolidated statements. Okay, if it is reverse, holding company incorporated outside India, subsidiary company incorporated in India, no doubt they have to prepare a consolidated financial statements, but application to the central government has to be filed by the subsidiary company only, not the holding company. They may give an MCQ like that because it is the holding company which has to prepare consolidated statements. Holding company has to file an application to the central government. No, whether it is holding or subsidiary, company incorporated in India has to make an application to the government. Okay, company incorporated outside India has nothing to do with the government of India. So therefore, whether it is holding company or subsidiary company, company incorporated in India has to make an application to the central government. Okay. Right. So, on central government may allow any period as its financial year. It may be less than 12 months or it may be more than 12 months. Okay. Right. So, that is the financial year definition. You may get theory or practical question. Both chances are there here. Theory question or practical question. And free reserves and net worth. These two are also possible important questions, definitions. Okay. Free reserves. Okay. Free reserves. Okay, so free reserves basically distributable profits. Free reserves means basically distributable profits. Okay, profits, we have to see the profits. So if the profits are transferred to, we have to check whether the profits are realized or not. Whether the profits are realized or unrealized. If the profits are unrealized, obviously not a free reserve. If the profits are unrealized, obviously not a free reserve. If the profits are realized, again you have to see whether they are earmarked for a separate purpose or not earmarked. Earmarked means segregated for a separate purpose. Say debenture redemption reserve, deposit repayment reserve, capital redemption reserve, like that. They have kept for a particular purpose. Okay, profits has been realized. Profits has been realized, but some portion of the profits we have kept for a separate purpose. So that is not a free reserve. Free reserve means what? Free of restrictions. Free of restrictions. That means without any restrictions. So here restrictions is there. Debenture redemption reserve has to be applied only for redemption of debentures. Deposit repayment reserve has to be applied only for repayment of deposits. CRR has to be applied only for issue of bonus shares. So therefore there are restrictions are there. No doubt they are realized profits, but they have kept for a separate purpose. Therefore you should not utilize it for the payment of dividend. If they have not kept for any particular purpose, then you can utilize for payment of dividend. Okay. So free reserves, first distributable profits. Then we have to see whether the profits are realized or unrealized. If unrealized outrightly, they are not a free reserves. Maybe revaluation reserves or fair value. Okay, so maybe Indian normal accounting standards revaluation, Ind AS will be fair value. In both the cases, it's a book entry, not realized in the form of cash. It's a book entry. They are not treated as a free reserves. Okay, so important definition of such adukond malli break this definition. Okay, so you can expect the definition and government company definition also. Because of this amendment, you can expect this government company definition. Okay. There is a example also in the board material. So therefore there is a chance of framing a government company definition. Central government, state government, company 1. Okay, central government or state government shall hold at least 51% of paid up share capital or total voting power. Central government or state government shall hold at least 51% of paid up share capital or voting power. Okay, remember in the holding subsidiary company definition we have discussed only voting power. Associate company definition, subsidiary company definition, we have given only voting power. But in case of government company, we have to take 51% of paid up share capital or total voting power. So if central government or state government are holding more than 51% of paid up share capital or voting power, the first company is a government company, actual government company. Now the first company should hold control over the second company, company 2. It is a deemed government company. It is a deemed government company. This control is same like control through composition of board of directors are more than 50% of voting power. Okay, more than 50% of voting power. In the layer 1, There are two types of government companies. One is actual government company, one is deemed government company. In actual government company, we have to take 51%. In deemed government company, we have to take more than 50%. Okay. Here it is paid up share capital or voting power. Here it is only voting power. So two layers of government companies. One is actual government company, another one is deemed government company. For the actual government company, 51%. For the deemed government company, more than 50%. And for the actual government company, paid up share capital or voting power. For deemed government company, only voting power. That means in layer 2, we are simply applying the definition of holding and subsidiary company definition. Okay, right. In a deemed company, government company definition, we are simply applying the holding and subsidiary company definition. There may be chances of asking this government company definition with something else. Okay, they may integrate with another chapter. I'll show you. In the second chapter, in the second chapter incorporation, they have given one case law. Okay, they may club this definition with that case law. They may club that government company definition with this case law. What is the effects of registration? Look at this. Okay. So this is on the board material 2.16, page number 2.16 board material. They have given one case law here. So that government company definition, they can be integrated with this practical question. Okay. So with this case law, they can club that definition. Say for example, government company is holding, central government or state government is holding more than 50%. Whether this company one is treated as a department or agency of government, the answer is no. Okay, government company not equal to government agency, government company not equal to government department or government agency. That is what they want to test. Government company not equal to government department or agency, because company members, separate legal entity is there. Company always has a separate legal entity. Whether this member may be a normal citizen or whether this member may be a government, the separate legal entity concept will not be disturbed. Okay, whether a shareholder is a normal person or whether a shareholder is a government, in both the cases member is different and company is different because of separate legal entity. Therefore, even though it is a central government or state government, it is a company. You cannot treat both member and company not equal to same. Member and company not are both are same. They are two different entities. So therefore, even though it is held by central government, it cannot be treated as a government department or government agency. So therefore, they will ask this definition. Okay, so whether it is a government company, yes. Whether it is a government department, the answer is no. They will test you, would your answer be different if rather than 50%, if they hold entire 100%? Even then it is not a government department. Okay, even if they hold 100% also, if they are holding 51%, okay, it's a government company. If they hold entire 100%, no other person is involved, even then it is not treated as a government department or agency. Look at this. The mere fact that the entire share capital has been contributed by the central government does not make any difference, and it does not make a company an agent of the president or the central government. This is what the point. So they can integrate that government company definition with this case law. Even though the entire share capital has been held by the government, even then it cannot be treated as a agents of the government or department of the government. Okay. So government company definition, two chances are there. One thing is they will ask for this total voting power amendment, latest amendment, and this case law integration, and they have given one example also here. Okay. So here they have given one example. Based on this example also you can expect a case law. 25% shareholding is held by central government, 10% by government of Maharashtra, and 15% by central government and government of Rajasthan. So 25 plus 10 how much? 35 plus 15, exactly 50. So therefore no complaints of minimum 51%. Exactly 50 is there, not 51. So therefore it is not a government company. So this example and this amendment and that case law, because of all these three factors, there is a chance of framing this government company definition. Okay, right. Next, key managerial person, just theory question. Okay, listed company, most important. They should have tested in the previous attempt itself, but they have not tested. Okay, therefore high chance of framing a practical question, most especially in the compulsory question for the listed company. Okay, right. So non-convertible debentures issued on private placement. Non-convertible debentures issued on private placement. Okay, non-convertible preference shares issued on private placement. Issued on private placement basis. Okay, non-convertible debentures or non-convertible preference shares issued on private placement, listed on recognized stock exchange in India. Okay, company has many securities like equity shares, convertible preference shares, non-convertible preference shares, convertible debentures, non-convertible debentures. So there are many securities for the company. Okay, if only these two securities are listed in the stock exchange, but no other securities listed in the stock exchange, that company is not covered under listed company. That for that company listed company provisions are not applicable. Only ఈ టూ మాత్రమే లిస్ట్ అయ్యి ఇంకా ఏ సెక్యూరిటీ లిస్ట్ అవ్వకపోతే అది లిస్టెడ్ కంపెనీ కాదు. ఓకే, దీంతో పాటు ఇంకేదైనా లిస్ట్ అయి ఉంటే అప్పుడు లిస్టెడ్ కంపెనీ అవుద్ది. అలాంగ్ విత్ దీస్ టూ, ఇఫ్ ఎనీ అదర్ సెక్యూరిటీ ఇస్ లిస్టెడ్ ఇన్ ద స్టాక్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్, ఇఫ్ ఎనీ అదర్ సెక్యూరిటీ ఆఫ్ దట్ కంపెనీ, along with these two securities, if any other security of the company is listed in the stock exchange, then it is treated as a listed company. Only these two securities are listed in the stock exchange, no other security of the company is listed in the stock exchange, then it cannot be treated as a listed company. Okay, so non-convertible debentures issued on private placement basis and non-convertible preferences issued on private placement basis. If the same thing is public offer, non-convertible debentures issued on public offer is listed in stock exchange, it is a listed company. ఓకే, ఇవి రెండు తప్ప ఇంకేవి లేకపోతే లిస్టెడ్ కంపెనీగా ట్రీట్ చేయరు. ఈ రెండిటితో పాటు ఇంకేది ఉన్నా లిస్టెడ్ కంపెనీగా ట్రీట్ చేస్తారు. డు అండర్స్టాండ్ ద పాయింట్? ఎక్స్క్లూజివ్లీ ఇఫ్ ద కంపెనీ is only non-convertible debentures issued on private placement basis, non-convertible preferences issued on private placement basis, only if these two are listed in stock exchange, no other thing is listed in the stock exchange relating to that company, then that company is not treated as a listed company. ఈ రెండు కాకుండా ఏ ఒక్కటి ఎక్స్ట్రా వచ్చినా లిస్టెడ్ కంపెనీ అయిపోద్ది. Same non-convertible debentures issued on public offer listed in stock exchange, it is a listed company only. Okay, so kabatti if only these two are listed and no other thing is listed, then it is not covered under the category of listed company. They need not comply with the provisions of listed company. Okay, a company which has listed only these two securities but not any other security need not comply with the provisions relating to listed company. Okay, remember ee rendu kaakunda inka ఏ ఒక్కటి లిస్ట్ అయినా అది లిస్టెడ్ కంపెనీ డెఫినిషన్ లో కవర్ అవుతుంది. ఓకే, ఈ రెండు మాత్రమే లిస్ట్ అయి ఇంకేవి లిస్ట్ అవ్వకపోతే అది లిస్టెడ్ కంపెనీ డెఫినిషన్ లో కవర్ అవ్వదు. Only these two are listed, no other security of the company is listed, then it is not treated as a listed company. Okay, right, so that may be the possible question in the exam. Practical question, be prepared for a practical question. Next, similar to free reserves, net worth also they may test as a practical question. So similar to free reserves, net worth also they can test a practical question. So what is net worth? Shareholders funds. Shareholders funds. So equity share capital, free reserves, securities premium minus fictitious assets. Minus fictitious assets like debit balance in profit and loss account, debit balance in profit and loss account, next miscellaneous expenditure not written off, etc. Okay, equity share capital, free reserve, securities premium minus fictitious assets in the balance sheet. Those two are the difference between those two is a listed company. Okay, liabilities, assets, equity share capital, free reserves, securities premium, revaluation reserves. Revaluation reserves, debit balance in profit and loss account, deferred revenue expenditure, miscellaneous expenditure not written off. You have to consider only this, add this. Okay, and out of that deduct this. Okay, ignore this. ఇది డిడక్ట్ చేయకూడదు, రివాల్యుయేషన్ రిజర్వ్ డిడక్ట్ చేయకూడదు, ఇగ్నోర్ చేయాలి. యాడ్ దీస్ త్రీ థింగ్స్, ఓకే, అండ్ డిడక్ట్ దీస్ త్రీ థింగ్స్, బట్ డోంట్ డూ దీస్ త్రీ పాయింట్స్. సో స్టూడెంట్స్ విల్ కన్ఫ్యూజ్ ఓన్లీ దిస్ పాయింట్, డస్ నాట్ ఇంక్లూడ్ అంటే డిడక్ట్ చేయాలని కాదు దాని అర్థం. యాడ్ చేయకండి, డిడక్ట్ చేయకండి, జస్ట్ ఇగ్నోర్ ఇట్. ఓకే, three aspects are there, what are to be added, what are to be deducted, and what are to be ignored. Paid up share capital, reserves created out of profit, securities premium account, and credit balance in profit and loss account. This has to be added. First this has to be added, and from this total paid up share capital, free reserve, securities premium, credit balance of profit and loss account, add these two, add these things, thereafter deduct these things. Accumulated losses, deferred expenditure, miscellaneous expenditure, end there itself. Your answer comes there, it's only. ఇక్కడికే మీకు ఆన్సర్ వచ్చేస్తుంది, ఇంకా దీన్ని మీరు టచ్ చేయకూడదు. డస్ నాట్ ఇంక్లూడ్ అంటే దాన్ని ఇగ్నోర్ చేయండి అని అర్థం, డోంట్ డిడక్ట్ ఇట్. ఓకే, దెర్ ఇస్ అ లాట్ ఆఫ్ డిఫరెన్స్ బిట్వీన్ డిడక్టింగ్ అండ్ డస్ నాట్ ఇంక్లూడింగ్. deducting and does not including. First add these first category items, next deduct the second category items from the total of the first category items. Third category item, just ignore it, don't deduct, don't add. Okay, sum up all the first category items, from that deduct the second category of items and ignore the third category of items. Okay, so free reserves and net worth, there is a chances of framing a practical question based on those two. Okay, next, promoter definition also long back they have given one theory question ma, so therefore once again there is a chance of framing a theory question, small 4 marks theory question. Promoter definition, so who is a promoter? A person mentioned in prospectus, mentioned in prospectus or mentioned in annual return, mentioned in prospectus or mentioned in annual return, controlling the affairs of the company, advising board of directors other than professional capacity, advising board of directors other than professional capacity. 4 categories of mentioned in prospectus, mentioned in annual return, controlling the affairs of the company, advising board of directors other than professional capacity. Okay, so total 4 categories of promoters: mentioned in prospectus, mentioned in annual return, controlling the affairs of the company, advising board of directors other than professional capacity. Okay, advising board of directors other than professional capacity, that may be possible question. Next, so if at all they can test one question, difficult question, so that may be with this aspect, related party definition. So related party definition mostly students will neglect, but because of the example in the board material, there is high chance of repeating this example, though it is out of the syllabus. So in the past couple of exams I have seen, though strictly speaking it is not the syllabus of ICAI Inter, it is syllabus of CA final, but still they have tested in the main exams. The only reason is that it is given in the board material. బోర్డు మెటీరియల్ ఇచ్చాం కదా మీకు, ఇంటర్ అయితే ఏంటి, ఫైనల్ అయితే ఏంటి. సో దేర్ ఫోర్ స్ట్రిక్ట్లీ స్పీకింగ్ సిఏ ఇంటర్ సిలబస్ కన్సిస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఓన్లీ సెక్షన్ 1 to 148. దిస్ ఈస్ 188 ఫైనల్ సిలబస్ రిలేటెడ్ పార్టీస్. బట్ సిన్స్ దే హ్యావ్ గివెన్ ద డెఫినేషన్ అండ్ రెఫరెన్స్ హియర్ ఇన్ బోర్డ్ మెటీరియల్, దెర్ ఇస్ ఆల్ ఛాన్స్ ఆఫ్ ఫ్రేమింగ్ ఏ ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్ బేస్డ్ ఆన్ దట్. సో I'll explain that example briefly. What exactly is that? So XYZ Private Limited, okay, XYZ Private Limited and Y Private Limited and Z Private Limited, Y Private Limited and Z Private Limited. So normally, so say for example, if you take the public companies, we'll take the general rule, then we'll go the exception. So X Limited, okay, so X Limited public company, Y Limited public company, Z Limited public company. So X Limited is a holding company and Y Limited is a subsidiary company, Z Limited is also a subsidiary company. X and Y related parties because holding subsidiary. Okay, YZ also related parties because holding subsidiary. One minute. So XY are related parties because of holding subsidiary. Similarly, XZ also related parties because of holding subsidiary. YZ also related parties because of common holding company. Because of common holding company. Because of common holding company. Okay, reason. So XYZ related parties because of holding subsidiary relationship. XZ related party because of holding subsidiary relationship. YZ also related parties because of common subsidiaries. Okay, because of common subsidiaries. This is one example. Okay, right. So your practical question will be divided into 3 parts. In order to make it more complicated, they will divide into 3 parts. First part of practical question will be like this, and second part of practical question is X Private Limited, X Private Limited, Y Private Limited and Z Private Limited. Okay, so here XY is a related parties because holding subsidiary company. XZ is a related parties because of holding subsidiary company. YZ not related parties. Common subsidiary point is not applicable to the private companies. That common subsidiary point is not applicable to private companies. So therefore YZ is not related parties because they are private companies. Because they are private companies. Okay, X Private Limited, Y Private Limited related parties because of holding subsidiary. X Private Limited, Z Private Limited, they are also related parties because of holding subsidiary. YZ are not related parties because of the common holding point is not applicable to private company. That is the second category question. And third category question is that X Limited public company, Y Private Limited, Z Private Limited. This is the question mark. X Limited, Y Private Limited and Z Private Limited. So here, since it is a public company and since it is a holding company and it is a subsidiary company, okay, private company which is subsidiary of public company is deemed to be public company. Yes or no, is deemed to be public company. Therefore, private company exemption is not applicable. Now YZ are treated as related parties. YZ are treated as a related parties. If the holding company is a private company, no problem. So these two are also purely private companies. If the holding company is a public company, then subsidiary company, though it is a private company, deemed to be public company. The exemption which is given for common holding is not applicable to this. So therefore, they may, in this case, these are treated as a related parties. Exemption is not applicable. Exemption is not applicable means treated as a related parties. Okay, right? Because the time constraint, I am giving quick explanation, but you just go through it. It's not so easy to attempt this question. Page number 1.20 board material page number 1.20, you go through this definition, and moreover related parties definition is applicable across the syllabus, and this exemption we are talking about only with respect to section 188. So only for the purpose of section 188 we are discussing whether it is a related party or not related party. So therefore it is a big examples. Okay, so take some patience. You no need to read the entire related party definition, just this point, related party definition, this 7th point, 7b, this 7th point, 7b, based on this which is exempted and which is not exempted. Okay, read that example. So you got the quick idea of three possibilities. So here both are, all the three are public companies. Therefore, common holding company treated as a related party. So here all the three are private companies. Common holding company not treated as a related parties. So here holding company is public company, subsidiary company is a private company. So therefore it is deemed to be a public company. That means here they want to test you both related party definition, public company definition. Okay, related party definition to public company definition. So if they get a practical question integrated with those two topics, you can get this example. Okay, so general ga tendency adi 2-3 definitions club chesi compulsory question lo istaru. In order to attempt this question, you have to read both related party definition and also the public company definition. Okay, right? So these three possibilities are there. Okay, next, small company definition is also important. Small company definition is also important. Okay, because they have increased the turnover. So as of now, small company paid up share capital does not exceed 2 crores, turnover does not exceed 20 crores. Both the limits, even if one limit is breached, it is not a small company. So paid up share capital maximum 2 crores and turnover maximum 20 crores. Paid up share capital maximum 2 crores and turnover maximum 20 crores, and both should be within the limit. Both should be within the limit. Even if one item is more than this, then it is not treated as a small company. Even if either paid up share capital or turnover, if any one breaches, then it is not treated as a paid up share small company. It is not treated as a small company. Okay, right? So small company definition is also okay. Next, subsidiary company definition already we have discussed. Okay, this is what I told. The expression company includes body corporate. This is there in the subsidiary company definition, but not in the associate company definition. Right, that's it. So in the first chapter, you can get those questions. Okay, in the first chapter, you can get the without any exceptions, all the chapter and questions in the board material you have to read. Test your knowledge questions in all the 10 chapters without any exception you have to read. Okay, that's what the important aspects in there. So we'll go to the second chapter. Right. Next, most important, section 3A, members severally liable in certain cases. Section 3A, in case of reduction in the number of members, there is a past examination question based on that long back, maybe 5 or 8 years back. There is high chances of repeating those question. Okay, members severally liable in those cases. Number of members in the company reduced. Number of members in the company reduced. Number of members in the company reduced. Okay, 6 months. From there 6 months. If company increased, okay, no liability. Okay, Okay, if the company increases members, number of members in the company is reduced. That means below 7 or below 2. Public company reduced below 7, private company reduced below 2. Within 6 months, if the company increases the number of members, no liability. If the company does not increases the members, company does not increases the members, okay, after 6 months, if the company stops the business, okay, fine. If the company is not increasing the number of members within 6 months, but after 6 months, company stopped its business, then also no liability. If the company stopped its business because of not able to increase the number of members, then also not liability. No, company continues the business. Company continues the business even after 6 months. Then members are personally liable. Then members are personally liable. So number of members reduced below the minimum limit. Within 6 months, if the company increases the number of members, no liability. Within 6 months, if the company does not increases the number of members, but company stopped the business after 6 months, then also no liability. But if the company continues the business after 6 months, okay, then all members are personally liable. Okay, right. Now look at this 1st John 2021. 1st John 21, 3 members are there, A, B, C. Okay, so 30th June 2021 will be 6 months. Okay, so 1st John to A, B, C, D, F. Okay, 6 members are there. Okay, public company, A, B, C, D, F. Total 6 members are there. That means reduced to C, reduced below 7. Reduced below 7. Reduced below 7. Now during this 6 months, if D and F left the company, here the company's liabilities is 10 crores. During the 3 years, company has obtained additional 8 crores. Therefore, total liability is 18 crores. On 1st January, total 6 members are there in the company. That means number of members reduced below 7. During these 6 months, DF left the company. They sold the shares. Okay, right? They sold the shares to C. They sold the shares to C. So on 1st January, total liabilities of the company is 10 crores. So during these 6 months, company incurred additional liability of 8 crores. Therefore, as on 30th June, there is a total liability of 18 crores. So during this months, one person called as G entered the company. During this month, 6 months, one person called as G entered the company. So A, B, C is there. A, B, C, E is there. E and G. These are the 5 members in the company. You understand? A, B, C, D, E, F. Out of that, D and F left the company, but G joined the company. A, B, C, E, G. Right. Now, after this, company incurred additional 3 crores liability. After this, company incurred additional 3 crores liability. Now, B is left out of India. B is outside India. B is outside India. He is not aware of what's happening in the company. He is not aware of what's happening in the company. Then who is liable? A, C, E, G. These 3 are personally liable. These 3 are personally liable. These 4 are personally liable. Okay, right. So who is personally liable and what is their liability? How to recover that liability? 3 questions will be important. Who is personally liable? Who is continuing in the company after 6 months? Whether, remember, G entered the company after reduction in the number of members. Liability attracts to him also. We will only see after 30th June who are there in the company. We will only see after 30th June who are there in the company. So when he joined in the company is irrelevant. When he joined in the company is irrelevant. So like along with A and E, G also equally liable. A and E is there when the number of members are reduced. G entered the company after reducing the number of members. But even then he is liable. So we should only see who are there in the company after 6 months. Out of those who knows about reduction, who don't know about reduction. Okay, after 6 months, who are there in the company? A, B, C, E, G. Out of those, B is not aware of the reduction. So only A, C, E, G, 4 members are aware of the reduction. They are personally liable. Okay, our first question is to determining who is personally liable. Next question is for how much they are personally liable. Total liabilities is 21 crores. These 4 people are personally liable only for 3 crores, not for the 21 crores. They are liable only for they are responsible only for the liabilities incurred by the company after 6 months. They are responsible only for the liabilities incurred by the company after 6 months. So these 4 category of people, they are liable only for the 3 crores only, not for the entire 21 crores. Okay. So who is liable? Members continuing in the company after 6 months and are aware of the reduction. For what they are liable? Liabilities incurred by the company after 6 months. Okay. Next, what is the nature of that liability? Several liability, not joint and several liability. That means company cannot recover entire 3 crores from any one person. They have to recover only proportionately. Several, that means you have to segregate it. Company cannot file a suit to recover entire 3 crores from A or C. Company can recover only 75 lakhs from A, only 75 lakhs from C, like that. Okay. Right. So 3 questions are there. Who is liable? Who is personally responsible? Who is personally responsible? Continuing after 6 months and knowing reduction, and knowing about reduction in number of members. Okay. Continuing after 6 months and knowing about reduction. Okay. For which, what amount? How much amount personal liability? How much amount personal liability? So how much responsibility? Liability incurred by company after 6 months. Okay. Who is personally responsible? Continuing after 6 months and knowing about reduction. How much is their liability? Liability incurred after 6 months. Okay. Nature of the liability? Several liability, not joint, several liability. Okay. Right. So 3 aspects. Who is liable? How much they are liable? How the company can recover from them? Company can recover only proportionately, but not full amount, because their liability is several liability. Okay. Because their liability is several liability. Okay. Right. That is what the point. So most important practical question. Amendment is this question is the latest provision, and moreover it is a very past examination question. Long back, maybe 10 years back, they have given practical question based on this. Therefore high chances of framing a practical question, most especially in the compulsory question. Spend time on this. Section 3A. Section 3A, members severally liable in certain cases. Okay. Next, as usual, this question has been tested 2 times. If the question paper is easy, then they can ask for this document. Documents to be submitted for incorporation of a company. Very simple. Memorandum, articles, declaration relating to statutory complaints, declaration that directors have not committed any offense, proof of identity and proof of address of directors and shareholders, and the details of companies in which our directors are already working. Details of companies in which our directors are already working. Memorandum, articles, declaration relating to statutory complaints, declaration relating to no fraud, proof of identity and address of shareholders, proof of identity and address of directors, temporary address till the registration of the company, details of the companies in which our directors are already working. Details of companies in which our directors are already working. Okay. So that may be 2 times they have tested the theory question. Documents to be submitted for incorporation of a company, that may be chances are there to repeat. Okay. So just go through the documents, side headings, that is important. And this question also they have tested somewhere in November 19. Once again, chances of repeating that in case of submitting false information. So these are the documents to be submitted for incorporation of a company. If you produce any wrong information in this, then tribunal will take this action. Then tribunal will take this action. Either tribunal will make the liability of the members unlimited, or winding up of the company, or removing the names. So these are the points. If wrong information is submitted for incorporation of a company, tribunal's action. Idu kuda already test chesaru, and again chances of repeating that theory question. Okay. Fraudulent information, false information for incorporation of a company. And next, so 5 to 10 marks will be there in the examination, which is not covered in the board material. Board material లేని ఒక 5 to 10 marks వస్తాయి, ఖచ్చితంగా వస్తాయి. There is no doubt about that. Out of that, this aspect, simplified pro forma for incorporating a company electronically. This is not given in the board material, but just they have given a reference. There is all chance of framing a question. So this procedure, whatever we are learning, this procedure, steps for incorporation of a company, right? As of now, this is not prevalent. This is prevalent only for public companies with more than 7 members. But as of now, this is mandatory. What? Simplified procedure. Simplified procedure for incorporation of a company. So with one application for to the ROC, you will get the company incorporation, income tax, PAN number, TAN number, GST registration, bank account, EPF, ESI, all things you will get only with one application. So that is the procedure for this simplified procedure for incorporating a company. Okay, ఇది ఒకసారి మీరు చదువుకోండి. It will be there in the material. You just go through that. Board material లేదు, but there is a chance of asking this procedure for incorporation of a company electronically. ఇది మీరు సెర్చ్ చేసుకోండి అదర్ సోర్సెస్లో. దట్ క్వశ్చన్ విల్ బి ఛాన్సెస్ ఆఫ్ టెస్టింగ్ దట్ క్వశ్చన్. Right. Next question. This Section 8 company revocation of license. Revocation of license granted to Section 8 company. So regional director has the power to revoke the license. Okay. So first, who can revoke the license? Regional director has a power to revoke the license. Reason for revocation: either they are violating Section 8 or they are violating additional license condition or any fraudulent action. So reasons for revocation is contravention of Section 8, contravention of license condition or fraudulent behavior. So what are the consequences of revocation? First thing, they have to insert private limited or limited in the name of a company, and they're either amalgamation or winding up. So amalgamation with only another company having similar objects. Amalgamation only with another company having similar objects. Okay, right. Next, if the amalgamation only with another company having similar objects, so and the powers and duties of the amalgamated company, powers and duties of the amalgamated company will be determined by the central government. So regarding to amalgamation, two aspects are there. First aspects, they can amalgamate only with another company having similar objects. Okay, if your Section 8 company is related to sports, you can amalgamate with another only sports related company, not with another religious oriented company. Okay, if your charitable company is related to sports, you can amalgamate only with another sports related company. Okay, amalgamation with another company having similar objects. Next, powers and duties of the amalgamated company, powers and duties of the amalgamated company are determined by the central government. Those 2 points. And relating to winding up, in case of winding up, surplus assets also to be transferred to another company having similar objects. Surplus assets should also be transferred to another company having similar objects. If you are unable to find another company having similar objects, you can transfer to this fund, insolvency and bankruptcy fund. You can transfer to this fund, insolvency and bankruptcy fund. Okay, amalgamation with similar company, powers and duties determined by central government. Winding up, transfer of surplus assets to similar company or transfer of funds to IBF, insolvency and bankruptcy fund. Okay, right. There is a chances of framing this question related to the interpretation of chapter. Interpretation of chapter lo examples test cheyochu din base cheskoni. So here what we are asking is that we can amalgamate this company, we can amalgamate with this company with another company. Look at this, where a license is revoked and where the central government is satisfied that it is essential in the public interest, the company registered under this section should be amalgamated with another company registered under this section having similar objects. So it should be amalgamated with another company having similar objects. Okay, what is that another company registered under this section? Registered under this section, that means Section 8 of the Companies Act 2013. Section 8 of the Companies Act 2000. Same similar objects. Okay, sports, same objects, but registered under this section. That means Section 8 of the Companies Act 2013. You may get a question in the interpretation chapter. They will test you whether it can amalgamate with another company incorporated under Companies Act 1956. Similar to Section 8 of the Companies Act 2013, Section 25 of Companies Act 1956 is there. Okay, so company 1 is a sports company and company 2 is also sports related charitable entity. One is incorporated under Companies Act 2013 Section 8, another is incorporated under Section 25 of the Companies Act 1956. Is it possible to amalgamate both? The answer is yes. That is what you have to understand. Okay, so that is what is literal construction, logical or functional construction. And registered under this section undante then ardham you have to this section, that means section related to this topic an ardham. This section ante Section 8 ani kaadu, section related to this concept, that is charitable companies concept. Section related to charitable companies concept, that is Section 8 of the Companies Act 2013 or Section 25 of the Companies Act 1956. అంటే ఉన్న వర్డ్స్ మనం చదివేటప్పుడు లాజికల్ గా చదవాలి. గ్రామటికల్ ఇంటర్ప్రిటేషన్ ఇస్ వన్ థింగ్ ఇన్ విచ్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు రీడ్ యాజ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ప్యూర్ ఇంగ్లీష్, అండ్ లాజికల్ ఇంటర్ప్రిటేషన్ అన్ థింగ్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు deviate from the English language. Okay, so based on that logical interpretation or functional interpretation, they can test you. Apparently you will look at it as a company law question, but in fact it is an interpretation chapter question. మీకు రివోకేషన్ ఆఫ్ లైసెన్స్ సెక్షన్ 8 కంపెనీ అనే ఎగ్జామ్లో క్వశ్చన్ చూడగానే అది కంపెనీస్ యాక్ట్లో క్వశ్చన్ అనిపిస్తుంది, కాదు అది ఇంటర్ప్రిటేషన్ చాప్టర్లో క్వశ్చన్. సో దే వాంట్ టు టెస్ట్ యూ వాట్ ఈస్ దిస్ అండర్ దిస్ సెక్షన్ మీన్స్ వెదర్ ఇట్ ఈస్ Section 8 ఆర్ Section 25 both. This section means not Section 8, section related to charitable companies. This section means section related to charitable companies, maybe Section 8 of 2039 or maybe Section 25 of Companies Act 1956. Okay, so based on the Section 8 company, possible practical question is there, amalgamation or winding up, and interpretation chapter lo kuda aspect test cheyochu. Okay, right. Next, that is a section 8 company. So they may ask 2 marks question or 2 marks question or 1 mark question. This exceptions also possible. What are the special exemptions given to a charitable company? Okay, they can conduct AGM with 14 days notice and minimum directors nomination and remuneration committee. This exceptions also possible. అవి కూడా టెస్ట్ చేయొచ్చు ఎగ్జామ్లో. ఎఫెక్ట్ ఆఫ్ రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ ఇది ఒకటే కేసులో ఇంపార్టెంట్, ఆల్రెడీ చెప్పాను ఎందుకు. ఎఫెక్ట్ ఆఫ్ రిజిస్ట్రేషన్, right. So this is the most important, most expected question. This one, reservation of name. ఈ రిజర్వేషన్ ఆఫ్ నేమ్ మీద డెఫినెట్గా క్వశ్చన్స్ వస్తాయి. ఇదర్ థియరీ క్వశ్చన్, ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్ ఆర్ ఎంసీక్యూ, నో డౌట్ అబౌట్ దట్. సో అట్లీస్ట్ ఎంసీక్యూ అన్న రావచ్చు రిజర్వేషన్ ఆఫ్ నేమ్. సో రిజర్వేషన్ ఆఫ్ నేమ్ ఈజ్ అప్లైడ్ ఇన్ 2 సిచ్యుయేషన్స్. వన్ ఈజ్ ఫర్ ఇన్కార్పొరేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఎ కంపెనీ అండ్ వన్ ఈజ్ ఫర్ చేంజింగ్ ద నేమ్ ఆఫ్ ఎగ్జిస్టింగ్ కంపెనీ. So reservation of name concept is applicable in 2 cases. One is for incorporation of a new company, changing the name of existing company. The only point you have to remember is that this is valid for 20 days and this is valid for 60 days. Okay, reservation of name, incorporation of a company 20 days validity, change of name 60 days validity. Okay, any false information submitted for reservation of name, this they will test this aspect. If a false information is submitted for reservation of name, this is the concept. Look at this. So this is the theory question. Company has to change the name within 3 months by passing a ordinary resolution, or company's name will be removed and company will be wind up. So therefore there is a chances. ఇంతవరకు మనం ఆల్రెడీ డిస్కస్ చేసాం. ఫాల్స్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్, ఫ్రాడ్, ఫాల్స్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ సబ్మిటెడ్ ఫర్ ఇన్కార్పొరేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఎ కంపెనీ, దట్ ఈస్ డిఫరెంట్. ఓకే, దెర్ ఇస్ ఆల్ ఛాన్స్ ఆఫ్ క్లబ్బింగ్ దిస్ క్వశ్చన్. నేను క్లాస్లో నోట్స్ రాసి వచ్చాను, గుర్తుంటే టేబుల్ వైజ్ గుర్తులేదా, టేబుల్లో నోట్స్ ఇచ్చాను మీకు. ఫాల్స్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఫర్ ఇన్కార్పొరేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఎ కంపెనీ, ఫాల్స్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఫర్ రిజర్వేషన్ ఆఫ్ నేమ్ అని. సో లుక్ అట్ దిస్ టేబుల్, దెర్ ఇస్ ఆల్ ఛాన్స్ ఆఫ్ కన్ఫ్యూజింగ్ దిస్. సెక్షన్ 7 and section 4. Section 7 already we have discussed false information for incorporation of a company. This is section 7. False information submitted for incorporation of a company, tribunal will interfere. False information for incorporation of a company, tribunal will interfere. And false information for reservation of name, false information for reservation of name, ROC will take the action. So not the tribunal, ROC will take this action. False information for reservation of name. Theory question test cheyachama. Okay, so already incorporation false information test chesaru kabatti reservation of name false information theory question test cheyachu. One chance are there. And moreover they have given a specific example based on this. Submitting false information for reservation of a company, they have given a specific example for this. Okay, look at this. Mr. Anil Desai has applied for reservation of name with a company prefix Sanvarya. He claimed that prefix Sanvarya is a registered trademark in his name. Later on it is found that the said prefix is not registered with Mr. Anil Desai. However, he has formed company by giving incorrect documents, submitting false information for incorporation of a company. These 3 are the consequences. Okay, remember 2 possible questions and 2 possible mistakes. First possible question, theory question. Consequence of submitting wrong information for reservation of name. Submitting wrong information for reservation of name. దానికి consequence of submitting wrong information for incorporation of a company. ఆన్సర్ మిక్స్ చేసి రాయొద్దు, 2 ప్యారల్ గా సైడ్ బై సైడ్ చదువుకోండి. ఓకే, దట్ ఈస్ 1 పాసిబుల్ మిస్టేక్. వాళ్ళు రిజర్వేషన్ ఆఫ్ నేమ్ అడిగితే మీరు ఇన్కార్పొరేషన్ రాస్తారు, అదొక పాసిబుల్ మిస్టేక్. అండ్ సెకండ్ పాసిబుల్ మిస్టేక్ ఈస్ రిలేటెడ్ టు ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్. దిస్ ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్ దే హావ్ గివెన్ రిజిస్టర్డ్ ట్రేడ్ మార్క్. ఓకే, హియర్ రిజిస్టర్డ్ ట్రేడ్ మార్క్ వీ హావ్ నాట్ ఇన్ఫ్రింజ్డ్. We have not infringed. One more practical question is there in the board material at the end of the chapter. One more practical question is there, that is also related to registered trademark. Renditki 90% chances are there. Students are confusing these 2 practical questions. In both the cases common point is registered trademark. So here we are talking that this name is registered in our name. So we have applied for reservation of name contending that this is the registered trademark registered in our name. But in fact that is not registered trademark, that is not registered in favor of any person. అది ఎవరి పేరు మీద రిజిస్టర్ అవ్వలేదు, మన ఊరికే మన పేరు మీద రిజిస్టర్ అయిందని చెప్పాం అంతే. We have given a false information that is registered in our name, but in fact it is not registered in the name of any person. Okay, that is one case. Okay, registered trademark, we are not copying the trademark of any person. We are using one name which is not a registered trademark at all, neither in our name nor in favor of others, which is not a registered trademark at all. Just we are arguing that it is registered in our name. అది ఎవరి పేరు మీద రిజిస్టర్ అవ్వలేదు, గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. ఈ ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్ ఏంటి, మనం ఎవరో ట్రేడ్ మార్క్ని మనం కాపీ చేయట్లేదు, మనకు నచ్చిన నేమ్ మనం సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నాం, ఆ నేమ్ మన పేరు మీద రిజిస్టర్ అయిందని చెప్తున్నాం అంతే. అది ఎవరి పేరు మీద రిజిస్టర్ అవ్వలేదు. దట్ మీన్స్ వీఆర్ నాట్ ఇన్ఫ్రింజింగ్ ఎనీ రిజిస్టర్డ్ ట్రేడ్ మార్క్. దెన్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు రైట్ దిస్ క్వశ్చన్. Okay, registered trademark, false information that the trademark is registered in our name, false in statement that trademark is registered in our name, in fact it is not registered in the name of any person. Then you have to write this question. Okay, so read both the questions together. Consequence of wrong information for incorporation of a company, consequence of wrong information for reservation of name, section 7 and section 4. Read together both the questions, read together. Possible mistakes are there, both theory question and practical question. In both the cases there is a high chance of confusing for one question with another question. Okay, look at this practical question. Look at this the practical question and in the board material. In both the cases you will confuse with this word called as registered trademark. Completely you will get 0 marks even though you write the correct answer, but that answer does not match with the question. Even if you write the 100% answer also you will get 0 marks. ఎందుకంటే ఆన్సర్ కరెక్ట్గా రాశారు కానీ క్వశ్చన్కి మ్యాచ్ అవ్వట్లేదు అది. Okay, therefore registered trademark. So here Manglo and friends got registered a company in the name of Taxman Advisory Private Limited. Taxman is a registered trademark. Okay, it is already after 5 years when the owner of trademark, that means it is a trademark already registered in the name of somebody. We are copying it. In the previous example we are not copying we are not copying the trademark of any person. We are simply claiming that this is a registered trademark, but in fact it is not registered in the name of any person. Okay, so here you have to write rectification of name, section 16. Okay, high chances are there. నేను మీకు చూపించిన ఆ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, ఈ ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్ రెండు ఒకేసారి చదవండి. ఆన్సర్లో క్వశ్చన్ అండ్ ఆన్సర్ రీడ్ కేర్ఫుల్లీ, విల్ అండర్స్టాండ్ ద డిఫరెన్స్. దట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ అండ్ దిస్ చాప్టర్ అండ్ క్వశ్చన్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు రీడ్ టుగెదర్ సో దట్ యూ కెన్ ఐడెంటిఫై ద డిఫరెన్స్ బిట్వీన్ దోస్ టూ. ఓకే, so 2 possible questions on reservation of name and 2 possible mistakes to be avoided. One is theory question వచ్చిన మిస్టేక్ చేయొచ్చు, ఎందుకు ఇన్కార్పొరేషన్ చాప్టర్ రాయొచ్చు. ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్ వచ్చిన మిస్టేక్ చేయొచ్చు. రీజన్ ఏంటంటే యు ఆర్ క్లబ్బింగ్ సెక్షన్ 4 or section 16. Okay, so if a theory question comes in the exam, if the theory question comes in the exam, section 4, section 7 separately you have to read. Practical question comes section 4, section 16. Read all the 4 at the same time, then only you will clearly identify the difference between the 4 questions. Okay, section 4 versus section 7 and section 4 versus section 16 theory questions. Okay, so this is a previous exam question, this is a past exam question, section 7, and this is a chapter and ICAI chapter and question, TYQ, test your knowledge question. Okay, so these are based on these two. I am expecting that they will slightly modify and they will give these questions. Okay, so already theory question, practical questions వచ్చాయి, but section 7, 16 మీద వచ్చాయి, but common point is that section 4 మీద రావచ్చు చేంజ్ చేసి. Okay, right, that is the chances are there. Okay, avoid those mistakes. So I have seen 5 to 6 certified copies మా previous exam. ఒక 4-5 సర్టిఫైడ్ కాపీస్ చెక్ చేస్తే అందులో కామన్గా వచ్చింది ఏంటంటే మీ చేతులారా మీరు 8 to 10 మార్క్స్ పోగొట్టుకున్నారు ఓన్లీ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ కన్ఫ్యూజన్స్. ఒక క్వశ్చన్కి రాయాల్సిన ఆన్సర్ ఇంకో క్వశ్చన్కి రాసి 8 to 10 మార్క్స్ యూ ఆర్ లూజింగ్ జస్ట్ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ కన్ఫ్యూజన్ బిట్వీన్ 2 క్వశ్చన్స్. ఓకే, సో అలా రిలేటెడ్ టాపిక్స్ అన్ని ఒకేసారి చదవండి. ఓకే, ఆల్ ద రిలేటెడ్ టాపిక్స్ యూ రీడ్ అట్ ద సేమ్ టైమ్. there are many areas of confusion throughout the act, so all those confusing areas we have to read at a stretch. Okay, so this is the point, reservation of name. Ultra virus also possible practical question, theory question. Doctrine of ultra virus possible theory question, because past 2 exams they have tested doctrine of constructive notice and indoor management. Therefore there is a chance of framing ultra virus. Doctrine of ultra virus, very simple question, no need to confuse. What is meant by ultra virus? Not permitted by MOA. What is meant by ultra virus? Not permitted by MOA. So it is wide. Okay, cannot be sued by the company, cannot be sued by company or outsiders, by company or by others. Okay, neither company can file a suit nor outsiders can file a suit. Okay, void itself is not enforceable. The meaning of the void is not enforceable. So doctrine of ultra vires, first point, not permitted by MOA. It is a void contract. It cannot be sued by company or cannot be ratified by others. It is to protect the creditors. The object of doctrine of ultra vires is to protect the creditors and cannot be ratified even by consent of all shareholders. Cannot be ratified even by consent of all shareholders. Cannot be ratified even by consent of all shareholders. So these are the 5 simple points. Theory question, you can write these simple points. Not permitted by MOA, void, cannot be sued by the company or cannot be sued by creditors. And next, it protects the creditors. It protects the creditors. It cannot be ratified even by consent of all shareholders. Okay, right. Next, so three types of ultra vires are there. Ultra vires the company, ultra vires the articles, ultra vires the directors. Okay, 3 types of ultra vires. Ultra vires the company, ultra vires articles, ultra vires the directors. Ultra vires the company is void, cannot be ratified. Ultra vires the company is void, cannot be ratified. Ultra vires the articles can be altered. AOA can be altered. AOA can be altered. AOA can be altered. Ultra vires the directors can be ratified by shareholders. So therefore, true or false question, possible true or false question, be careful. Doctrine, ultra vires the company cannot be ratified by shareholders. Ultra vires the directors can be ratified by shareholders. Ultra vires the company cannot be ratified by shareholders. Ultra vires the directors can be ratified by shareholders. Okay, so all the 3 should form part of your answer. ఈ 3 సేమ్ ఆన్సర్లో రావాలి. అల్ట్రా వైరస్ ద కంపెనీ వైడ్ అండ్ కెనాట్ బి రాటిఫైడ్. అల్ట్రా వైరస్ ఆర్టికల్స్ AOA కెన్ బి ఆల్టర్డ్. అల్ట్రా వైరస్ డైరెక్టర్స్ కెన్ బి రాటిఫైడ్ బై షేర్ హోల్డర్స్. ఓకే, ultra virus directors can be ratified by shareholders. Okay, so possible theory question, ultra virus, very simple question and brief. E points and 4 marks you will get, there is no doubt about that. Whatever I wrote on the screen, if you write these points, you will get 4 out of 4. Okay, so not permitted by MOA, void, cannot be sued by the company, cannot be sued by the creditors. It protects the creditors, cannot be ratified even by consent of all shareholders. If it is ultra virus, the articles can be altered. If it is ultra virus, the directors, it can be ratified by shareholders. Right. Next, based on this ultra virus question, they can test you in the interpretation chapter also. In the interpretation of chapter, interpretation of statutes and deeds, there is one last question. The chapter is of 2 parts. Interpretation of statutes, deeds. Statutes means act passed by the parliament. How to interpret the acts passed by the parliament. Interpretation of deeds, the agreements written between 2 parties. The agreements written between 2 parties. How to interpret those? So MOA is an agreement between 2 parties, company and the shareholders. MOA is agreement between 2 parties, company and the shareholders. Okay, look at this. So based on this, they may expect a practical question. ఇదే ఎగ్జాంపుల్ యాస్టేజ్గా ఇవ్వచ్చు. దే డోంట్ మేక్ ఇట్ వెరీ డిఫికల్ట్. సో ఎగ్జామినేషన్ విల్ నాట్ బి వెరీ డిఫికల్ట్ సో ఫార్ యాజ్ యూ హ్యావ్ కంప్లీట్ కమాండ్ ఓవర్ ద బోర్డ్ స్టడీ మెటీరియల్. సో మీకు స్టడీ మెటీరియల్ మీద కంప్లీట్ కమాండ్ ఉంటే ఎగ్జామ్లో ఎంత డిఫికల్ట్ క్వశ్చన్ అయినా ఈజీగా సాల్వ్ చేయొచ్చు. ఓకే, రైట్. సో దే విల్ టెస్ట్, మోస్ట్ ప్రాబ్లీ దే విల్ ఆస్క్ ద సేమ్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. హియర్ లుక్ అట్ దిస్. ఓకే, the objects clause of MOA is like this. The objects clause of MOA is like this. The objects for which the company is established are to make and sell or lend or hire railway plans to carry on the business of mechanical engineers and general contractors. Okay, the objects of the business is related to railways. Okay, and general contractors. So what is the scope of this general contractors? Whether this general contract means whether I can enter any business, the answer is no. General contracts means can I enter any business? No. General contracts, any contract related to this business, any contract related to the main business. Okay, that is what is reasonable construction. That is what is reasonable construction. So therefore they will ask whether general contract is related only to the business but not to any other activities. Okay, general contractor was interpreted, look at this, this is what they want to, was interpreted to indicate as the making of general contracts as or connected with the business of mechanical engineers. That means related only to that business, related only to that business but not related to any other business. Okay, ఒకసారి నాకు టైం లేదమ్మా, ఒకసారి మళ్ళీ మీరు పేషెంట్ తీసుకొని చదవండి ఎగ్జాంపుల్. రీడ్ దిస్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ అండ్ ప్రిపేర్ ఫర్ ఎ ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్ ఇన్ ద ఇంటర్ప్రిటేషన్ చాప్టర్ బేస్డ్ ఆన్ దిస్ కేస్ లా. హౌ టు ఇంటర్ప్రిట్ దిస్ వర్డ్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ జనరల్ కాంట్రాక్టర్స్. ఓకే, how to interpret this word called as general contractors. You may get a practical theory question. Okay, I wrote the points. Practical question in the interpretation chapter. Okay, for this word general contractors. 2.23. board material 2.23 example. Right, entrenchment provision already tested as a theory question. Again, chance of repeating. Entrenchment provision. Entrenchment provision. But time is short, right? So you have to read once again. మీ స్పీడ్ జపాన్ బుల్లెట్ ట్రైన్ కన్నా ఫాస్ట్ ఉంది సార్ అంట. బట్ సిలబస్ అన్నీ ఉన్నాయి కదమ్మా ఇంపార్టెంట్ క్వశ్చన్స్. వాట్ షుడ్ ఐ డూ? క్లాస్ అయిపోయిన తర్వాత 0.5లో పెట్టుకొని చూడాలంట, లేదా 0.25లో పెట్టుకొని చూడాలంట. రైట్, స్టిల్ వీఆర్ ఇన్ ద సెకండ్ చాప్టర్. వీ హ్యావ్ 10 చాప్టర్స్, రైట్? ఓకే, సో అట్లీస్ట్ మీరు ఏం వరే అవ్వకండి. నేను ఇంపార్టెంట్ పాయింట్స్ చెప్తున్నా కదా, దాని మీద పేషెన్స్గా వెళ్ళి వెతుక్కోండి. ఓకే, రైట్, ఓన్లీ రీడ్ దోస్ పాయింట్స్, దట్స్ ఎనఫ్. ఎంట్రెన్స్మెంట్ ప్రొవిజన్స్ already past examination question, they have tested theory question. Once again, chances of testing that question. Theory question or practical question, both are possible based on the entrenchment provisions. Based on the entrenchment provisions, theory question, practical question, both are possible. Entrenchment questions, theory question, practical question, both are possible. So theory question, entrenchment provisions, what is meaning of entrenchment? More protective. More protective. Entrenchment provisions, it can be inserted in the articles. It can be inserted in the articles of association at the time of incorporation or thereafter. At the time of incorporation or thereafter. Entrenchment means making more protective. Entrenchment means making more protective. Insert in the articles of association at the time of incorporation or thereafter. Okay, so public company has to pass a special resolution. Private company has to take the consent of all members. Private company has to take the consent of all members. Whether it is inserted at the time of incorporation or thereafter, both the cases inform to ROC. Inform to ROC. ఏం చేసిన లాస్ట్ స్టెప్ ఏంటమ్మా? ఒక డంప్ యార్డ్ ఉంటుంది, అక్కడ తీసుకెళ్ళి ఒక కాపీ వేసి. సో ఎనీ ప్రొసీజర్ లాస్ట్ పాయింట్ ఈస్ దట్ ఇన్ఫార్మ్ టు ROC. ఓకే, వెరీ సింపుల్. థియరీ క్వశ్చన్ వస్తే ఈ పాయింట్స్ రాయండి, విల్ గెట్ ఫుల్ మార్క్స్. ఎంట్రెన్చ్మెంట్ ప్రొవిజన్స్ మీన్స్ మేకింగ్ సంథింగ్ మోర్ ప్రొటెక్టివ్. ఎంట్రెన్చ్మెంట్ ప్రొవిజన్స్ కెన్ బి ఇన్సర్టెడ్ ఇన్ ద ఆర్టికల్స్ either at the time of incorporation or thereafter. So public company has to pass a special resolution, private company has to take the consent of all members. In both the cases we have to inform to the ROC. Okay, 2 practical questions are there at the end of ICAI study material. You just go through the 2 practical questions. So either this theory question or those practical questions, రెండిట్లో ఏదైనా టెస్ట్ చేయొచ్చుమా. You read those questions. Next, indoor management also they have tested in the past exam. Chances of repeating indoor management. Chances of repeating indoor management. Doctrine of indoor management. Okay, what is doctrine of indoor management? Outsiders need not inquire, they can assume. Outsiders need not inquire what? Internal procedures. Outsiders need not inquire internal procedures. They can assume. They can assume. వాళ్ళు ఏం చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు, ఏం చేయొచ్చు. They need not inquire internal procedures. They can assume. Why they can assume? Not a matter of public knowledge. They are not a matter of public knowledge. That means they are not available to the public. Okay, what they can do, what they should not do, and why. Okay, so outsiders need not inquire with internal procedures. They can assume the internal procedures because they are not a matter of public knowledge. Okay, so it protects outsiders against the company. It protects outsiders against the company. It protects outsiders against the company. It prevents the company from deceiving creditors. It prevents the company from deceiving creditors. It prevents the company from deceiving creditors. So these are the 5 points. Outsiders need not inquire internal procedures. They can assume. Okay, because they are not a matter of public knowledge. It protects outsiders against the company. It prevents the company from deceiving the creditors. It prevents the company from deceiving the creditors. And there are 3 exceptions to the indoor management, doctrine of indoor management. 3 exceptions. One is negligence, knowledge of irregularity, and forgery. Negligence, knowledge of irregularity, and forgery. Okay, so these are the 3 exceptions to the doctrine of indoor management. Okay, you can expect a theory question based on the doctrine of indoor management. And next, this question, act to override memorandum or article section 6 is as it is in the corporate law. This is not important. Section 6 as it is in the corporate law, it is not important, but there is a high chance of framing a practical question based on the interpretation chapter. సో దీన్ని ఇంటర్ప్రిటేషన్ చాప్టర్లో టెస్ట్ చేయొచ్చు. బోర్డ్ మెటీరియల్లో క్లియర్గా హింట్ ఇస్తున్నారు వాళ్ళు, కార్పొరేట్ లాలో ఉన్న ప్రొవిజన్స్లో ఏది ఇంటర్ప్రిటేషన్ చాప్టర్లో ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్గా టెస్ట్ చేస్తామని వాళ్ళు క్లియర్గా హింట్ ఇస్తున్నారు. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఓన్లీ అవర్ డ్యూటీ టు రీడ్ ద బోర్డ్ మెటీరియల్ యాజ్ మెనీ టైమ్స్ యాజ్ పాసిబుల్. దట్స్ ఇట్. Okay, to get what is the covered, what is most important for the exams. Look at this aspect, save as otherwise provided. I'll give the 4 possibilities are there. 4 different types of practical questions వస్తాయి. 4 words కి different words చూడండి. 4 different words are relating to subject to ఒకటి, నెక్స్ట్ without prejudice to ఒకటి, without prejudice to ఒకటి, then notwithstanding ఒకటి, and save as otherwise provided. Okay, subject to, without prejudice, notwithstanding, save as otherwise provided. How to interpret these 4 words? Okay, subject to, without prejudice to, notwithstanding, save as otherwise provided. Okay, see, I'll let this point. So first I am writing section 1. Say for example, this is section 1. In section 1, what is written is that subject to section 2, you can do so and so. Okay, subject to section 2, you can do something. Okay, so what does it mean? Okay, so what is given in section 1 you have to do, but by complying with section 2. Okay, that means do what is given in section 1 by complying with what is given in section 2. అర్థమైందమ్మా? సెక్షన్ 1 చదువుతున్నారు మీరు, అందులో ఏం రాశారు? వాట్ ఈస్ రిటన్ ఇన్ సెక్షన్ 1? సబ్జెక్ట్ టు సెక్షన్ 2 దిస్ సో అండ్ సో, యూ హ్యావ్ టు డూ దిస్. దట్ మీన్స్ సబ్జెక్ట్ టు ప్రొవిజన్స్ ఆఫ్ సెక్షన్ 4 సబ్ సెక్షన్ 2, యూ కెన్ సెలెక్ట్ ఎనీ నేమ్ ఆఫ్ ఎ కంపెనీ. You can select any name for your company. While selecting the name, you have to ensure that prohibitions and restrictions in section 2 are not violated. Select your name. Section 1 is giving power to you to select your name, but while selecting, ensure that you comply with section 2 also. ఓకే, మీరు చేయాలనుకుంది చేయకండి అని వాళ్ళు ఆపట్లేదు. ఓకే, మీరు చేయాలనుకున్న వర్క్ చేసేటప్పుడు దీన్ని ఫాలో అయ్యి చేయండి అని చెప్తున్నారు. Do you understand the point? You select the name for your own company, but while selecting, ensure that restrictions in the Companies Act are followed. That means do what is given in the section 2 by complying with what is given in section 2. Do what is given in section 1 by complying with what is given in section 2. That means here both are interdependent or integrated. Can I say yes or no? Both are integrated. రెండు కలిపి చేయాలి, రెండిట్లో ఏదో ఒకటని కాదు. You have to do both. Okay, integrated, both are integrated. Section 1 is stated that subject to section 2 అని సో అండ్ సో అని రాశారు. అంటే ఏంటి? మనమే Companies Act has given power to us or flexibility, right to us to do something. Companies Act has given right to us to do something. While doing that, while exercising that right or while availing that right, you have to follow some duties. That's it. While availing that right, you have to follow some duties. So that means both are interlinked, both are integrated. That is what's the point. Subject to. And next point, without prejudice to. Section 1 lo eman rasaru? Without prejudice to section 2 an rasaru. Without prejudice to section 2 nila rasaru something. So that means what they are asking is that do what is given in section 1. Do what is given in section 1. Don't doubt about that. Do what is given in section 1, but don't avoid what is given in section 2. Section 2. That means you have to do both. Okay, but both are not interlinked. Both are separate. So ఇది చేయండి, మీకు కావాలనుకుంటే ఇది చేయండి, కానీ ఇది చేస్తే మాత్రం ఇది ఆపొద్దు. Do you understand the point? So if you want, you read the quick revision material, but don't neglect the main material. If I say like this, okay, read the quick revision material without prejudice to main material. What does it mean? Read the quick revision material without prejudice to own material. That means as an additional thing, if you want, read the quick revision material, but don't neglect the main material. Okay, section 1 కావాలంటే మీరు చేయండి. section 1 చేస్తున్నాం కదా అని section 2 అవాయిడ్ చేయొద్దు, అది అడిషనల్గా ఉంటుంది. ఓకే, సో బోత్ ఆర్ ఇండిపెండెంట్. అంటే దీన్ని ఫాలో అయ్యి ఇది చేయమని చెప్పట్లేదు, ఇది చేయండి కానీ దాన్ని అవాయిడ్ చేయొద్దు అని చెప్తున్నారు. Do you understand the point? So section 1 lemon rasaru without prejudice to section 2. Do what is given in section 1, but don't avoid section 2. Just because you are doing section 1, don't avoid section 2. That means just because you are reading the quick material, don't neglect the main material. Okay, read it both. Both are independent. Okay, right. That is what the point. Okay, so do what is given in section 1, but don't avoid section 2. What this is both what independent. Rendu follow avvali kani sambandham ledu. Idi separate is separate. Both are independent. That is what this word called as without prejudice. Next, notwithstanding. Notwithstanding. If section 1 says notwithstanding, if section 1 says notwithstanding anything contained in section 2, notwithstanding anything contained in section 2. Okay, notwithstanding anything contained in section 2. So ikkada em cheptunnaru, notwithstanding anything contained in section 2 ante, so section 1 prevails over section 2. ila unte dan ardham enti, notwithstanding anything section 2 అని ఉంటే దాని అర్థం సెక్షన్ 2 లో ఏముందో దాంతో సంబంధం లేకుండా సెక్షన్ 1 ని ఫాలో అవ్వాలి. That means section 1 has more important than section 2. Okay, section 1 has more important than section 2. Okay, while implementing so దీని అర్థం ఏంటి, సెక్షన్ 1 లో రాశారు, ఏమని రాశారు, నాట్ విత్ స్టాండింగ్ సెక్షన్ 2 అని రాశారు. దాని అర్థం ఏంటి, యూ కెన్ బ్లైండ్లీ ఇంప్లిమెంట్ సెక్షన్ 1. blindly implement section 1. Don't even look at what is written in section 2. Okay, blindly implement section 1. While implementing section 1, don't look at section 2, what is written in that, because you have more power than section 2. Okay, blindly implement what is given in section 1. While implementing what is given in section 1, don't look at what is there in the section 2. It is immaterial to us. While implementing section 2, ensure that section 1 is not there. Ensure that section 1 is not applicable to that case. Not applicable to that case. ఓకే, సెక్షన్ 1ని బ్లైండ్గా ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేయండి. సెక్షన్ 2ని ఒక కేసుకి ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేసే ముందు చెక్ చేసుకోండి, ఆ కేసుకి సెక్షన్ 1 ఏదైనా అప్లై అవుతుందా అని. ఒకవేళ అప్లై అవుతే డ్రాప్ అవుట్ ఫ్రమ్ సెక్షన్ 2. Okay, so that means we should be careful while implementing section 2. While implementing section 1, blindly you can go and implement it without considering any other point. Okay, so now section 1 is written that notwithstanding anything contained in section 2. That means section 1 while implementing ignore section 2. While implementing section 1, ignore section 2. But while implementing section 2, ensure that section 1 is not applicable to that case. If section 1 is not applicable to that case, then only you can go for the section 2. That means we should be careful while while implementing this section, not while implementing this section. So this section we can blindly implement it. Okay, while implementing section 1, you no need to read what is there in section 2. But while implementing section 2 in any particular case, first check whether section 1 is applicable to that case or not. If section 1 is not applicable, then only you can implement the section 2. Okay, right. That is what the point. Okay, next, that is the section 1 and 2. Next, last point is save as otherwise provided. Save as otherwise provided. Section 1 says save as otherwise provided in section 2. Save as otherwise provided in section 2. Section 1 says save as otherwise provided in section 2. That means here section 2 is more important than section 1. Section 2 is more important than section 1. Section 2 is more important than section 1. That means blindly implement section 2. Reverse it. Blindly implement section 2. While implementing section 1, ensure that section 2 is not applicable to that case. Then opposite cheyali exact ga. Okay, so blindly implement section 2 because section 2 is more important. Section 2 more important, blindly implement section 2. While implementing section 2, don't look at what is there in section 1. Okay, but while implementing section 1 to any particular case, first ensure that section 2 is not applicable to that case. Okay, adi notwithstanding ki save as otherwise provided ki complete ga opposite ma. So here they will ask for this point, save as otherwise provided. So here we are reading section 6. In this section they wrote this word save as otherwise provided in this act. That means before implementing this section, first you have to implement the other sections. First we have to implement the other sections. So other sections you can blindly implement. But before implementing this section, you have to ensure that no other section is applicable to that case. ఓకే, సో సెక్షన్ 6ని ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేయాలి అంటే మీరు ఒక పర్టికులర్ కేస్కి సెక్షన్ 6ని ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేయాలంటే యూ హ్యావ్ టు ఎన్ష్యూర్ దట్ దట్ పర్టికులర్ కేస్ అదర్ ప్రొవిజన్స్ ఆర్ నాట్ అప్లికబుల్. ఓకే, అదర్ ప్రొవిజన్స్ ఆర్ నాట్ అప్లికబుల్. Okay, so this words based on this also you can expect a practical question. So as it is theory question, not relevant in the corporate law, but practical question in the interpretation chapter. And name change also very important. Name change also very important. Theory question or simple practical question. Name change. So name change you have to take the central government approval. Okay, so first before changing the name, first we have to ensure that no subsisting defaults. No subsisting defaults in payments or filings. No subsisting defaults in payments or filings. No subsisting defaults in payments or filings. So every year regularly we are filing financial statements and annual returns with ROC, and we are promptly paying deposits and debentures. Okay, every year we are promptly filing financial statements and annual returns, and we are not defaulted in deposits or debentures. Next, we have to take the approval of central government. Approval of central government power delegated to ROC. Approval of central government power delegated to ROC. Okay, right. This approval not necessary for conversion of companies. Not necessary if name change is due to conversion of companies. Not necessary if name change is due to conversion of companies. Okay, not necessary due to change in case of conversion of companies. Not necessary if inserting the words limited or private limited is due to conversion of companies. Insert, what we are doing is that we are inserting the words private or we are deleting the words private from the name of the company. Okay, inserting the words private or deleting the words private in the name of a company. You are doing these two, then central government approval is not required. If the name change is any other thing, then only central government approval is required. If the name change is only inserting this word private or only deleting this word private. Okay, if the name change is only inserting the word private or only deleting the word private, we are not changing any other thing in the name, then central government approval is not required. ఓకే, నేమ్లో ప్రైవేట్ అనే వర్డ్ ఇన్సర్ట్ చేస్తున్నాం లేదా నేమ్లో ప్రైవేట్ అనే వర్డ్ డెలీట్ చేస్తున్నాం, అది తప్ప నేమ్ చేంజ్ చేయట్లేదు, యాస్టిస్గా అలాగే ఉంది, దెన్ సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ అప్రూవల్ ఈజ్ నాట్ రిక్వైర్డ్. Okay, so if the only change is inserting the word private or deleting the word private, then central government approval is not required. Okay, as a general rule, central government approval is required for change of name. As a general rule, central government approval is required for change of name. But what we are changing is only the word private. We are not changing the entire name. We are only changing the word private. Either we are inserting the word private or we are deleting the word private. Except that we are not doing any other changes. Then central government approval is not required. Okay, then central government approval is not required. And one MCQ is there in the ICAI sources. So that MCQ is that you can start using the new name only after receiving fresh certificate of incorporation from ROC. Okay, so you can start using the new name only after receiving fresh certificate of incorporation from ROC. Okay, look at this. This is the process. First you have to pass the board resolution, then you have to pass a special resolution, then approval for name change, then approval for name change, next filing with ROC, next ROC will issue a certificate. So new name you can use only from this date. New name you can use only from this date, not from any of these dates. New name you can use only from this date. So board resolution, special resolution, approval for change of name, filing with ROC. Filing with ROC, ROC issues a fresh certificate of incorporation. Okay, so we can start using the new name only after receiving the fresh certificate of incorporation. So in the MCQ they will give different dates. On this day board resolution is passed, on this day special resolution is passed, on this day we have filed with ROC, on this day we have received the certificate of incorporation. From when we can start using the new name? Only after receiving fresh certificate from the ROC. Okay, this is what the point, issue of fresh certificate from the ROC. Only from this date you can use you can start using the new name. Next, alteration of articles also possible theory question. Alteration of articles of association also possible theory question. Alteration of articles of association possible theory question. Practical question kuda ravachu. Conversion of public company to private company. Conversion of public company to private company. Possible practical question is there. First we'll see basic articles of association. We'll see general procedure for alteration of articles of association. So alteration of articles of association, for everything common point is board resolution or special resolution. Okay, board resolution or special resolution. If it is from conversion from public to private, then additionally you have to take the central government approval. So this is an important MCQ. Earlier it was tribunal, now it is central government. Important MCQ. Board resolution, special resolution, public company to private company. For that you have to take the central government approval. Alteration noted in every copy. Alteration noted in every copy. Alteration noted in every copy. These are the common points we have to write. Okay, board resolution, special resolution. In case of conversion from public to private, you have to take the approval of central government. Alteration to be noted in every copy. Okay, so this is a possible theory question. This is a possible theory question, and practical question is also possible. మీకు అవుట్ రైట్గా బోర్డ్ మెటీరియల్లో లేదు, బట్ హింట్స్ ఇచ్చారు, అక్కడక్కడ హింట్ ఇచ్చారు. సో బేస్డ్ ఆన్ ద హింట్స్ అండ్ బేస్డ్ ఆన్ ద పాస్ట్ ఎగ్జామినేషన్ క్వశ్చన్స్ యూ కెన్ ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్ ఇన్ ద ఎగ్జామ్. లుక్ అట్ దిస్. Actually this question in the past examination is about conversion from public to private. ఈ క్వశ్చన్కి మీరు there is a all chance of making a mistake. For this practical question the board material, so students will write only this private company definition. Students will write only this private company definition. How to count these 200 members. While counting these 200 members, will exclude the present employees and past employees, and joint holders are treated as a 1. Therefore 50 plus 5, 55 plus 145. 145 plus 55 how much? 200. Exactly 200, not exceeding 200. So therefore no need to reduce the number of members. No need for reduction in the number of members. Remember, no need for reduction of the number of members is only one of the step required for conversion of public to private company. It is not the total procedure. It is only one of the step for conversion of public to private company. Already the company is a public company. Already the company is a public company. Now they want to convert into a private company. You have to give the procedure for that. You have to give the procedure for that. So while giving the procedure, they are asking, is there any necessity to reduce the number of members? No doubt we'll write this. While doing these calculations, we'll write no need to reduce the number of members. But this is only half of the answer. This is only half of the answer. Along with this answer, you have to write this also. Alteration of articles ekkada untundi. Alteration of articles of association, it will be there. Procedure for conversion of public to private. Procedure conversion of public to private involves alteration of articles. You have to take the consent of the central government. E point kuda rayali. Okay, conversion of companies, alteration to include conversion of companies. Conversion of public company to private company is also treated as an alteration of articles. Therefore you have to comply with section 14 and you have to obtain the approval of the central government. మీరు ఏదైతే ఈ బోర్డ్ మెటీరియల్లో ఎగ్జామ్లో క్వశ్చన్ చూస్తారో ఇక్కడ ఆన్సర్ హాఫ్ ఆన్సర్ ఇచ్చారు. మెయిన్ ఎగ్జామ్ క్వశ్చన్ నుంచి ఇక్కడ కాపీ చేసేటప్పుడు ఏదో మిస్ చేశారు వాళ్ళు బోర్డ్ మెటీరియల్లో. సో ఐ హ్యావ్ సీన్ ద మెయిన్ ఎగ్జామ్ క్వశ్చన్. సో ఈ క్వశ్చన్ ఎగ్జామ్లో వస్తే ఈ ఆన్సర్ రాస్తే సరిపోదు. దిస్ ఈజ్ ఓన్లీ హాఫ్ ఆఫ్ ద ఆన్సర్. దే ఆర్ ఓన్లీ టచింగ్ అపాన్ వన్ ఆఫ్ ద పాయింట్ ఇన్ ద ప్రొసీజర్. No need to reduce the number of members. For this practical question, you have to write this answer also. Rendu కలిపి రాయాలి. Okay, private company definition and alteration of articles of association section 14. You have to write both the questions. Okay. Right, so I'll give the where is the question and what is the answer. ICAI board material chapter 1 theory question 2. Chapter 1 theory question 2. Okay, ICAI board material chapter 1 theory question 2. For that, what are the things you have to write? Section 2 clause 68 private company definition you have to write, and section 14 alteration of articles also we should write. Okay, section 14 alteration of articles and section 15 alteration to be noted in every copy. Alteration to be noted in every copy. Okay, alteration to be noted in every copy. So three questions, three answers rayali board material lo. Chapter 1 lo theory question 2. Chapter 1 theory question 2. For that you have to write this section 2 clause 68 private company definition, section 14 articles of association, and section 15 alteration to be noted in every copy. Okay. My commencement of business is also very important question. Section 2A amendment, that is amendment. Okay, there is all chance of testing this question. To come to do these things, to commence business, okay, or to borrow money. To commence business or to borrow money. To do any of these two things, you have to do these things. Okay. Verification of registered office, declaration of payment of subscription money. Okay. So to do any of these two things, either to commence the business or to borrow money. Either to commence the business or to borrow money. In order to do any of these two activities, you have to file these two things and రెండు ఫైల్ చేయాలి. ఈ రెండిట్లో ఏ యాక్టివిటీ, ఏ ఒక్క యాక్టివిటీ చేయాలన్నా ఈ రెండు యాక్టివిటీస్ చేయాలి. ఓకే, either to commence the business or to borrow money, you have to file both verification of registered office and declaration of subscription money. This verification of registered office, be clear, it is to be submitted within 30 days of incorporation. This declaration of subscription money, 180 days of incorporation. This declaration of subscription money we have to pay out of within 180 days of incorporation. Okay, declaration of subscription money you have to pay within 180 days of incorporation. Okay, right. So if not filed, okay, these two are not filed within 180 days. Not filed within 180 days అనుకోండి. Most especially రెండు separate చూడండి. Okay, so verification of registered office not filed within 180 days. Okay, within 180 days లో ఫైల్ చేయలేదు. ఓకే, నాట్ డూయింగ్ బిజినెస్ and not borrowing money. So you have not filed the declaration and also you are not doing any business and you are not borrowed money also. Then only penalty will be levied. That means if you don't want to start the business within 180 days, sir, can I escape from this declaration? The provision says, sir, to do the business or to borrow the money, I need to file this declaration of subscription money. If I'm not doing the business within 6 months, I'm not starting the business and I'm not borrowing money also, can I avoid this? No, you have to do that. Even if you are not doing business, even if you are not borrowing money, you have to file it within 180 days. Sir, within 180 days I have not filed, but I have not done the business, I have not borrowed money, then you have to simply pay the penalty. Then you have to simply pay the penalty. No, sir, I have not filed the money, but I have done the business. Then ROC will remove the name of the company. Penalty will be there anyway. In addition to penalty, name of the company will be removed. Be careful for the practical question. Not filed the declaration within 180 days and company is not doing business, not borrowed money, simply pay the penalty. Not filing the declaration but company is doing business. Not filing the declaration and company is doing business. Then along with the penalty, company will remove the name of the company. ROC will remove the name of the company. Okay. Right. So these time limits are MCQs. Theory question is also possible and practical question is also possible. Commencement of business, borrowing power, verification of registered office and declaration of subscription money, 30 days, 180 days. Not filed and not doing business, only penalty. Not filed but doing business, penalty plus removal of name. Okay. Not filed but doing business, penalty plus removal of name. Okay. Penalty plus removal of name. Next, section 16 also latest amendment in the RTP applicable for May 22 exam. RTP applicable for May 22 exam. There is amendment in section 16, rectification of name. Section 16, rectification of name. Okay. So based on that also you can expect a practical question. Rectification of name is important because two reasons. One reason, I say chapter and they have given TYQ, that is one reason for importance, and because of amendment, latest amendment, also that is important. Okay, two reasons అది టెస్ట్ చేయడానికి. ఒకటి బోర్డ్ మెటీరియల్లో చాప్టర్ ఎండింగ్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇచ్చారు, నెక్స్ట్ అమెండ్మెంట్ వచ్చింది కాబట్టి, సో దట్ ఈస్ ఇంపార్టెంట్. సెక్షన్ 16. సో వాట్ ఈస్ సెక్షన్ 16? ఇన్ఫ్రింజ్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ట్రేడ్ మార్క్, ఇన్ఫ్రింజ్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ రిజిస్టర్డ్ ట్రేడ్ మార్క్. Infringement of registered trademark means what? Our company copied the trademark of some other person. We have seen Manglu and others registered trademark, taxman infringed. Infringement of registered trademark. Our company copied the trademark of another company. Next, second step what? Okay, owner of registered trademark has to make an application to the central government within 3 years of incorporation. Within 3 years of incorporation, owner of registered trademark has to give an application to the central government. Thereafter, central government will give an order to our company. Central government will give an order to company. Which company? Infringing company. The company which is violating. The company which is violating. Now the company has to pass an ordinary resolution within 3 months. ఇది ఎర్లియర్ 6 months ఉండేది, ఇప్పుడు 3 months చేశారు. ఎర్లియర్ ఇట్ వాస్ 6 months, నౌ దే మేడ్ ఇట్ యాజ్ 3 months. ఓకే, సో ఆఫ్టర్ రిసీవింగ్ ద సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఆర్డర్ విత్ ఇన్ 3 months కంపెనీ హ్యాస్ టు పాస్ అన్ ఆర్డినరీ రిజల్యూషన్ అండ్ ఆల్టర్ ద ఎంఓఏ అండ్ యాజ్ యూజువల్ ఫైల్ విత్ ఆర్ఓసి విత్ ఇన్ 15 days, నాట్ 30 days. Normally ROC filing is 30 days, but this point careful, they have given 15 days. Okay, so ordinary resolution, MOA alteration and 15 days ROC filing. Fifth step is what? What is the fifth step? Company filing with ROC is the fifth step. Okay, first step to second step 3 years maximum. First step to second step 3 years maximum. Third step to fourth step 3 months maximum. Fourth step to fifth step 15 days time. Okay, so first step infringement of trademark, second step owner of trademark filing an application to the central government within 3 years. Third step central government will give an order to the infringing company. After fourth receiving the order, company will pass an ordinary resolution within 3 months. Thereafter company will file with ROC within 15 days. Here time limit is not there. Remember, there is no time limit between second and third step. That is left to the government. That is left to the government. No time limit on that. Okay, right, so within 3 months and within 15 days. Normally ROC filing is 30 days. Here they have given 15 days. That we should be careful. Within a period of 15 days, you have to file with the ROC. Next, the important aspect of this amendment is that, okay, what if the company has not done this? What if the company does not obey the central government order? If the company does not comply with the central government order, earlier there is only penalty. Earlier there is only penalty. Then what happens? Every company just pay the penalty and they will ignore the central government order. So they will pay the penalty and they will ignore the central government order. Now what they have made in the amendment is that if company does not change its name, central government itself will allot a new name. Central government itself will allot a new name. Okay, so definitely you have to remove this name. Definitely you have to remove, you stop copying the trademark of another person. Definitely you stop copying the trademark of another person. Okay, so either yourself has to select a new name. If you are not selecting new name, central government itself will allot a name. Sir, whether I need to blindly follow the name given by the central government for lifelong? No, you can change it by complying with section 13, alteration of MOA. By complying with section 13 alteration of MOA, you can change it. Okay, that is the consequences. If company does not comply with central government order, central government will allot a new name to the company. Okay, so if the company does not like the name allotted by the central government, company can change its name by complying with section 13 alteration of MOA. Okay, so that is a possible question. That is one of the amendment applicable for May 22 exam. This will discuss after break. This is also most important question but difficult question. I'll discuss after break. We'll start at the 11 o'clock. Okay. Right. So in the prospectus chapter, this fourth question is important. Matters to be stated in prospectus. Matters to be stated in prospectus or information to be given in prospectus. Section 26. Matters to be stated in prospectus. Section 26. Okay. Matters to be stated in prospectus. Section 26. So first point, what is the information to be specified contained in the prospectus? Information specified by SEBI. Information specified by SEBI. Until SEBI specifies the information, until SEBI specifies the, until information is specified under Companies Act, until information is specified under Companies Act, until information is specified under Companies Act 2013, SEBI regulations shall be complied. SEBI regulations shall be complied. Okay, for the purpose of Companies Act, in prospectus information is not yet given. Earlier it was there. In the amendment they have removed. Earlier Companies Act itself has given what are the information to be given in the prospectus. Now they have removed that in the Companies Act. Okay, so now they have removed the Companies Act. So therefore, until new provisions are inserted in the Companies Act, you have to follow the SEBI regulations. Earlier, before amendment, Companies Act itself, section 26 contains the matters and reports to be included in the prospectus. Now this section 26 is omitted. 26 subsection 1 is omitted. That means now the company, as per the Companies Act, no information to be given in the prospectus. So therefore we are following SEBI regulations. Until new provisions are inserted in the Companies Act, will follow the SEBI regulations. Okay. So until information is specified under Companies Act, prospectus shall contain the information specified under SEBI regulation. That is first point. Next, so prospectus shall give a statement or declaration. Prospectus shall give a declaration. Okay, prospectus shall give a declaration. What is that declaration? Companies Act 2013 has been complied with. Similar to what we will give at the time of incorporation. Did you recollect? At the time of incorporation also will give one declaration that we have complied with all the provisions of the Companies Act. So declaration, Companies Act 2013 has been complied with. Next statement. Next statement. So there are various types of statements to be given in the prospectus. First statement is Securities Contract Regulation Act and SEBI Act not contravened. Not contravened. So there is a difference between the declaration and this statement. With the Companies Act, we are saying that we have complied with the Companies Act. SEBI regulations, we are saying that we have not violated the SEBI regulations. అంటే అందులో ఉన్న రూల్స్ అన్ని ఫాలో అయ్యామని మనం చెప్పట్లేదు, కానీ ప్రాస్పెక్టస్లో ఉన్న ఏ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ కూడా దానికి ఆపోజిట్గా లేదని చెప్తున్నాం. సో దట్ మీన్స్ వాట్ వీఆర్ సేయింగ్ ఈస్ దట్ వీఆర్ నాట్ కన్ఫర్మింగ్ దట్ ఎవ్రీథింగ్ కవర్డ్ ఇన్ ద SEBI regulations and securities contract regulations are included in the prospectus. We are not saying like that. Whatever is included in the prospectus is not contradicted to the SEBI regulations. Do you understand the point? Second point, declaration that we have fully complied with Companies Act 2013. Okay. Third point says that we are not saying that we have included all information of the SEBI and SCRA. What we are saying is that whatever we have included in the prospectus, that is not opposite to Securities Contract Regulation Act or SEBI regulations. దీన్ని మనం కంప్లీట్గా ఫాలో అయ్యాము అని చెప్తున్నాము. మనం ఫాలో అయింది ఏది దీనికి కాంట్రడిక్టరీగా లేదని చెప్తున్నాం. Okay, there is a difference between those two. Okay, we are not saying that every information given under SEBI or SCRA is included in our prospectus. No, we have not given all information. We have given only some information. But whatever we have given, that is not contradictory to the SCRA or SEBI regulations. Okay, this is one statement. And another statement is that expert has given consent. Expert has given consent and not withdrawn such consent. Expert has given consent and not withdrawn such consent. Expert has given consent and not withdrawn such consent. Next, copy of prospectus filed with ROC. Copy of prospectus filed with ROC. These are the statements. Okay, SCRA and SEBI not violated and expert has given the consent and not withdrawn the consent. Copy of prospectus filed with the ROC. Okay, so first we have to file the prospectus with the ROC, then company has to issue public within 90 days maximum. maximum 90 days. Okay, maximum 90 days after filing the prospectus with ROC. Within 90 days company has to publish, give that prospectus to the public. Maximum 90 days. Okay, maximum 90 days. That is the contents of prospectus. Theory question, you can expect that. Next, demat shares. Question number 7 is very important. Possible practical question or theory question. Practical question only. Theory question ఇంత పెద్దది టెస్ట్ చేయడం పాసిబుల్ అవ్వదు. ఓకే, 7th క్వశ్చన్, డీమెటలైజేషన్ ఆఫ్ షేర్స్. ఎర్లియర్ demat shares is mandatory only for public offer. Earlier demat is mandatory only for public offer. Earlier demat is mandatory only for public offer. Section 29 30 mother 29, section 29, section 29. Now demat for all public companies. Demat for all public companies, not public offer, all public companies. All public companies, rule 9A. Rule 9A, demat for all public companies, whether they go for private placement or rights issue or bonus issue. Public offer kelte mandatory, అది ఎప్పటి నుంచో ఉంది. It's there from the long back. If a public company goes for public offer, that must be in demat form. That is their existing provision. Now what they are saying is that if the public company goes for private placement, rights issue and bonus issue, that also to be in demat form. Okay, that also to be in demat form. Remember, new shares issued must be in demat form. New shares issued must be in demat form. Remember, what we are discussing is only for public companies, not for private companies. Unlisted public companies, this provision we are discussing for unlisted public companies. This provision we are discussing for unlisted public companies. Okay, unlisted public companies. Listed companies already there, existing provision. Unlisted public companies, new shares must be in demat form. Next, existing shares of promoters, directors or KMP converted into demat form. Existing shares of promoters or directors or KMP converted into demat form. Existing shares of other person who wants to purchase new shares. Existing shares of other person who wants to purchase new shares converted into demat form. Okay, new shares must be in demat form. Existing shares of promoters, directors or KMP converted into demat form. Existing shares of other persons who wants to purchase new shares converted into demat form. Existing shares of other persons who wants to transfer existing shares converted into demat form. Okay, new shares must be in demat form. Existing shares of promoters, directors, KMP converted into demat form. Existing shares of other person who wants to purchase new shares converted into demat form. Existing shares of other persons who want to transfer existing shares converted into demat form. Okay, existing shares of other persons who don't want to purchase new and who don't want to transfer also can be. Remember, here rather than may we can write shall be converted into demat form. These are mandatory. Shall be converted into demat form, mandatory. These 4 are mandatory demat form. Existing shareholders of shares of other persons who don't want to purchase and who don't want to transfer can be converted, optional. Okay, first 4 category are mandatory demat form. New shares mandatory demat, existing shares of promoters mandatory demat, new purchaser also mandatory demat, transfer are also mandatory demat. Other than these 4 category, any person also can go for demat form, but that is optional. Okay, right, that is one possible practical question. And they have given one MCQ in the ICAI sources. What is that MCQ is this point? Okay, company has to pay the fees to the depository, registrar to an issue and share transfer agent not less than 2 years fees. Okay, not less than 2 years advance fees we have to pay that. If you default in this payment, you cannot issue any shares or you cannot buy back any shares. Okay, company has to pay the fees. Now that also not every year. 2 years fees advance we have to pay. 2 years fees in advance we have to pay as a security deposit. In case of default, if the company does not pay the fees, then buyback and issue is prohibited. buyback and issue is prohibited. Okay. Right. So based on this also MCQ or practical question, theory question 7 here. Next, procedure for change in objects for which prospectus is issued. Procedure for change in objects for which prospectus is issued. Okay. Prospectus issued, money raised, some money utilized. Okay, prospectus issued, money raised, some money utilized, some money remaining unutilized, some money remaining, and company wants to change the object for remaining money. Company wants to change the object for remaining money. First step, prospectus is issued. Second step, company raised the money. Third step, company utilized some money. Fourth step, some money is still remaining. Fifth step, company wants to use the remaining money for a new object other than the object stated in the prospectus. Other than the object stated in the prospectus. Change in objects for remaining money. Change in objects for remaining money. Issue of notice to members. Issue of notice to members. Next, newspaper advertisement and website. Issue of notice to members, newspaper advertisement and members. Special resolution through postal ballot. Special resolution to be passed through postal ballot. Next, exit offer to dissenting shareholders by promoters or controlling shareholders. Exit offer to dissenting shareholders by promoters or controlling shareholders. So notice shall be given to each member, newspaper advertisement and also website disclosure. Special resolution to be passed through postal ballot. Exit offer shall be given to dissenting shareholders. Who has to give that exit option? Promoters or controlling shareholders. And this money they cannot invest in equity shares of other listed companies. Equity shares of other listed companies prohibited. Okay, you can utilize for any other object, but you cannot invest in the equity shares of other listed company. You cannot invest in the equity shares of other listed companies. Okay, right, this is the point. So past examination question is there. You look at the practical questions, will identify past examination question, and unexpected question, new question, maybe chances of framing a practical question based on this point. Till now this point has not been tested. Based on this third point, practical question may be possible. If at all they want to give a new question rather than repeating the past exam question, if they want to give a new question, they have to follow this. Okay, prohibition on use of money. A company shall not use any money raised by it through prospectus for buying, trading or otherwise dealing in equity shares of other listed companies. You can purchase preference shares, debentures or bonds, or you can also purchase equity shares of other unlisted companies. Equity shares, unlisted companies prohibited. So preference shares, debentures of listed company permitted, equity shares of unlisted companies permitted. Okay, equity shares, listed company prohibited. Okay, so based on this you can expect a practical question, that point. Next, this is also theory question. What? Deemed prospectus theory question. Deemed prospectus theory question. Company allotted shares to mediator called as issue house, and issue house is selling the shares to the public. For this purpose, if any document is given, it is called as a deemed prospectus. If by automatically that document is not treated as a deemed prospectus. Okay, which document is treated as a deemed prospectus? Document issued by the issue house to the public is treated as a deemed prospectus if sale to the public is within 6 months of allotment. Sale to the public is within 6 months of allotment. Okay, it is 1st Jan 2021 and this is 31st March 2021. Within 6 months. Within 6 months. So allotment is on 1st Jan, allotment is 1st Jan, sale on 31st March. If the sale to the public is within 6 months of allotment, or sale to the public is after 6 months, sale is after 6 months, but full consideration not paid. But full consideration not paid. Remember, if any one of these conditions are satisfied, then only that document is treated as a deemed prospectus. If is very important. Okay, so which document is treated as a deemed prospectus, under what circumstances? Both are important. Which document is treated as a deemed prospectus, under what circumstances? Document issued by the issuers to the public is deemed to be prospectus if sale is made within 6 months of allotment, or sale is after 6 months but full consideration not paid. Okay, Next, this deemed prospectus to be signed. If the issue house is a company, deemed prospectus has to be signed by 2 directors. Okay, if the issue house is a partnership firm, then one half of the partners. Then one half of the partners. Okay, if the total partners are 8, at least 4 members has to sign. Okay, deemed prospectus who has to sign? If the issue house is a company, deemed prospectus has to be signed by 2 directors. If the issue house is a partnership firm, deemed prospectus has to be signed by half of the partners. Deemed prospectus has to be signed by half of the partners. Next, content of deemed prospectus. Contents of deemed prospectus is equal to contents of normal prospectus under section 26. Contents of normal prospectus under section 26. Contents of deemed prospectus is equal to contents of normal prospectus under section 26. Next, consideration between issue house and company. Consideration between issue house and company. Next, time and place for verifying contract, for inspecting contract between company and issue house. Okay, time and place for inspecting contract between company and issue house. So what are the contents of the deemed prospectus? Contents of normal prospectus as given under section 26 plus consideration between issue house and company plus time and place if any person who is interested, where they can read the whole contract between company and issue house, where they want to know the arrangement between the company and issue house. Okay, those are the points. So first, which document is treated as a deemed prospectus, under what circumstances that document is treated as a deemed prospectus, what are the contents to be given in that deemed prospectus, and who has to sign on the deemed prospectus. Okay, so theory question వస్తే అందులో 4 aspects రాయాలి. దేన్ని deemed prospectus గా ట్రీట్ చేస్తారు, under what circumstances, next ఆ deemed prospectus లో ఏ కంటెంట్స్ ఉండాలి, నెక్స్ట్ ఆ deemed prospectus మీద ఎవరు సైన్ చేయాలి. ఓకే, రైట్, that is what this deemed prospectus. Next, another aspect is offer for sale. Another aspect is offer for sale. Okay, another aspect, offer for sale, very important. Another aspect, offer for sale, very important. So first point, authorization given by existing shareholders to the company. Authorization given by existing shareholders to the company. Authorization given by existing shareholders to the company. Company sold shares to public. Company sold shares to public. Existing shareholders, they have given authorization to the company. Company is selling the shares to the public. For that purpose, company is issuing a document. That document is deemed prospectus. So here deemed prospectus is given by the company itself, not somebody else. Here deemed prospectus is given by somebody called as mediator or issue house. So here deemed prospectus is given by the company itself. So okay, based on the authorization given by the existing shareholders, company is selling shares to the public. For the purpose of sale, company has given one document to the public. That document is deemed to be prospectus. Okay, authorization given by existing shareholders to the company. Company is selling shares to the public. For that purpose, company issued a document. That document is deemed to be prospectus. Okay, that document is deemed to be prospectus. Offer for sale. Next, offer for sale. What are the provisions not applicable to offer for sale? Provisions not applicable to offer for sale. Provisions which are applicable to normal prospectus but not applicable to offer for sale. Provisions not applicable to offer for sale: minimum subscription, minimum application amount, utilization statement. Utilization statement, minimum subscription, minimum application and utilization statement. These are the provisions which are applicable to normal prospectus but does not apply to deemed prospectus. Okay, offer for sale. Next, expenses incurred by company. Expenses incurred by company for offer for sale shall be reimbursed by existing shareholders. So these are the key points. Okay, existing shareholders are giving authorization to the company. Company is issuing shares to the public. For that purpose, company is using one document called as deemed prospectus. So these are the provisions which are applicable to normal prospectus but does not apply to offer for sale: minimum subscription, minimum application and utilization statement. Expenses incurred by company for offer for sale shall be reimbursed by existing shareholders. Okay, right, that is the theory question. right? So in private placement, no renunciation. There is a chance of testing an MCQ based on this. Private placement offer and application shall not carry any right of renunciation. No flexibility to articles, or no flexibility to articles. Okay, articles cannot change this, but in rights offer, articles can change what is given in the act. Okay, in case of private placement, in case of private placement, act has to be strictly followed. Act has to be strictly followed. Rights offer, AOA can modify the act. AOA can modify the act. Be careful. Right of renunciation can be taken there. Private placement, act has to be strictly followed. In rights offer, act can modify the AOA can modify the act. AOA can modify the act. So in rights offer, it is article's choice. You can give or you may not give right of renunciation. In rights offer, articles may give renunciation, may not give renunciation, but that flexibility is not there with respect to the private placement. Okay, with private placement, no right of renunciation. This is one possible question. Okay, and next another possible question is that in case of joint shareholders, application money has to be received from the account of that person who is the first name. So this is possible practical question. Okay, this example as given in the board material. So there is a possible practical question. Application money has to be received from the bank account of the person who is applying, not from account of the person subscribing, not from their parents, not from their guardians, etc. Account of the person subscribing. Account of the person subscribing. Joint holders first appears first. That means first joint shareholder. Joint shareholders, first joint shareholder. First joint shareholder. So based on this also you can expect practical question. That is given here. That is given below here, concept questions. So here below they have given in the concept questions. Okay, right. That is what the point. You have to receive the application money only from the subscriber. In case of joint shareholders, first joint shareholders. Okay. And for this special resolution also I have given a detailed table. So under what circumstances we have to pass what kind of renunciation. Okay. So this also I have given, look at this renunciation of offer, rights offer, difference between rights offer and private placement. AOA silent, AOA permits and AOA prohibits. Okay, right. Next, special resolution or type of resolution and frequency. What type of resolution to be followed and how frequently it has to be followed. Okay, so it depends upon the convertible debentures or non-convertible debentures, equity shares, okay, etc. ఇది కొంచెం ఆ టేబుల్ చూసుకోండి మా డీటెయిల్గా అనలిటికల్గా చదవాలి దట్ పాయింట్, నాట్ ఎ థియరీ క్వశ్చన్, MCQ. Next, if the company is unable to refund if the company is unable to allot the shares, refund the application money within 15 days. Within 15 days, or you have to pay interest at the rate 12% from the expiry of 60th day, not from 75th day. So interest has to be paid from the expiry of 60th day. So that is possible MCQ. The private placement question, read the underwriting and allotment chapter, read the underwriting and private placement. Those two are important. In the 7th chapter, allotment of securities, read the private placement question and underwriting of securities. Give more importance to those questions first. Remaining questions, if there is time permits, you read, otherwise leave it. Right. So in the 8th chapter, issue of shares chapter, The possible question is in the theory question 4. You no need to read the entire theory question 4. As a general rule, preference share capital has these two preferences. As a general rule, preference share capital shall have these two preferences. Preference means priority. Priority in payment of dividend. Priority in payment of dividend. Priority in repayment of capital. Priority in repayment of dividend and priority in repayment of capital. So for public company it is and. Private company not applicable. Private company may be and or may be or. That means this preference shares, section 43 says how should be the preference shares. How should be the preference shares as given in section 43, and this is not mandatory for a private company. This is not mandatory for private company. Okay, section 43 is not mandatory for private company. Therefore, private company can give any one of these rights. Public company has to give both these two rights to the preference shareholders. Public company has to give both these two rights to the preference holders. Private company can give only one right. Private company can give only one right. Public company has to give both the two rights. That is one point. Next, preference shares. In case of preference shares, they may test you deemed redemption. If the company is unable to pay redeem the preference shares. This question is important in the private placement. Deemed redemption. Okay. Deemed redemption, if the company is not in a position, unable to pay dividend, unable to redeem because of financial difficulties, company is unable to redeem. Because of financial difficulties, company is unable to redeem. Okay, deemed redemption of preference shares. Deemed redemption of preference shares. Deemed redemption of preference shares. Important points we need to treat it is that consent to be obtained from 3/4 in value of the preference holders. Consent to be obtained from 3/4 value of the preference shares. Consent to be obtained from 3/4 value of the preference shares. Next, approval from tribunal. Approval from tribunal. Consent to be obtained from 3/4 value of preference holders and approval from tribunal. Second point, approval from tribunal. Redemption to dissenting. Redemption to dissenting shareholders immediately, forthwith. That means immediately. So those who agreed for exchange, okay, we'll give the new preference shares. Those who does not agree for exchange, that is 1/4, for them we have to redeem immediately. Okay. So consent from 3/4 value, approval from tribunal, deemed redemption to dissenting shareholders. DS means dissenting shareholders immediately. Okay, those who accept the new shares give new shares and also take the approval of the tribunal. Those who does not accept the new shares, for them you have to pay the cash only. For them you have to pay the cash. So redemption to dissenting shareholders immediately. Redemption to dissenting shareholders immediately. And as usual, whatever we do, end of the day, filing with ROC. Filing with ROC. Redemption of preferences, filing with ROC. Okay, that is one practical question. And next, this is a possible theory question. Issue of equity shares with differential rights. Issue of equity shares with differential rights. Articles authorization, okay, common point. Ordinary resolution. And this is the point. Maximum they can give 74%. Possible MCQ or practical question based on this point. 74% of total voting power. Okay. Okay, total voting power of equity, normal equity shares. Total voting power of normal equity shares. Voting power of equity shares with differential rights. This is maximum 74%. This is maximum 74%. Okay. So out of total voting power of the company, voting power of equity shares with differential rights maximum 74% and normal shareholders is minimum 24%. Minimum 24%. Minimum 24%. Voting power of normal equity shareholders minimum 24%. Voting power of equity shares with differential shareholders maximum 74%. That is one possible MCQ. And this defaults I have given table without in order to avoid confusion I have given the table. So which default and what is the time limit? What is the time limit for the various defaults? Table ledu. There is separate table for this defaults. Okay. Right, look at this note point. So this note point is important. If there is a default with respect to these aspects, if there is a default with respect to term loan, so you should be very careful about the category of defaults in B and category of defaults in C and D. Category of defaults in B are minor defaults. So therefore, though immediately after rectifying these defaults, you can issue equity shares with differential rights. So immediately after rectification, equity shares with differential rights can be issued. Immediately after rectification, equity shares with differential rights can be issued. So after rectification, 5 years suspension. After 5 years only we can issue. Okay, so if you commit any of these 4 defaults, if you commit these defaults and you rectify those defaults, immediately after rectification you can proceed with the equity shares with the differential rights. But these defaults are very important. Even after you rectified also, immediately you cannot go for the equity shares, only after 5 years. Upon expiry of 5 years, 5 years from when? 5 years from default made good end of the financial year. So first default committed. So first point is default committed. Okay, default committed is first point, and default made good means rectified. Default committed first point, default made good rectified. Thereafter financial year ending of made good of default rectified financial year. Okay, so default committed on 1st January 2020. Default committed on 1st January 2020, 15th April 2020 default rectified. So this rectification financial year ending on 31st March 21. Okay, so default committed 1st January, default made good on 15th April. So financial year ending of default made good, not the financial year ending of default committed. Not the financial year ending of default committed, financial year ending of default made good, 31st March 2021. From there 5 years. So 31st March 2026. So we can issue equity shares with differential rights after 31st March 2026. Okay, so we can issue equity shares with differential rights after 31st March 2026. So default committed on 1st January 20, default made good on 15th April 20. This financial year of default making good. This financial year of default making good rectified on 31st March 21. So that from that end financial year ending 5 years, 31st March 26. Equity shares with differential rights can be issued after 31st March 26. Equity shares with differential rights can be issued after 31st March 26. Be careful, this is defaults the term loans, etc. Bank loans, basically it is related to bank loans and employees dues. Bank loans, employees dues and EPF. Bank loans, employees dues and IEPF. Deposits, debentures, preferences, etc. This immediately after rectification you can issue. Deposits, debentures, preference shares, immediately after rectification you can issue equity shares with differential rights. 3 important liabilities is what? Bank loans, employees statutory dues and IEPF. So these are the 3 important. So this calculations is applicable only for those 3. What are those 3? Bank loans, employees statutory dues, IEPF. Okay, for other defaults immediately after rectification you can issue equity shares with differential rights. Okay, this note point is applicable only for the C and D, not for A and B. Okay, that note point is applicable only for the C and D, not for A and B. Okay. This is 26%. Okay, this is 20, maximum 74, minimum 26. Okay, this is minimum 26. Okay. This issue of shares at premium also possible practical question. Sorry, theory question. Issue of shares at premium also possible theory question, already tested in the previous exam. Okay, utilization of securities premium account. Utilization of securities premium account. Okay, utilization of securities premium account. Accounting standards under section 133. Other companies. Okay, companies following accounting standards prescribed under section 133. Utilization of securities premium, utilization of securities premium, accounting companies following accounting standards under section 133. Other companies, they can utilize the securities premium for what? Issue of bonus shares. They can utilize the securities premium for issue of bonus shares. They can issue of bonus shares, writing of issue expenses, writing of issue expenses, and buyback of shares, buyback of shares. And these companies they can go issue for bonus shares, writing of issue expenses, next buyback of shares. That three will be common. Next, in addition to that, these shares, preliminary expenses, writing of preliminary expenses, premium on redemption, premium on redemption of preference shares or debentures, premium on redemption of preference shares or debentures. Okay, companies following accounting standards under section 133, they can utilize the securities premium account for these three purposes: bonus shares, writing of preliminary expenses, and buyback of shares. Okay. Okay, bonus shares, writing of issue expenses, and buyback. Other companies, they can follow for bonus shares, writing of issue expenses, buyback, preliminary expenses, and premium on redemption of preference shares or debentures. For this purpose, securities premium account can be utilized by other companies. Next, sweat equity shares. Sweat equity shares also important question. Sweat equity shares, actually read the workbook solutions ma. Detailed something will be there in the workbook solutions level on the lock-in period and all those things. Self study question. Right. So sweat equity shares, how much sweat equity shares can be issued, this limit point and this lock-in period, and this managerial remuneration, and this managerial remuneration. So sweat equity shares in a year, okay, sweat equity shares in a year, 15% of paid up equity capital or 5 crores, whichever is higher, okay. In total 25% of paid up equity capital. Okay, in a year 15% of paid up equity capital or 5 crores, whichever is higher. In total 25% of paid up equity capital. So this is what you can give sweat equity shares. So this much you can give sweat equity shares. And if you expected, this is for MCQ, this is for the MCQ, how much sweat equity shares can be issued. But one intelligent practical question will be there here. Company directors or employees, company directors or employees, they have given consideration to the company. They have given consideration to the company. What is that consideration? Know-how, intellectual property rights, or value additions. For that, company is issuing shares. For that, company is issuing sweat equity shares. So since the company is issuing sweat equity shares, in the credit side I'll write the entry called as equity share capital account. Equity share capital account I'll write in the credit side. And debit side, what should I write? Debit side, what should I write? Depends upon how long the company is expected to derive benefits from this consideration. If the company is expected to derive benefits from this consideration for a period of more than 12 months, then I can recognize it as an asset, capital expenditure. Okay, asset is something from which you can expect benefits from more than 12 months. So whatever the consideration given by the directors to the company, if the company is expected to get benefits from this for more than 12 months, then I'll write like this entry: asset account at R2, equity share capital. No sir, benefits will be less than 12 years, below 12 months or less than 12 months. Whatever they have given the consideration, with that consideration, company will get benefit only for 12 months or less, not more than 12 months. Then obviously I cannot recognize an asset. That does not satisfy the criteria of recognizing the asset. So therefore I have to write managerial remuneration account at R2, equity share capital account. Okay, managerial remuneration account debtor to equity share capital account. So that means whatever we are treating, you know this percentages, right? Managerial remuneration 11%, 10%, 5%, 3% and 1%. Yes or no? So that out of that, these are already included. That means after removing the sweat equity shares, balance cash you have to pay. We cannot pay entire 11% in cash. Whatever sweat equity shares we have issued, that we have to deduct. 11% minus sweat equity shares is equal to net payment. Okay, 11%, whatever this percentage is there, from that minus sweat equity shares we have to pay the net payment. Okay, right. Look at this point. When the sweat equity shares is treated as a part of managerial remuneration, when the sweat equity shares is treated as a part of managerial remuneration. Okay, look at this. Consideration does not form part of the assets. Consideration does not form part of the asset. That means does not form, what means does not satisfy the criteria for recognizing the asset. Does not satisfy the criteria for recognizing the asset. Whatever the consideration given by the directors to the company, that does not satisfy the criteria for recognizing the asset. Accordingly, it is treated as a managerial remuneration. Okay, right. That is the important point. Okay. Next, variation of shareholders' rights. Variation of shareholders' rights. That is also possible theory or practical question. Variation of shareholders' rights. Variation of shareholders' rights. Section 48. Variation of shareholders' rights. Next, company's capital divided into different classes. Company's capital divided into different classes. Company's capital divided into different classes. Consent from 3/4 value or special resolution. Consent from 3/4 value or special resolution. Consent from 3/4 value or special resolution. MOA, AOA authorization. MOA, AOA authorization. Not prohibited by terms of issue. Not prohibited by terms of issue. Okay, in order to change the shareholders' rights, first point, company's capital is divided into different classes. Consent you have to obtain from 3/4 value or special resolution. MOA and AOA should authorize and not prohibited by terms of issue. And not prohibited by terms of issue. Application to tribunal. Application to tribunal by 10% shareholders. By 10% shareholders within 21 days. By 10% shareholders within 21 days. So 3/4 agreed. 3/4 agreed. That means 25% they have not agreed. Out of the 25%, whoever has not agreed, at least 10% they should form as a group and they have to file an application to the tribunal within 21 days. Okay. So in the fifth point, be careful. Two issues are there. Who can file an application to the tribunal and when they have to file an application to the tribunal. Only those who are holding 10% has a right to oppose the variation. If you are holding only 1% of the shares, you have to accept what the other people says. If you are holding only 1 or 2% shares in the company, you have to follow what is the majority says. If you are holding 10%, then you can oppose the majority. Then you can argue against to the majority. That means to approach the tribunal, you should hold at least 10% shares. To approach the tribunal, you should hold at least 10% shares. And you have to make an application within 21 days. Okay, right. Okay, ma, these are the important points. Company's capital is divided into different class. Consent from 3/4 in value. MOA, AOA authorization not prohibited by terms of issue. Application to tribunal by 10% shareholders within 21 days. Okay, right. And here we should be careful about the, in the examination we should not confuse deemed redemption of preference shares and variation of shareholders' rights. అక్కడ కొన్ని 1 or 2 పాయింట్స్ కామన్గా వస్తాయి, బట్ దెర్ ఇస్ అ ఛాన్స్ ఆఫ్ యూ కన్ఫ్యూజింగ్ ఇన్ ద ఎగ్జామినేషన్. డీమ్డ్ రిడెంప్షన్, అప్లికేషన్ టు ట్రిబ్యునల్, అప్లికేషన్ టు ట్రిబ్యునల్ బై కంపెనీ, application to tribunal by company. Here application to tribunal by 10%, 10 by dissenting shareholders holding 10%, holding 10%. In case of deemed redemption, application to tribunal by company. In case of variation of shareholders, application to tribunal by dissenting holders at least 10%. Dissenting holders at least 10%. That means in case of deemed redemption, application to tribunal and approval of the tribunal is mandatory. Even if all the shareholders, 100% preference shareholders agreed, nobody has raised any objection for exchange of preferences. Everybody is willing to take the new preferences for the old preferences. No person has raised the objection. Even then you have to take the approval of the tribunal. Remember, even then you have to take the approval of the tribunal. That's mandatory. That's 3/4 ఒప్పుకున్నారా 95%. Okay. Right. So therefore here application to the tribunal is mandatory. Remember, in case of redemption of preference shares, less than 3/4 consent. Less than 3/4 consent. 3/4 కన్నా తక్కువ కన్సెంట్ వచ్చింది అనుకోండి, ట్రిబ్యునల్ నో నీడ్ టు గో టు ట్రిబ్యునల్. ఒకవేళ లెస్ దాన్ 3/4 కన్సెంట్ వస్తే, ఇన్ కేస్ ఆఫ్ డీమ్డ్ రిడమ్షన్, ఇఫ్ ద కన్సెంట్ ఈస్ లెస్ దాన్ 3/4, యూ నో నీడ్ టు గో టు ట్రిబ్యునల్, బికాస్ ఎనీవే యూ కెనాట్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ ఇట్. Because exchange is not permitted. Exchange is not permitted. Remember, if exchange is permitted as per the act, then tribunal will verify whether the exchange is fair or not. If the exchange is not permitted in the act itself, tribunal does not have a right to permit. గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, 3/4 కన్నా తక్కువ కన్సెంట్ వస్తే ఎక్స్చేంజ్ పాసిబుల్ అవ్వదు. యాక్ట్లో ఇవ్వలేదు. యాక్ట్లో ఎక్స్చేంజ్ పాసిబుల్ అవుతే అది ఫెయిర్గా ఉందా లేదా మాత్రమే ట్రిబ్యునల్ చెక్ చేస్తారు. Be clear with this point. If you have obtained the consent of less than 3/4, no need to go to the tribunal, because exchange is not at all permitted in the act. If you have taken consent of more than 3/4, if you have taken consent of 3/4 or more, I should say 3/4 or more, then tribunal to be go. Tribunal has to be applied. Even if you take 100% also, you have to go. అర్థమైందా? 3/4 కన్నా తక్కువ వస్తే వదిలేసండి, ఎలాగో మీరు ఎక్స్చేంజ్ చేయలేరు. ట్రిబ్యునల్కి వెళ్ళినా దానివల్ల ఉపయోగం లేదు. 3/4 కన్నా ఎక్కువ కన్సెంట్ వస్తే దెన్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు గో టు ద ట్రిబ్యునల్. ఈవెన్ ఇఫ్ నో డిస్సెంటింగ్, ఈవెన్ ఇఫ్ నోబడీ రేజ్డ్ అబ్జెక్షన్, వీ హ్యావ్ టు గో టు ద ట్రిబ్యునల్. ఓకే, దట్ ఈస్ ద పాయింట్. Do you understand ma? Less than 3/4, no need to go to the tribunal, because even if you go to the tribunal also, tribunal cannot do anything. Okay, if your shareholders itself is not accepting the exchange, then tribunal will not accept. If 3/4 shareholders accepted the exchange, then tribunal will check whether it is fair or not. Okay, therefore 3/4 or more, you have to go to the application to tribunal. Even if 100% shareholders agreed, no shareholder opposed, even then you have to go to the tribunal. So here application to the tribunal is filed by the company. In case of variation of shareholders' rights, application is filed by the dissenting. Okay, if no dissenting, entire 100% approved, then I no need to go to the tribunal. If no dissenting, entire percent agreed, then I no need to go to the tribunal. Okay, right. So if the dissenting is there and the dissenting is on 10%, then the 10% can go to the tribunal. The 10% shareholders can go to the tribunal. Okay, right. That is what the point. So here tribunal order is not binding on dissenting shareholders. Tribunal order is not binding on dissenting shareholders. Here tribunal order binding on all shareholders. Okay, in case of deemed redemption, whoever agreed for the exchange, okay, for them tribunal will check whether it is fair or not. Whoever does not agree for the exchange, tribunal does not have a right to force them. Tribunal does not have a right to force them. Accept shares only, don't ask for cash. It is their choice. I have given my money. Who is tribunal to stop taking back my money? నేను మనీ ఇచ్చాను, ట్రిబ్యునల్ ఎలా ఆపుతారు? దట్ ఈస్ మై మనీ. So therefore, if whoever does not agree for the deemed redemption, company has to pay to the cash only. Okay, tribunal decision is not binding on the dissenting shareholders. Here tribunal decision is binding on the dissenting shareholders. If 90% shareholders, if 75% shareholders approved variation, tribunal will force the remaining 25% to accept the variation. Do you understand? Here that is not the like that. Here 75% approved exchange. Tribunal cannot force 25% to accept the exchange. Here 75% agreed for variation. Tribunal can force 25% to accept the variation. Okay, so because of the time constraint నేను డీటెయిల్గా డిస్కస్ చేయట్లేదు, బట్ మీరు ఖచ్చితంగా వెళ్ళి చూడండి, ఎగ్జామ్లో కన్ఫ్యూజ్ అవుతారు. డీమ్డ్ రిడెంప్షన్ అండ్ వేరియేషన్ ఆఫ్ షేర్హోల్డర్స్ రైట్స్ అండ్ వాట్ ఈస్ ద రోల్ ఆఫ్ ద ట్రిబ్యునల్. ఓకే, సో హూ కెన్ ఫైల్ అన్ అప్లికేషన్ టు ద ట్రిబ్యునల్? మీరు సెక్షన్ 55 డీమ్డ్ రిడెంప్షన్, సెక్షన్ 48 వేరియేషన్ ఆఫ్ రైట్స్ అటాచ్డ్ టు షేర్హోల్డర్స్. మీరు అడగాల్సిన క్వశ్చన్స్ ఏంటంటే, హూ కెన్ ఫైల్ అన్ అప్లికేషన్ టు ట్రిబ్యునల్? Okay, when they can file an application, when can they file an application to tribunal, and effect of tribunal order, and effect of tribunal order. ఆ మూడు పాయింట్స్ గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాలి. హూ కెన్ ఫైల్ అన్ అప్లికేషన్ టు ట్రిబ్యునల్, వెన్ దే కెన్ ఫైల్ అన్ అప్లికేషన్ టు ట్రిబ్యునల్, అండ్ వాట్ ఈస్ ద ఎఫెక్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద ట్రిబ్యునల్స్ ఆర్డర్. ఓకే, ఈ రెండు కంపేర్ చేసుకోండి, సెక్షన్ 55 అండ్ సెక్షన్ 48. రీడ్ ఓన్లీ ద ట్రిబ్యునల్ ప్రొవిజన్స్. ఓకే, కంపేర్ ద ప్రొవిజన్స్ రిలేటింగ్ టు ద ట్రిబ్యునల్. 55 and 48, compare the provisions related to the tribunal. Okay. Alteration of capital clause, section 61, ways of alteration and procedure for alteration. Okay, ways of alteration: increase of authorized capital, decrease of authorized capital, consolidation of shares, subdivision of shares, and conversion of shares into stock. Conversion of shares into stock and vice versa. Reconversion of stock into shares. So 5 methods of alteration of capital: increase of authorized capital, decrease of authorized capital, consolidation of shares, subdivision of shares, conversion of shares into stock or vice versa. Procedure is very simple: AOA authorization, ordinary resolution to be passed, and filing with ROC. Okay, AOA to be authorization and articles of association, ordinary resolution, and filing with ROC. Procedure: ways, 5 ways: increase of authorized capital, decrease of authorized capital, consolidation of shares, subdivision of shares, conversion of shares into stock. Procedure 3 types: AOA authorization, ordinary resolution, and filing with ROC. Okay, right. Possible theory question ma already okkar test chesar theory question, again chances of repeating that. Next, rights offer also important. Rights offer shall be given to all existing equity shareholders without any exception. Rights offer shall be given to all existing equity shareholders without any exception. Rights offer shall be given to all existing equity shareholders without any exception. That is one practical question is there. We have to check that practical question. And this rights offer posting, this is also possible MCQ. Rights offer posting, you can use courier also. You can use courier also, rights offer posting. Rights offer can be posted through registered post, speed post, electronic mode, or courier. Okay, this is amendment. This is amendment, so you have to follow that also. Registered post, speed post, electronic mode, or courier. Courier also they can use. Reduction of share capital, this is bit complicated. reduction of share capital, reduction of share capital. Similarly, this also ways and procedure. Here procedure will be lengthy, ways is less, procedure will be lengthy. Alteration of share capital, ways are more, procedure is less, but here ways are less and procedure is more. Okay. Next, reducing unpaid value, reducing unpaid liability, reducing unpaid liability. Okay, reducing paid up capital, reducing unpaid liability, reducing paid up capital, reducing paid up capital, repayment of paid up capital, repayment of paid up excess paid up capital, repayment of excess paid up capital. Okay, reducing unpaid capital, reducing unpaid capital, reducing paid up capital, reducing unpaid capital, reducing paid up capital, repayment of excess paid up capital, repayment of excess paid up capital. And procedure tribunal procedure, first special resolution tribunal application. Okay, so special resolution tribunal application, special resolution tribunal application, representations by central government, SEBI, ROC and creditors, representation by SEBI, ROC and creditors. Special resolution tribunal application, representation by central government, SEBI, ROC, creditors, accounting treatment certificate by auditor, accounting treatment related certificate by auditor. Auditor has to give accounting treatment certificate. Auditor has to give accounting treatment certificate. Publication of tribunal order. Tribunal order shall be published in the due newspaper, and filing of tribunal order with ROC. Filing of tribunal order with the ROC. Special resolution tribunal application, representation by central government, SEBI, ROC and creditors, accounting treatment certificate by statutory auditor, publication of tribunal's order and filing with ROC. Publication of tribunal's order and filing with ROC. Okay, right. That is one point. These are the ways and procedures. Theory question రావచ్చుమా, complicated practical question possible avadu. Okay. Next, buyback of shares also important. Buyback of shares, you can expect more than buyback of shares. This question you can expect. Giving loans to the employees for purchase of own shares. Giving loans to employees for purchase of own shares. So this is a possible practical question. Financial assistance to employees for purchase of shares of the company or holding company. Okay, financial assistance to employees for purchase of shares of the company or holding company. So to whom you can give? Any employee other than director or key managerial person. Any employee other than director or key managerial person. So how much financial assistance can give? Maximum 6 months salary. Okay, maximum 6 months salary we can give. For what purpose you can give? Purchase of fully paid shares. Purchase of fully paid shares. For purchase of fully paid shares you can give the application. Any employee other than directors or KMP, how much? Maximum 6 months salary, maximum 6 months salary, purchase of fully paid shares. Okay, based on this 2 times they have tested practical question long back, so therefore high chances of repeating a practical question based on this point. Okay. Right, so buyback is a very lengthy topic, detailed topic. Buyback of shares. Okay, buyback of shares. What is the sources of buyback? Free reserves, securities premium and CRR bonus shares ke kada. Fresh issue of shares. Free reserves, securities premium and fresh issue of shares. Fresh issue of shares of other kind. Fresh issue of shares of other kind. To buy back equity, we can issue preference, but we cannot issue equity. To buy back equity, we can issue preference, we cannot issue equity. Free reserve, securities premium, fresh issue of shares of other kind. Okay, remember what can be buyback? What can be buyback is not only equity shares you can buy back, preference shares you can buy back, vested employee stock option that also can be bought back. Okay, vested employee stock option that also can be bought back. So you can expect a question in the examination asking whether employee stock option can be bought back. Yes, if it is vested. If it is already vested, employee stock option can be bought back. Next, how much amount time you have to ensure? At least 1 year time, at least 12 months gap from previous buyback. At least 1 year gap from 12 months or 1 year gap from previous buyback. At least 1 year gap from the previous buyback. At least 1 year buyback from the gap from the previous buyback. Okay, at least 1 year gap from the previous buyback. At least 1 year gap from previous buyback. At least 1 year gap from previous buyback. When buyback can be made? At least 1 year gap from the previous buyback. Okay. Next, how much I can go for a buyback? If board resolution is passed, I can pay 10% of paid up equity capital plus free reserves plus securities premium account. If a special resolution is passed, I can go for 25% of paid up equity plus 25% of paid up preference plus free reserves plus securities premium. Okay, how much amount I can pay in the buyback? How much amount I can pay in the buyback? So how much amount? This is how much amount. How much amount can be paid in the buyback? How much amount can be paid in buyback? How much amount can be paid in buyback? Board resolution and special resolution. How many shares can be purchased? How many shares? Equity 25%. Equity maximum 25%. Preference no limit. Preference no limit. So number of shares bought back has nothing to do with the special resolution or board resolution. Number of shares bought back has nothing to do with board resolution or special resolution. In both the cases it is same. Okay, what varies from board resolution to special resolution is the amount that is paid to the shareholders. Amount that is paid to the shareholders. Okay, how much amount can be paid and how many shares can be bought back? Company shareholders, they are giving a shares and company is giving money. And this shares equity 25%, preference no limit. Preference no limit, and company is paying money to the shareholders, and this money board of directors 10%, special resolution 25%. When how many shares can be purchased by the company? Equity shares 25%, preference no limit. Nothing to do with the board resolution or special resolution. Board resolution or special resolution is relevant for this. How much money we can pay to the shareholders? If board resolution is passed 10%, special resolution is passed 25%. Okay. So that is how much shares can be bought back. Okay. So what are the sources we can utilize? Free reserves, securities premium, fresh issue of shares of other kind. Fresh issue of shares of other kind. What can be bought back? Equity, preference, vested employee stock option. When? At least 1 year gap from previous buyback. How much amount can be paid and how many shares can be bought back? Time limit to complete. Time limit to complete 12 months. Time limit to complete 12 months from board resolution or special resolution. Time limit to complete 12 months from board resolution or special resolution. Okay, time limit to complete from 12 months from board resolution or special resolution. So first buyback started. Okay, first buyback completed and second buyback started. Second buyback started. So first buyback started to first buyback completed, maximum 12 months. First buyback completed to second buyback started, minimum 1 year. Adi gurtupettukosu. Okay, don't confuse that. One is maximum, another one is minimum. So first buyback started, first buyback completed, maximum 12 months. First buyback completed, second buyback started, minimum 1 year. Minimum 1 year. So therefore here two limits are there, 1 year limit and 12 months limit. That 1 year limit is minimum, 12 months limit is maximum. 1 year limit is minimum, 12 months limit is maximum. So time limit, this is the point. And Look at this. So issue of shares, buyback of shares, cannot be same kind, cannot be same kind, cannot be same kind. Issue of shares and buyback of shares cannot be same kind. Shares issued before buyback cannot be same kind as the buyback of shares. Shares issued before buyback and shares bought back cannot be same kind. So issue of shares after buyback, okay, issue of shares before buyback and buyback of shares cannot be same kind. Buyback of shares and issue of shares after buyback can be same kind, but after 6 months. Can be same kind, can be say is the important point. Can be same kind, but 6 months gap, but 6 months gap, minimum 6 months gap, but minimum 6 months gap. And third point, gap not required, gap not required for bonus issue, a conversion, etc. For bonus issue, conversion, etc. Okay. So issue of shares before buyback and buyback of shares cannot be same kind. Buyback of shares and issue of shares after buyback can be same kind. So ikkada meer jagrattaga undalsina point, can be same kind but minimum 6 months gap, and this 6 months gap is not required for these cases. And 6 months gap is not required for these cases: bonus issue, conversion, and stock option to employees and sweat equity. Okay. Bonus issue, conversion, stock option, and sweat equity. So for that 6 months gap is not required. For that 6 months gap is not required. Okay. Right. So whatever the shares I bought back, can I issue the same shares once again is the question mark. Whatever the shares I bought back, can I issue the same shares once again is the question mark. The answer is yes. Next question, when I can issue? You should ask, is it bonus shares, sweat equity, employee stock option, conversion? If those four, no time gap. No time gap. Anything other than 4, minimum 6 months gap. Okay. Same kind ఉండొచ్చా? ఎస్ సార్ ఉండొచ్చు. టైం గ్యాప్ ఎంత ఉండాలంటే మీరు అడగాలి. ఆ 4 అవుతే నో టైం గ్యాప్. బోనస్ షేర్స్ ఒకటి, కన్వర్షన్ ఒకటి, ఎంప్లాయీ స్టాక్ ఆప్షన్ ఒకటి, స్వెట్ ఈక్విటీ ఒకటి, నో టైం గ్యాప్. ఎనీథింగ్ అదర్ దాన్ దిస్ 4, మినిమం 6 months గ్యాప్. ఓకే. ఎనీథింగ్ అదర్ దాన్ దిస్ 4, మినిమం 6 months గ్యాప్. Okay. Right. That is for the buyback of shares. Very important question. And in case of this defaults, buyback is not permitted. In case of this defaults, buyback is not permitted. We can expect a practical question based on this. You can expect a practical question based on this. You can expect a practical question based on this. Okay. Holding company, subsidiary company, shareholders of holding company. Holding company is paying money to subsidiary company, and subsidiary company is transferring that money to the shareholders of the holding company, and subsidiary company is purchasing the shares of the holding company. Third step. Okay. So this is prohibited. This is prohibited. Okay, this is prohibited. That is, what is the prohibition? Holding company giving money to the subsidiary company is paying money to the shareholders of the holding company and taking shares of the holding company. This is prohibited both under section 68 and also under section 19. Okay, section 19 also says subsidiary company should not purchase the shares of the holding company. Section 19 also says subsidiary company should not purchase the shares of the holding company. Okay. So therefore this is prohibited under both the provisions. This is prohibited under both the sections. So till now this practical question has not been tested, but there is a high chance of framing a practical question based on this. We have to write both 68 and section 19. We have to write both section 68 and section 19. Okay. So whatever we have discussed till now, this buyback of shares, these points, you can expect a practical question or MCQ. సో వీటి మీద ఏదో ఒక దాని మీద ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్ కానీ ఎంసీక్యూని రావచ్చు. ఎంప్లాయీ స్టాక్ ఆప్షన్ వెస్ట్ అయినవి చేయొచ్చు. దట్ ఈస్ వన్ క్వశ్చన్. ఎంప్లాయీ స్టాక్ ఆప్షన్ వెస్ట్ అయినవి చేయొచ్చు, వన్ క్వశ్చన్. Like, look at this, place of AGM for unlisted company. This is important. At registered office, at a registered office. Okay, place of AGM for unlisted company at registered office or any place in India. Any place in India. For that, they have to take the consent of all members. Consent of all members in writing or electronic mode in advance before meeting. Okay, before meeting. So here you have to remember many points here. So first point, remember this exemption is applicable to what? All unlisted unlisted companies, maybe public or private. This exemption is applicable to all companies, whether public or private, and this any other place must be in India. This any other place must be in India. That is the second point. So first point, applicable to all companies, public or private. Second point, it must be in India only, cannot be outside India. Next, you have to take the consent of what? We have to take the consent of all members. We have to take the consent of how many members? We have to take the consent of all members. Okay, remember, we have to take the consent of all members. And fourth observation is with or without voting rights. With or without voting rights. We have to take the consent of all members. That means members having voting rights and members not having voting rights. So you have to take the consent of all the members. Equity, preference. Okay, equity with voting rights, equity without voting rights, preference with voting rights, and preference without voting rights. All the four categories consent you have to take. Equity holders with voting rights, equity holders without voting rights, preference holders with voting rights, and preference holders without voting rights. You have to take the consent of all. How to take the consent? Either through post or through email also. Electronic mode consent is also possible. That is permitted. And when not after the meeting, before the meeting. Okay, so before the meeting, unlisted company, just these two lines, they can frame an in-depth practical question. So in these two, that 6 points are important. So in the two lines, you have to concentrate on the 6th point. 6 points. What is the first point? It is applicable to all companies, public or private, and it should be conducted only in India. And you have to take the consent of what? All of whom? All are members with voting rights or without voting rights. So how to take the consent? Writing or electronic mode. When to take the consent? In advance. Okay. అందులో ఏదో ఒక వర్డ్ బేస్ చేసుకొని ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్ రావచ్చు దాని మీద. సో బీ కేర్ఫుల్ విత్ దిస్ పాయింట్. ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్ బేస్డ్ ఆన్ ఎనీ ఆఫ్ దోస్ వర్డ్స్. ఓకే, based on any of those words you can expect a practical question. Unlisted company, AGM of unlisted company. Next, so this may be unexpected practical question on EGM. EGM with unexpected practical question ustundi. You can't even imagine that question is related to this question. So what this question says is that it is impracticable to conduct an AGM. It is impracticable kaadu. If it is impractical, what is impractical? Impractical. Look at this. This is the point important. Okay, impracticable. Okay, impracticable to conduct the meeting of the company as per the provisions of the act or articles. Impracticable to conduct the meeting as per the provisions of the act or articles. So act says we have to give at least 21 days notice, we have to conduct in the registered office. All those nonsense are there. If due to circumstances, due to difficult circumstances, it is not possible to conduct the meeting as per the act or articles, then you can go up to the tribunal. So remember, in case of AGM, tribunal is interfering because of director's default. In case of AGM, tribunal is interfering because of director's default. Here it is not like the director's default. It's not like the director's default. Directors are willing to conduct the AGM, but due to the circumstances, they are unable to strictly comply with the act and articles. They want some kind of relaxation from the act or articles. Directors are not defaulting. In the AGM, we are going to the tribunal because the directors defaulted to conduct the AGM. In case of EGM, it is not because of the directors default. Directors are willing to conduct the EGM, but due to some practical difficulties, they are unable to strictly comply with the act and regulations, act or articles. So therefore, they are expecting some kind of relaxation from the tribunal. That is the point. So impracticable ante యాక్ట్ ని ఆర్టికల్స్ లో ఉన్న ప్రొవిజన్స్ ని ఫాలో అవడం పాసిబుల్ అవ్వదు ఈ పరిస్థితుల్లో. ఇప్పుడు ఉన్న టైం కన్స్టెంట్స్ లో ఇది ఫాలో అవడం పాసిబుల్ అవ్వదు, కాబట్టి కొంచెం ఎక్సెప్షన్ ఆర్ సమ్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ రిలాక్సేషన్. ఓకే, ఇంప్రాక్టికబుల్ టు కండక్ట్ యాజ్ పర్ యాక్ట్ ఆర్ ఆర్టికల్స్. ఇంప్రాక్టికబుల్ టు కండక్ట్ యాజ్ పర్ యాక్ట్ ఆర్ ఆర్టికల్స్. impracticable to conduct as per act or articles. Impracticable to conduct as per act or articles. Okay, impracticable to conduct as per act or articles. Okay, they can go to the tribunal. Okay, right. So it is not because of the director's default. Directors are willing, but circumstances they want to ask, they are asking for some exceptions. Okay, and this also EGM outside India. This also normally meetings can be conducted only in India. Normally meetings can be conducted in only in India. So holding company outside India, holding company outside India, wholly owned subsidiary company in India. Holding company outside India, wholly owned subsidiary company in India. Wholly owned subsidiary company in India. So EGM of this company can be outside India. EGM of this company can be outside India or can be in India. Or can be in India. Or can be in India. So holding company outside India, wholly owned subsidiary company incorporated in India. So EGM of this company can be outside India or EGM can be in India. Not must be outside India. Not must be outside India. It can be conducted in India also. But they have given relaxation that you can conduct outside India also. Okay. So EGM, we are conducting the EGM of the wholly owned subsidiary. Okay, these are the aspects here. First aspects, not all subsidiaries, wholly owned subsidiaries of a company incorporated outside India. Which is incorporated outside India? Holding company incorporated outside India. And they can conduct at a place outside India also. Outside India also. That means if they are willing, they can conduct the EGM at in India also, no problem. That is additional exception. Because for other companies anyway within India is there. For other companies anyway within India is there. For them additional aspect is outside India. For them additional aspect is outside India. That is one possible practical question. So EGM of wholly owned subsidiary company. Next, this is the point. So if the normally notice has to be given by the directors, normally notice has to be given by the directors. If notice of general meeting is given by secretary or director without board resolution, it is invalid. However, directors can ratify it before meeting. So company secretary has to take the approval of the board to issue notice for the meeting. If the company secretary issued notice without taking consent from the board, normally it is invalid, but board of directors has an option to ratify it. Can, optional, not mandatory. Okay, in general it is invalid. Invalid. Remedy is there. Remedy is there. First you have to write the invalid point and you have to write that there is a remedy to validate it. There is a remedy to validate it. So it is the director's choice whether to ratify it or not. They can ratify, not they shall ratify. They can ratify, not they shall ratify. While ratify cheyochu, reject cheyochu. And this is the possible practical question. So if the notice has not been given to any one of the shareholders, say for company has some 20 lakhs shareholders. Company has some 20 lakh shareholders. Company lo 20 lakh shareholders unnaru anukondi. Out of that some 5 shareholders, company forgot to not send notice, not sent to 5 shareholders. Notice not sent to 5 shareholders. Now the question is whether notice is valid. Now the notice is valid. Company has 20 lakh shareholders. Out of that they have given notice to all the shareholders. But somehow notice is not sent to only 5 shareholders. Only 5 shareholders. Whether the notice is valid or not depends upon whatever the omission is there. Whatever the omission is there. Whether this omission is deliberate or accidental. Whether this omission is deliberate or accidental. Okay, if the company deliberately not given notice to those 5 members, company deliberately not given notice to 5 members to prevent them, so then notice is valid, notice is invalid, notice is invalid. Accordingly, meeting is also invalid. But if it is accidental, notice is valid. Accidental means by mistake or by overlook, not wantedly. Okay, accidental omission means by mistake or overlook, not wantedly. Okay, not intentionally. Accidental means by mistake or by overlook, or you can say inadvertent, unintentional. Okay, so అనుకోకుండా జరిగింది, వాంటెడ్లీ ఇవ్వలేదు. Now the important question in the examination is that who has to prove whether it is deliberate or accidental? Company has to prove. Okay, that means if these 5 shareholders may filed a suit to the court, if these 5 shareholders complain to the court is assuming that it is deliberate omission only. Okay, if those 5 shareholders filed an application to the court or complained to the court is assuming that it is deliberate only. These shareholders need not prove that it is deliberate. Court is assuming in favor of the shareholders deliberate. Now the ball is in the court of company has to prove that it is accidental. Okay, అది డెలిబరేట్ గా జరగలేదు, అనుకోకుండా జరిగింది. The onus is on the company to prove that the omission was not deliberate. So based on this also practical question. Okay, based on this you can expect a practical question. Next, ordinary business and special business. These 4, adoption of financial statements, dividend, directors and auditors, they are ordinary business, and other business are special business. Remember these 3 points. Declaration of dividend, adoption of accounts, appointment of directors, appointment of auditors. Next, other matters. Okay, so these 4 matters and these 5 matters, AGM, EGM. So remember, so if these 4 matters are discussed at AGM, it is ordinary business. If those 4 matters are discussed at EGM, that is a special business only. Okay, so in case of other matters, wherever you discuss, those become a special business. Okay, so those 4 matters: declaration of dividend, adoption of accounts, appointment of directors, appointment of auditors. So if those has been discussed at AGM, they are ordinary business. If the same 4 matters discussed at EGM, it is a special business, because in EGM all business are special. In EGM all business are special. So చాలా మంది కన్ఫ్యూజ్ ఇక్కడే అవుతున్నారు. ఆటోమేటికల్గా ఆ 4 ఆర్డినరీ అవ్వవు. ఆ 4 matters ఎక్కడ డిస్కస్ చేశారో చూడాలి. Okay, if they are discussed at AGM, then only they are ordinary business. If these 4 matters are discussed at EGM, it is a special business only. So in case of other business, wherever we discuss, it is a special business. Other than these 4, always special business. EGM, all business are special business. Okay, in EGM all business are special business. Other than these 4, always special business. Okay, these 4 ordinary business are special business, depends on the situation. Okay, right. That is one point, ordinary business and special business. And for special business, we have to give an explanatory statement. Special business ku kuda explanatory statement ivali. Okay, there is a chance of asking practical question based on this interpretation chapter. Explanatory statement, practical question in Companies Act, and also interpretation chapter. Practical question also interpretation chapter. Okay, right. So what is practical question in Companies Act? So in practical question in Companies Act is that, so in various sections already they will give explanatory statement. Look at this. So they will test like this: explanatory statement. Outrightly మీకు ఆ క్వశ్చన్ చూడగానే బైబ్యాక్ అనిపిస్తుంది, బట్ ఇన్ ఫ్యాక్ట్ దే ఆర్ ఆస్కింగ్ ఫర్ explanatory statement. Okay, in case of buyback of shares, these are the details to be given in the explanatory statement. ఇలాంటిదే మీకు అన్ని చాలా క్వశ్చన్స్లో వస్తుంది. అది మీకు బోర్డ్ మెటీరియల్లో స్ట్రైట్గా ఇవ్వలేదు, బట్ ఎగ్జామ్లో ఖచ్చితంగా టెస్ట్ చేస్తారు. ఇష్యూ ఆఫ్ ప్రిఫరెన్స్ షేర్స్ ఒకటి, స్వెట్ ఈక్విటీ షేర్స్, ఎంప్లాయీ స్టాక్ ఆప్షన్, ఇష్యూ ఆఫ్ ఈక్విటీ షేర్స్ విత్ డిఫరెన్షియల్ రైట్స్, బైబ్యాక్ ఆఫ్ షేర్స్. సో ఈ క్వశ్చన్స్లో ఏ యాక్టివిటీ చేస్తున్నప్పుడు ఎక్స్ప్లెనేటరీ స్టేట్మెంట్లో ఏ కంటెంట్స్ ఉండాలి, దట్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు రీడ్. ఓకే, సో ఫర్ different activities, contents of explanatory statement will change. For issue of preference shares, what are the contents of explanatory statement? For issue of sweat equity shares, employee stock option, equity shares with differential rights, and buyback of shares. So ఒక్కొక్క యాక్టివిటీకి ఎక్స్ప్లెనేటరీ స్టేట్మెంట్లో ఉండాల్సిన కంటెంట్స్ మారిపోతాయి. ఓకే, కాబట్టి బైబ్యాక్కి నోటీస్ ఇచ్చాం, we have issued a notice for the buyback. In that notice, if they don't give this information, then explanatory statement is invalid. Then explanatory statement is invalid. That means while writing this question or while attempting this question of section 1 or 2, whenever you are attempting this section 1 or 2, practical question attempting on this section 1 or 2, you have to remember the provisions of these sections. Okay, without remembering the provisions of these other sections, you cannot write this 1 or 2. Okay, practical question on 1 or 2, if you get a practical question on section 1 or 2, you have to refer section 55, redemption of preference shares, sweat equity shares 54, employee stock option 62, equity shares with differential rights section 43 and rule 4, section 43 and rule 4, buyback of shares section 68. ఓకే, సో ఇవి రెఫర్ చేయకుండా ఇవి రాయలేరు. ఇఫ్ యూ గెట్ ఎ ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్ ఆన్ ఎక్స్ప్లెనేటరీ స్టేట్మెంట్, యూ హ్యావ్ టు రికలెక్ట్ దిస్ పాయింట్స్ ఫర్ విచ్ యాక్టివిటీస్ వాట్ ఆర్ ద కంటెంట్స్ ఇన్ ద ఎక్స్ప్లెనేటరీ స్టేట్మెంట్. ఓకే, దట్ మే బి పాసిబుల్ ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్ ఇన్ ద ఎగ్జామ్ ఫర్ ద ఎక్స్ప్లెనేటరీ స్టేట్మెంట్. And next, interpretation chapter, what they will test is that since it is for the benefit of the shareholders, explanatory statement is for the benefit of the shareholders, the more the information given to them, the better the decision. Before taking a decision, the validity of the decision or effectiveness of the decision depends upon the information. If they have adequate information, good information, then only they can take a good decision. So therefore, since it is designed for the benefit of the shareholders, it should be interpreted liberally. It should be interpreted liberally. That means is it possible, as much as information as possible we have to give. Okay, that means if something is not given in these sections, but if it is important to the shareholders, company has to give. Company cannot argue that since it is not mentioned in this section, we have not disclosed that information to the shareholders. Shareholders ki information avasaram avute indulo lekapoyina meer ivvali. Okay, that means while interpreting this explanatory statement provisions, we should be as liberal as possible. That means as much information as possible we have to convey to the shareholders. That is possible. Opposite to this is memorandum. While interpreting the objects clause of the memorandum, we have to be as strictly as possible. ఓకే, ఎంఓఏ ఆబ్జెక్ట్స్ క్లాస్ చేసినప్పుడు స్ట్రిక్ట్గా చదవాలి, అందులో ఏది ఉంటే అదే ఫాలో అవ్వాలి. యూ కెనాట్ క్రాస్ దట్ బార్డర్. ఇట్ షుడ్ బి రెడ్ యాజ్ రిగోరియస్లీ, యాజ్ స్ట్రిక్ట్లీ యాజ్ పాసిబుల్. బట్ ఎక్స్ప్లెనేటరీ స్టేట్మెంట్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు రీడ్ యాజ్ లిబరల్లీ యాజ్ పాసిబుల్. అంటే మెమరాండమ్ స్కోప్ని ఎక్స్పాండ్ చేయడానికి ట్రై చేయకూడదు, అందులో ఏది ఉందో అదే ఫిక్స్ చేయాలి, దాన్ని ఎక్స్పాండ్ చేయడానికి ట్రై చేయకూడదు. కానీ ఎక్స్ప్లెనేటరీ స్టేట్మెంట్ ఏంటి, మీరు ఎక్స్పాండ్ చేయొచ్చు, ఎందుకంటే ఇది షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ బెనిఫిట్ కోసం ఇచ్చిన పాయింట్. ఓకే, సో ఆ ఇంటర్ప్రిటేషన్ చాప్టర్లో ఈ రెండు క్వశ్చన్స్ వస్తాయి, కన్ఫ్యూజ్ అవ్వకూడదు. వైల్ రీడింగ్ ద మెమరాండమ్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు రీడ్ స్ట్రిక్ట్లీ. ఓకే, వైల్ రీడింగ్ ద ఎక్స్ప్లెనేటరీ స్టేట్మెంట్ ప్రొవిజన్స్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు రీడ్ లిబరల్లీ. ఓకే, ఎక్స్ప్లెనేటరీ స్టేట్మెంట్ ప్రొవిజన్స్ లిబరల్గా చదవాలి, ఎంఓఏ ఆబ్జెక్ట్స్ క్లాస్ స్ట్రిక్ట్గా చదవాలి, అది ఎక్స్పాండ్ చేయకూడదు, ఇది అవసరం అవుతే ఎక్స్పాండ్ చేయొచ్చు. ఓకే, రైట్. అర్థమైందా? బ్రేక్ టైంని స్ట్రిక్ట్గా తీసుకోవాలి, క్లాస్ టైంని లిబరల్గా తీసుకోవాలి. అర్థమైందా? బ్రేక్ తర్వాత 5 minutes లేట్గా రాకూడదు, కానీ క్లాస్ అయితే అవసరం అయితే 5 minutes ఎక్స్టెండ్ చేయొచ్చు. Do you understand? As simple as that. So, okay, so break time will be strict and class time will be liberal. It can be expanded. Okay. దిస్ క్వశ్చన్ ఆన్ సర్వీస్ ఆఫ్ నోటీస్ ఇది 46th ఎడిషన్ మెటీరియల్లో కొద్దిగా మిస్ అయిందమ్మా, అది అప్డేట్ చేసాం 47th మెటీరియల్లో. సో దీనికి బెటర్ రీడ్ ద బోర్డ్ మెటీరియల్ సెక్షన్ 20, రీడ్ ద బోర్డ్ మెటీరియల్. ఇక్కడ క్లారిటీగా లేదు. 47th దాన్ని అప్డేట్ చేసాం, బోర్డ్ మెటీరియల్లో ఉన్నది ఇంక్లూడ్ చేసాం. సో ఫర్ ద టైమ్ బింగ్ సిన్స్ యూ ఆర్ రీడింగ్ 46th edition, సో రీడ్ section 20 as per the board material. Okay, so how to send notice to the shareholders and the company, how to send notice to the company and the shareholders. Look at these two aspects are there, to the company and to the registrar or company. Okay, so any person to company, similarly company to ROC and members, so here any person to company, depository కంపెనీకి సెండ్ చేయాలంటే ఓన్లీ ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ మోడే యూస్ చేయాలి. If depository wants to share the details of shareholders to the company, it has to be electronic mode. అలా కాకుండా any other persons, if they want to send to the company, they can use speed post, registered post, courier, email, directly physical submission. Okay, if the depository wants to give the details of shareholders to the company, that has to be to the company, electronic mode. If any other person, maybe employee, creditor, shareholder, ఇంకెవరైనా కంపెనీకి ఏదైనా డాక్యుమెంట్ ఇవ్వాలంటే స్పీడ్ పోస్ట్, రిజిస్టర్డ్ పోస్ట్, కొరియర్, ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ మోడ్, ఫిజికల్ డిస్పాచ్. నెక్స్ట్ ఇక్కడ కూడా అంతే, కంపెనీ ఇవ్వాలనుకున్నప్పుడు కంపెనీ ఆర్ఓసికి ఇవ్వాలంటే ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ మోడే ఉంటుంది, కంపెనీ అదర్ మెంబర్స్కి ఇవ్వాలంటే, కంపెనీ మెంబర్స్కి ఇవ్వాలన్నప్పుడు okay, if the company wants to give any document to the members, company wants to give document to the members, so ఈ members ని మళ్ళీ 2 parts గా డివైడ్ చేస్తే రిక్వెస్ట్ ప్లస్ ఫీజ్. ఓకే, ఎవరైనా కంపెనీకి రిక్వెస్ట్ పెట్టి దానికి ఫీజ్ పే చేశారనుకోండి, రిక్వెస్టెడ్ మోడ్లోనే ఇవ్వాలి, వాళ్ళు అడిగినట్టే ఇవ్వాలి. ఓకే, కంపెనీ ఆర్ఓసికి ఇచ్చే డాక్యుమెంట్స్ అంతా ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ మోడ్, అందులో కన్ఫ్యూజన్ ఏం లేదు. కంపెనీ మెంబర్స్కి ఏదైనా డాక్యుమెంట్ ఇవ్వాలంటే ఎవరైతే రిక్వెస్ట్ పెట్టి ఫీజ్ పే చేశారో వాళ్ళకు రిక్వెస్ట్ చేసిన మోడ్లోనే ఇవ్వాలి. అదర్ మెంబర్స్ అనుకోండి, కంపెనీ చాయిస్, ఆర్డినరీ పోస్ట్, స్పీడ్ పోస్ట్, కొరియర్, ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ మోడ్, డైరెక్ట్లీ లివింగ్. అయితే ఇక్కడ మీరు అబ్జర్వ్ చేయాల్సింది ఈ పాయింట్స్ ఒకటి, ఇక్కడ మీకు ఆర్డినరీ పోస్ట్ ఉండదు, ఇక్కడ ఆర్డినరీ పోస్ట్ వస్తుంది. దట్ ఈస్ ద ఓన్లీ డిఫరెన్స్ వీ హావ్ టు అబ్జర్వ్. Okay, depository to company, electronic mode is mandatory. Company to ROC, electronic mode is mandatory. Any other person to the company, this choice is there. Company to the requested member, you have to give only in the requested mode. So no requested, then company's choice. ఇక్కడ చూడండి, రిజిస్టర్డ్ పోస్ట్, స్పీడ్ పోస్ట్, ఇక్కడ ఉన్న ఈ ఫస్ట్ పాయింట్ మాత్రం అక్కడ ఉండదు. బై ఎనీ పర్సన్ టు కంపెనీ ఉంది కదా, ఎనీ పర్సన్ టు కంపెనీ అంత రిజిస్టర్డ్ పోస్ట్, స్పీడ్ పోస్ట్ ఉంటుంది, ఆర్డినరీ పోస్ట్ ఉండదు. ఇక్కడ మాత్రం మీకు ఆర్డినరీ పోస్ట్, స్పీడ్ పోస్ట్, కొరియర్ అని చెప్తారు. ఇదంతా ఎప్పుడు మెంబర్ రిక్వెస్ట్ చేయకపోతే. ఓకే, మెంబర్ రిక్వెస్ట్ చేయకపోతే. సో కంపెనీకి ఎవరైనా డాక్యుమెంట్స్ ఇవ్వాలంటే ఎలా ఇవ్వాలి, కంపెనీ ఎవరికైనా డాక్యుమెంట్స్ ఇవ్వాలంటే ఆర్ఓసీకా, మెంబర్స్ అయితే రిక్వెస్ట్ చేశారా, రిక్వెస్ట్ చేయలేదా, డిపెండ్స్ ఆన్ దట్ మారిపోద్ది. ఓకే, ఇట్ విల్ బి ఇన్ ద సెకండ్ చాప్టర్ మీకు బోర్డ్ మెటీరియల్లో సెకండ్ చాప్టర్లో ఉంటుంది, సెక్షన్ 20, హై ఛాన్సెస్ ఆఫ్ ఫ్రేమింగ్ ఏ ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్ ఇన్ ద జనరల్ క్లాజెస్ యాక్ట్. ఆల్రెడీ ఒకసారి టెస్ట్ చేశారు ఈ సెక్షన్ 20ని జనరల్ క్లాజెస్ యాక్ట్లో లాస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్, సర్వీస్ ఆఫ్ డాక్యుమెంట్స్ అక్కడ కూడా ఉంటుంది. సో యూ హ్యావ్ టు రీడ్ దీస్ టూ టుగెదర్. ఓకే, ఇక్కడ కొంచెం క్లారిటీ మిస్ అవుతుంది, అక్కడ చూసుకోండి. నెక్స్ట్, కోరం ఈజ్ ఆల్సో ఇంపార్టెంట్, ఎనీ పాయింట్ దే కెన్ టెస్ట్ యాజ్ ఎ ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్. This is act or articles whichever is higher. Quorum is act or articles whichever is higher you have to take. So representatives are counted, proxies are not counted. Proxies are not counted. Okay, so quorum, act or articles whichever is higher. Public company depends on the number of members personally present, therefore proxies are not counted. These two, multiple members are counted as multiple, joint shareholders are counted as a single shareholder. Okay, so one person representing multiple members counted as multiple member. Okay, one person representing multiple members counted as multiple. One person representing multiple members counted as a multiple member. Okay, next, joint shareholders counted as one. Counted as one. Very important, look at this. A, B, C Okay, these three they have appointed D as a proxy. D as a proxy. How many you will count? 0. We will count as a 0 because he is a proxy. Same if the answer is changed. ABC Limited, BCD Limited, DEF Limited. Appointed D. Now D is called as a representative, counted as 3. Okay, A, B, C normal individuals, if they appoint a single person, that person is called as a proxy. He is not counted in the quorum. 0. If the same 3 are body corporates, A, B, C, B, C, D and DF, all the 3 appointed only single person, now he is called as a representative and he will be counted in the 3 member. Okay, joint shareholders are counted as only 1 member. Okay, if the without quorum, the meeting will be adjourned to the next week, automatically to the next week or other place determined by the board of directors. For adjourned meeting also notice is mandatory. For adjourned meeting also notice is mandatory. Okay, right. So remaining will continue after break.
కూర్చోండి, ప్రకాష్ సార్ వస్తున్నారంట. కూర్చోండి, 5 minutes కూర్చోండి, మాట్లాడ. రే, సార్ వస్తున్నారు, ఆల్రెడీ కింద ఉన్నారు, ఎవరు మాట్లాడదు. కూర్చోండి, క్లాస్లో కూర్చో. సార్ వస్తున్నారు, కూర్చోవాలి, మాట్లాడద్దు ఎవరు. బాబు
Right. So this is the 16th chapter, MGT2, Management and Administration 2. Okay. So based on this, you can expect a practical question. This D point, right to casting vote. 16th chapter, MGT2, 16th chapter. Okay. Right. So what is that point? Normally casting vote. So that point is relating to casting vote. So to whom the casting vote is given? Chairman of the meeting. Casting vote is given for the chairman of the meeting. So what is the condition? Authorization in articles. So there should be permission in the AOA. Otherwise there is no casting vote. Next, for which resolutions casting vote is given? Ordinary resolutions. For which resolutions casting vote is applicable? Ordinary resolutions. When casting vote is applicable? Equality of votes. Okay, casting vote is given to chairman of the meeting. There must be authorization in the articles. And for which resolutions casting vote is applicable? Ordinary resolutions. When casting vote can be utilized? In case of equality of votes. Okay, right. So favorable votes is equal to against votes. Favorable votes is equal to against votes. Say 50-50. Then what the chairman can do is that chairman can use his casting vote. Chairman can use his casting vote greater than 50. So 50 plus 1 casting vote, 51 greater than 50. Now the ordinary resolution is passed. Ordinary resolution is passed. Ordinary resolution is passed. Okay. So in case of equality of votes, chairman can utilize the casting vote and ordinary resolution is passed. The important point is that if there is no authorization in the articles, if there is no authorization in the articles and favorable votes are equal to against vote, then what is the consequences? Ordinary resolution is failed. Okay, so no authorization in the articles, favorable votes is equal to against votes, ordinary resolution is failed. Okay, so no authorization in the articles, favorable votes is equal to against vote, ordinary resolution is failed. So based on this, you can expect small 2 or 3 marks practical question. If the articles does not provide for a casting vote, then ordinary resolution is deemed to be dropped in case of equality votes. Okay, no authorization in the articles, equal votes, ordinary resolution is failed. Okay, these are the points. So first point, no authorization in the articles, equality votes, dropped means failed. Ordinary resolution is deemed to be dropped or failed. Right. Okay. Fill in the blanks ఎక్కువ ఉన్నట్టునే. Right. Power problem. Okay, right. Right. Look at this point. Appointment of proxy. Appointment of proxy. Appointment of proxy. So for appointment of proxy, Act has given form number MGT11 for appointment of proxy. For appointment of proxy, Act has given MGT11. Articles of association can give different format. Articles of association can give different format or conditions, but both are acceptable. Okay, both shall be accepted by company. Both shall be accepted by company. Both shall be accepted by company. Okay, so Act has given MGT11 format. Articles can give different format. If any member submits the general format in the given in the Act, company has to accept. Company cannot question or cannot reject that. Okay, just because the articles has given a special format, okay, those members who like this special format, they will follow this. Those who don't like this special format, they can follow the general format given in the Act. But company has to accept both. If any member submits the proxy form in general format, company cannot reject it. Okay, if any member submits the a proxy form in general format, company has to accept it. Both shall be accepted. Company cannot reject this even though articles contains different format. company cannot reject this. Company cannot reject this even if articles contain different format. Even if articles contain different format. Even if articles, even if AOA contains different format. Okay, even if the articles contains different format, company has to accept it. Okay, right. That is what the point. So based on that also we can expect one practical question. Next, time limit for submission of proxy form. Time limit for submission of proxy form. Look at this. This is very important. Timing of submission of proxy form. Timing of submission of proxy form. 2. Timing of commencement of meeting. Timing of commencement of meeting. Timing of commencement of meeting. Okay, 48 hours or AOA. 48 hours or AOA, whichever is higher. 48 hours or, sorry, whichever is lower. 48 hours or AOA, whichever is lower. And most important point is that lower is the minimum time gap. Minimum time gap between those two is the lower of these two. Minimum time gap between timing of submission of proxy form, timing of commencement of meeting, 48 hours or articles, whichever is lower. So if the act has given 48 hours and articles has given 24 hours, whichever is lower, 24 hours. If the member submits 20 hours before the meeting, then it is rejected. If the member submits 30 hours before the meeting, it is accepted. Because the lower is minimum. That should not be less than that. So therefore, 30 hours is also accepted. So company is asking the shareholders to produce the proxy form 24 hours before the meeting, but shareholder has accepted, produce the 30 hours before the meeting. That means 6 hours earlier than company's demand. 6 hours earlier than company's demand. So therefore this is accepted. Or opposite, 48 hours is act or article says 60 hours. We have to take whichever is what? 48 hours we have to take lower. If the shareholder submits before 54 hours, this is accepted. If the shareholder submits before 40 hours, then it is rejected. Okay, 48 hours or articles, whichever is lower, actual timing should be at least this point. This is the minimum gap. Minimum gap. If you have submitted more than that, then it is good. Okay, this is a minimum. 48 hours or AOA, lower minimum. Okay, be careful in the exam. Don't hurry to attempt this kind of question. So, slowగా ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయండి. ఇది హరీలో ఎస్ ఆర్ నో అని తొందరగా రాయొద్దు, క్లారిటీగా రాసుకోండి. 48 hours or AOA, whichever is lower, and that is minimum time gap. Okay. So that based on that also we can expect practical questions. Next, ordinary resolution and special resolution. Ordinary resolution and special resolution, easy question to score. Ordinary resolution and special resolution, easy question to score. So ordinary resolution is what? Ordinary resolution is favorable vote should be greater than against votes. Okay. Special resolution should be favorable vote should be greater than or equal to 3 into against votes. Favorable vote should be greater than or equal to 3 into against. Okay. Favorable vote should be greater than or equal to 3 into against votes. So normally students will remember only this point. This is only one of the condition. For the validity of ordinary resolution or special resolution, this is one of the condition. And apart from that, there are many conditions are there. Notice duly given. Notice duly given. That means properly given. Notice duly given, properly given. Notice should contain all the details. Notice should be signed by the proper person. Notice should be sent to all the members. Notice should be sent at least 21 hours before the meeting. Notice should be sent in the mode requested by the shareholders. So in the meeting there should be a quorum and voting has to be conducted properly. ఇవన్నీ అయిన తర్వాతనే ఈ పాయింట్ చెక్ చేయాలి. That is the final point. Just by looking at this final point, you cannot conclude that ordinary resolution is passed. Notice should contain all the details. Notice should be signed by the proper person. Notice should be accompanied by explanatory statement. Notice should be sent to all the shareholders 21 hours before the meeting in the mode requested by the shareholders. In the meeting, there should be a quorum and voting has to be properly conducted. ఇవన్నీ అయిన తర్వాతనే resolution valid అంటాం. Okay, కాబట్టి ఈ ఈక్వేషన్ అనేది only one of the point. That is not the sole condition to be satisfied. That equation is one of the point to be satisfied, not the only point to be satisfied. Just by looking at this equation, we cannot conclude that resolution is valid or invalid. Okay, that is the second point. And third point is that, so here third point, notice shall clearly specify. Notice shall clearly specify that proposed resolution is a special resolution. Proposed resolution is a special resolution. So notice need not specify. That means even if notice is silent, by default the resolution will become ordinary resolution. If by default the resolution become ordinary resolution. But in case of special resolution, the notice should clearly specify. If the notice is silent, notice does not mention the type of resolution, but you got the 3/4 word, still it is treated as ordinary resolution only. If the notice is silent, notice does not specify the type of the resolution, even though you got three times words, still it is considered as a ordinary resolution. If you want to pass an ordinary resolution, you need not specify anything in the notice. But if you want to pass a special resolution, then that has to be clearly mentioned in the notice. Okay, next, as usual, all special resolutions are filed with ROC under section. All special resolutions are filed with ROC under section 117. Ordinary resolutions also required to be filed, but 117 is a special section. In that, ordinary resolutions are not covered, special resolutions are only covered. Okay, ordinary resolutions are also required to be filed with the ROC, that is scattered across various provisions. Filing of ordinary resolutions is covered under various provisions, but all resolutions filing is covered under section 117. So here only special resolution is covered, not the ordinary resolution. Okay, right. So this is the important point we have to clearly mention. Okay, notice must state that the resolution is to be passed as a proposed resolution. Okay, right. A resolution shall set out in the notice. Resolution shall set out in the notice. So these two are the important points. These two are the important points which are additional points to the special resolution. Additional points to special resolution. Additional points to special resolution. Okay, right. Right. So here restrictions on voting rights is also important. AOA can restrict voting rights. Okay. Okay. Restrictions on voting rights. Restrictions on voting rights. Restrictions on voting rights. Okay. Act is giving freedom. Remember, Act is not imposing restrictions. Act is giving freedom to articles. Act is giving freedom to articles to restrict voting rights, to impose restrictions on voting rights. Act is giving freedom to articles to impose restrictions on voting rights. To impose restrictions on voting rights. Act is giving freedom to articles to impose restrictions on voting rights. Such freedom is limited only to 2 points. Such freedom is limited only to calls in arrears and lien right. Such freedom is limited to only calls in arrears and lien right. So Act is giving freedom to articles to impose restrictions on voting rights. Such freedom is limited to calls in arrears and lien right. AOA cannot impose any other restrictions. AOA cannot impose any other restrictions. AOA cannot impose any other restrictions. There is a freedom, that freedom is limited. There is a freedom, that freedom is limited. AOA cannot impose any other restrictions. AOA cannot impose any other restrictions. If AOA is silent, if AOA is silent, if AOA is silent, then a member can have voting rights even if he has not paid calls. Even if he has not paid all call. Even if he has not paid call money. Okay. So if AOA is silent, then member can have voting rights even if he has not paid calls. So 4 important points, analytical points. Act itself is not imposing any restrictions on the voting rights. Act itself is not imposing any restrictions on the voting rights. Act is giving freedom to articles to impose restrictions on the voting rights. Such freedom is limited to 2 aspects, calls in arrears and lien right. AOA cannot impose any other restrictions. If AOA is silent, then a member can have voting rights even if he has not paid the call money. Okay, right. This is what the point. You can expect a practical question based on this paragraph. 2 practical questions. 2 paragraphs are there. first paragraph different practical question and second paragraph different practical question. Okay, you can expect practical questions based on that point. And this provision is also important. Okay, so this provision is also important. Access to voting on electronic method, voting remote e-voting, sorry. Okay, remote e-voting. So remote e-voting means voting from a distant place, not at the meeting. Remote e-voting means voting from shareholders place, place before the 3 days before the meeting. 3 days before the meeting. So remote e-voting means voting from shareholders place 3 days before the meeting. 3 days before the meeting. Okay, details of which member voted through electronic mode. Details of which member voted through remote e-voting is available to scrutinizer, but not how they have voted. Very, very important. So through remote e-voting, who voted and who has not voted, only that details will be given, but not how they have voted. Okay, the way members have cast their votes shall remain secret and not available to the chairman. The way members have casted their votes shall remain secret and not available to the chairman. Okay, right. Very, very important point. So scrutinizer has an access. Even scrutinizer or chairman, they can only check out who voted and who has not voted, but they cannot check out who voted favorably, who voted against. That is not available even to the chairman or scrutinizer also. That is available only after the completion of the meeting. Okay, that is available only after the completion of the meeting. So remember, there is a meeting. So here also voting will be conducted before the meeting. 3 days also remote e-voting will be conducted. At the meeting also there is a voting, and before 3 days also voting. So here how they voted will not be given. The data will not be given even to the scrutinizer or chairman. Okay, even the scrutinizer or chairman cannot open and see how they have voted. What they can only see who voted and who has not voted. Because whoever not voted through remote e-voting, they can vote at the general meeting. So therefore they have to access Mr. A has voted, Mr. B has voted. But how Mr. A has voted, that will not be given to anyone, even to the scrutinizer or chairman. Okay, right. సో మీటింగ్కి ముందు ఎవరైతే ఓటేశారో వాళ్ళ డీటెయిల్స్ వస్తాయి, కానీ వాళ్ళు ఎలా ఓటేశారన్న మాత్రం ఎవరికి రాదు, ఇంక్లూడింగ్ చైర్మన్ అండ్ స్క్రూటనైజర్. Okay, the scrutinizer will get the data only after completion of voting at the meeting. The logic is very simple. If you know how people has voted during these 3 days, if you know that many people has not voted in favor, then you can try to influence at the meeting. Then you can try to influence the members at the meeting. 100 members already voted before the meeting. Okay, if I can know how they have voted, whether favorable or against. If many people has voted against, then what I will do is, in the meeting I will try to influence the people. Being a chairman and director, I will try to influence the people. Therefore, I can only know that 100 members has voted. That's it. But how they have voted, out of 100, how many voted in favor, how many voted against, that data will not be given even to the chairman or scrutinizer also. That data will be given to the scrutinizer only after completion of meeting. Okay, only after completion of meeting that data will be given to the scrutinizer. Before that, that data will not be given to anyone. Look at this point. This is a confidential issue. Even the scrutinizer will not have access for that. Okay, the way members have casted their votes shall remain secret and not available to chairman or scrutinizer. Okay, chairman or scrutinizer. So scrutinizer can access what? Scrutinizer shall have access who have casted their votes. That's it. Who have casted their votes, which shareholder utilized the voting rights and which shareholder has not utilized the voting rights. Only that much he can check. He need not check how they have voted. Okay, so you go through that paragraph, very important paragraph. So the data will not be given even to the chairman or scrutinizer also. Right, next look at the minutes topic. వినలేరా?
అరే సార్ని అడుగుతున్నారు, మీరు అరవద్దు. రే అరే దున్నపోతు, చెప్పేది నువ్వు. సార్ అడుగుతున్నారు, మీరు షో చేయకుండా కూర్చోండి. ఆపు ఆపు. రే అడుగుతున్నా, కొద్దిగా ఆగు. వెనకాల వాష్రూమ్ ఉన్నాయి, వెళ్ళిరాపో. మాట్లాడదు ఇక్కడ. గర్ల్స్ మాట్లాపండి. మాట్లాడదు ఎవరు? రే మాట్లాడదు. పవర్ రాదంట, సైలెంట్ కూర్చోండి. మేమేం చేయలేము, పవర్ రావట్లేదంట. ఇప్పుడే ఫోన్ చేశారు, ఫోన్ చేస్తే పవర్ రాదని చెప్పారు. సైలెంట్గా వినండి, మాట్లాడకుండా. అంతే. ఇంకా
ఈరోజంతా
సార్
పవర్
లేదు,
రాదు.
ఇంకా లేదు. రే కాపు. రే కాపండి కాపండి, కరెంట్ రాదు. సైలెంట్ కూర్చోండి.
కరెక్ట్. వినడానికి కాన్సన్ట్రేషన్ రాకపోతే నోట్ చేసుకోండి ఫాస్ట్గా. సార్ అదర్ లాస్ చెప్పండి, కంపెనీలో బోర్ అంట. ఎన్ఐ యాక్ట్ చెప్పిన బాగా ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్గా ఉంటుంది. Right. So these are the points. Matters which are defamatory to any person, which are immaterial or detrimental. So matters which are defamatory or which are immaterial. Defamatory means which damages the reputation of any member, which are detrimental to the interest of the company, shall not be included in the minutes. So who will decide whether it is a defamatory or detrimental? Chairman alone. No other person should interfere. Okay. These three matters shall not be included in the minutes. But who will decide whether it is defamatory? Chairman alone. Chairman alone has a power to decide. No person should interfere in the discretion of the chairman. Next, signing of the minutes is important. Minutes of general meeting shall be signed by chairman of same meeting or any person authorized by board, because next general meeting will be delayed. Therefore, you need not wait till the next general meeting. So minutes of general meeting by the same person or by any other person. Board meeting shall be signed by the chairman of same meeting or chairman of next meeting, because anyway for every 3 months board meeting will be conducted. Anyway, for every 3 months, board meeting will be conducted. Even if not this chairman, next board meeting chairman can sign on the minutes. Okay, right. So these are the two important expected practical questions based on the minute concept. Okay, completed. మళ్ళీ రాసుకోండి, తర్వాత బ్రేక్లో రాసుకోండి. Right. So dividends chapter. Dividends chapter. Right. So dividends chapter. This is the expected practical question in the exam. The shareholders at an annual general meeting unanimously passed a resolution for payment of dividend at a higher rate than recommended by board of directors. Is it is invalid. Shareholders can declare only at the rates proposed by board, but not more than that. Look at this aspect. First point, recommended by board of directors. Recommended by board of directors. Dividend is recommended by board of directors, declared by shareholders at general meeting. Declared by shareholders at general meeting. Okay, the rate of declaration, date of declaration shall not be more than recommended by board. Okay, recommended by board of directors, declaration by shareholders at general meeting. Rate of declaration shall not be more than, rate of declaration shall not be more than recommended by board. Rate of declaration shall not be more than recommended by board. Okay, even if all shareholders agree also, even if all shareholders agreed also, they cannot declare more dividend. Okay, even with the consent of all shareholders, even with the consent of all shareholders, they cannot declare more dividend than recommended by board. This is very important. Even with the consent of all shareholders, even with the consent of all shareholders, even with the consent of all shareholders, rate of dividend cannot be more than recommended. Rate of dividend cannot be more than recommended. Even with the consent of all shareholders, rate of dividend cannot be more than recommended. Okay, next, only after declaration, only after declaration, it becomes a debt or liability for the company. It becomes a debt or liability for the company. It becomes a debt or liability for the company. Okay, only after the declaration becomes a debt or liability for the company. So after declaration it cannot be revoked. After declaration it cannot be revoked. You can expect a practical question based on any one of these 5 points. Okay, these are the important point. Okay, so first point, dividend is recommended by board of directors. Next, declared by shareholders at general meeting. Rate of declaration shall not be more than recommended by board. Rate of declared dividend, rate of declared dividend shall not be more than recommended by board. Even with the consent of all shareholders, they cannot pay more dividend. Only after declaration, dividend becomes a debt or liability. So therefore, after declaration, dividend becomes a liability of the company. Therefore, it cannot be revoked. Okay, therefore it cannot be revoked. Look at this point, interim dividend and final dividend. Interim dividend directly declaration. interim dividend directly declaration, final dividend first recommended by board, then declared by shareholders. So here it becomes a liability, here it becomes a liability, before this not a liability, before this not a liability, therefore can be revoked, here can be revoked. Okay, so revocation is possible for final dividend but not possible for interim dividend. So what the provision says, once it is declared it becomes a liability. Interim dividend directly board of directors declare, board of directors declare, board of directors. Right, look at this 12th question. Deals with the dividends, rights issue and bonus shares when transfer of shares is pending. Okay, when transfer of shares is pending. Okay, transfer documents submitted to the company. Transfer documents submitted to the company. Okay, transfer documents submitted to the company. Transfer is not yet registered. Transfer is not yet registered. Okay, transfer is not yet registered. Company declared dividend or bonus shares or rights issue. Company declared dividend or bonus shares or rights issue. Okay, transfer document submitted to the company. Transfer is not yet registered. Company declared dividend or bonus shares or rights issue. Okay, if no instructions from if no instructions from transferor, if no instructions from transferor, so they will be kept pending. They will be kept pending. They will be kept pending. That is dividend, bonus shares or right shares. If no instructions from transferor, they will be kept pending. Okay, so if transferor has given any instructions, if transferor has given instructions, if transferor has given instructions, then they will be given to transferee. Then they will be given to transferee. Okay, then they will be given to transferee. Then they will be given to transferee. Okay, right, that is all the point. If transferor has given any instruction, then they will be given to transferee. So first point, transfer document submitted to the company. Transfer is not yet registered. Company declared dividend or rights issue or bonus shares. If no instructions from transferor, they will be kept pending. If transferor has given any instruction, then they will be given to transferee. If transferor has given any instruction, then they will be given to transfer. These are the points. Okay, abeyance means pending. Okay, if no instruction, then it will be kept pending. In case of authorization, means instruction given by transferor to the company. Instructions given by transferor to the company. If they have given any instructions, then that will be given to the transferee. Okay. Next, this is punishment for failure to pay dividend. Look at this point. This is important, already tested 2 times in the examination. If the shareholder has given any instructions to the company and the company is unable to follow those instructions, then company has to communicate to the shareholder. If the shareholder has given any instructions relating how to pay the dividend and the company is unable to comply with the restrictions, maybe bank account number wrong, or name mismatch, etc. Bank account number wrong or name mismatch, etc. So because of wrong information, company is unable to comply, then the important point is company shall communicate to the shareholder. If the company communicates, then company is not liable. If the company communicates, then company is not liable. If the company not communicated to shareholder, company is liable for punishment. Company is liable for this punishment. Okay. Shareholder has given instructions, company is unable to comply with those instructions, then company has to communicate with the shareholders. If the company does not communicate, then company is liable for punishment. Okay. Right. So based on that side reading also, you can expect a practical question. That's it. So we'll start the other laws. Okay. 3 hours ఉంది మనకు. ఆడిట్ అండ్ ఆడిటర్స్ ఆడిటింగ్ వాళ్ళు చెప్తారు, మనం కదా, అది నాకు సంబంధం లేదు. రైట్, ఇంకా 3 hours ఉందామో. ప్రపోర్షనేట్గా 60-40 మార్క్స్ కదా. ఓకే, ప్రపోర్షనేట్ 50-40 మార్క్స్. Look at this. This is very important. servant of a master who is in custody of the goods of the master does not become a bailee. Okay, so bailee is a person who has complete control over the goods, not just physical possession. Okay, bailer should give delivery to bailee. Bailer should give delivery to bailee. So one of the essential element of delivery is complete control over the goods. Complete control over the goods. Complete control over the goods. If the employer has given goods, if the employer has given goods to employee, if the employer has given goods to employer, employer is also known as master and employee is also known as servant. Employer means master, employee means servant. Employee means servant. Okay, even though the goods of the employer is lying with the employee or servant, it is the employer who has a control over the goods. He has a right to instruct the employee what to do with the goods. Employee was having only physical custody of the goods, not control over the goods. Employee has only physical custody of the goods, not control over the goods. Okay, right, so therefore it cannot be called as a delivery. That is the important point. Servant of a master, servant is employee, master means employer. Okay, master means employer, servant means employee. Okay, who is in custody of the master does not become a bailee because he has only custody, not possession. He has only custody and not possession. Therefore he cannot be treated as a bailee. He cannot be treated as a bailee. Next, depositing of ornaments in a bank locker. You can write as per the academics it is not a bailment, but as per the latest RBI guidelines it is a bailment. It is not bailment as the banker does not have possession because keys of the locker are within the customers. In the examination for this point you have to add one more point. As per RBI latest RBI circular, as per latest RBI circular it is a bailment. As per latest RBI circular, it is a bailment due to digital locker facilities. Due to digital locker facilities. So digital lockers, even though you know the password, banker also knows the password because the password is saved in the banker server. Then only it will be match your password. So therefore, because of the digital lockers, banker is having control over the lockers. Accordingly, as per the latest RBI circular, it is a bailment due to digital locker facility. Okay. Right, so that point you can write depositing of ornaments in a bank locker. Depositing of ornaments in a bank locker. Right, so this is the point in case of non-gratuitous bailment. So non-gratuitous bailment is consideration bailment. Non-gratuitous bailment. Non-gratuitous bailment means consideration. Non-gratuitous bailment. Non-gratuitous bailment means consideration oriented bailment. Defect in goods. Defect in goods. Bailer is not aware. Defect in goods. Bailer is not aware. Bailee incurred damages. Bailee suffered damages. Bailee suffered damages. Bailer shall compensate. Bailer shall compensate. Okay, non-gratuitous bailment, defect in goods bailed, bailer is not aware of the defects. Defect in goods bailed, bailer is not aware of the defects. Bailee suffered damages, bailer shall compensate. These are the 4 points you can important for practical question. There is a defect in the goods bailed, bailer is not aware of the defects. Bailee suffered damages, bailer shall compensate those defects. Bailer shall compensate those damages. Okay, that is one possible question. Right to demand accretion of goods. This is also age old important question. Okay, when goods are lying with the bailee, when goods are lying with the bailee, when goods are lying with bailee, profit or gain accrued on that goods, profit or gain accrued on that goods, profit or gain accrued on that goods, bailee shall return that profit to bailer. Bailee shall return such profit to bailer. Bailee shall return such profit to bailer. Bailee shall return such profit to bailer. Okay, when goods are lying with bailee, profit or loss accrued on that goods, bailee shall return such profit to the bailer. Okay, this is one possible practical question. And this is very important practical question, most important practical question. Okay, so duty to take care of the goods, duty to take care of the goods, duty to take care of the goods. Okay, if bailer has not given any instructions, if bailer has not given any instructions, if bailer has not given any instructions, bailee shall take reasonable care. Bailee shall take reasonable care. If loss or damage occurred to goods, if loss or damage occurred to goods, bailee is not liable. Bailee is not liable. Okay, if bailer has not given any instructions, bailee shall take reasonable care. If loss or damage occurred to goods, bailee is not liable. Okay, if bailer has given instructions, if bailer bailer has not given any instructions, bailee shall take reasonable care. If loss or damage occurred to goods, bailee is not liable. If bailer has not given any instructions, if bailer has given instructions, sorry, if bailer has given instructions, if bailer has given instructions, bailee not followed instructions, bailee not followed instructions, loss or damage occurred to goods, loss or damage occurred to goods. If bailer has given instructions, bailee not followed instructions, loss or damage occurred to goods, bailee is liable. Bailee is liable even if he has taken reasonable care. Bailee is liable even if he has taken reasonable care. Even if he has taken reasonable care. Even if he has taken reasonable care. Okay, if bailer has given instructions, bailee not followed instructions, loss or damage occurred to goods, bailee is liable. Bailee is liable even if he has taken reasonable care. Okay, right, so this is a possible practical question. Footnote number 10, X bails his ornaments. Look at this. This is also possible. This is also relating to reasonable care only. This is also relating to reasonable care only. Okay. So purpose of bailment completed. Purpose or period of bailment completed. Purpose or period of bailment completed. Purpose or period of bailment completed. Bailee failed to return the goods. Bailee not returned the goods. Bailee failed to return goods. Loss or damage occurred to bailee. Sorry, loss or damage occurred to goods. Bailee is liable even if he has taken reasonable care. Even if he has taken reasonable care. Even if he has taken a reasonable care. Okay. So purpose or period of bailment is completed. Bailee failed to return the goods. Loss or damage occurred to goods. Bailee is liable even if he has taken reasonable care. Okay. Purpose or period of bailment is completed. Bailee failed to return the goods. Loss or damage occurred the goods. Bailee is liable even if he has taken reasonable care. Okay. Right. That is the point. So based on this point also, this footnote number 15. And this is a disputable question. You can expect a practical question. You can expect a practical question. That fifth point, this 19th footnote. 19th footnote. Okay. So bailer delivered goods. Bailer delivered goods to bailey. Bailer delivered goods to bailey. Third party claiming goods from bailey. Third party claiming goods from bailey. Now the bailey shall not return the goods to the third party. Bailey shall not return the goods to the third party. Third party has to approach the court. Third party has to apply the court. If the court gives instruction or order, if the court gives order, then only bailey will return the goods to the third party. Okay, so if the third party claims the goods lying with the bailey, if the third party claims the goods lying with the bailey, he has to apply to the court. Okay, so here the important aspects is that చూడండి కొంచెం కాంప్లికేట్ చేస్తారు వాళ్ళు. బెయిలర్, ఓకే, బెయిలర్, బెయిలీ. ఓకే, బెయిలర్ డెలివర్డ్ ద గూడ్స్ టు, బెయిలర్ డెలివర్డ్ గూడ్స్ టు బెయిలీ. స్క్రీన్ రాయట్లేదు. Bailer delivered goods to bailey. Bailer delivered goods to bailey. Okay, now bailer is not owner. Bailer is not owner. Bailer is not owner. Now bailey returned goods to, bailey returned goods to bailer. Bailey returned goods to bailer. Bailey is not liable to owner. Bailey is not liable to owner. As in, this is one possible practical question. Bailer delivered goods to bailey. Bailer is not owner. After completion of purpose, bailey returned goods to the bailer. So then if the true owner comes, bailey is not liable to the true owner. Okay, even though bailey is not the owner, bailer's duty is to return the goods to the bailer only. Even though bailer is not the owner, bailey's duty is to return the goods to the bailer. So bailer delivered goods to bailey. Purpose or period is completed. Purpose or period is completed. Bailey returned the goods to the bailer. Now the true owner claims bailey is not liable to true owner. Bailey is not liable to true owner. This is one possible question. So this question comes when the bailey returned the goods. When the bailey already returned the goods to the bailer. Now true owner cannot file a suit against bailey. This is if the goods has already been returned. If the goods has already been returned. Now if the another possibility, bailer delivered goods to bailey, bailer delivered goods to bailey, goods are still with bailey. Goods are still with bailey, not yet returned. Goods are still with bailey. Now third party shall apply to the court. Third party shall apply to the court. Third party shall apply to the court. Till court order comes, bailey should not return the goods. That is important. Bailey should not return the goods. Bailey should not return the goods. That is important. Bailer delivered the goods to bailey. Goods are still with the bailey. Third party applied to the court. Now bailey should not return the goods. If he has already returned, okay, he is not liable. But in spite of true owner comes and applies to the court, if he was having the goods, then he should not return the goods. మీరు ఆల్రెడీ రిటర్న్ చేసేస్తుంటే ఓకే, నో ప్రాబ్లం. ఇంకా మీరు రిటర్న్ చేయకుండా గూడ్స్ మీ దగ్గరే ఉంటే కోర్ట్ ఆర్డర్ వచ్చేంత వరకు రిటర్న్ చేయకూడదు. But you understand these two differences? So if the goods has already been delivered to the bailer, then bailey is not liable to true owner. So here bailer delivered goods to bailey, goods are still with bailey, third party applied to the court. Till court order comes, bailey shall not return the goods. If the bailey returns the goods, even though third party applied to the court, then bailey is liable. Then bailey is liable. Okay, ఇక్కడ ఫ్యాక్ట్ ఏంటంటే okay, right, that is the point. So third party should apply the court, not the bailey. Okay, that is very important point. Bailey may apply to the court. So it is not the bailey who has to apply to the court. Third party has to apply to the court. Okay, third party has to apply, not the bailey. Accordingly, దాని తగ్గట్టుగా ఎగ్జాంపుల్ కూడా మార్చుకోండి. Change the example accordingly. So change the example accordingly. It is the third party who has to file a suit, not the bailey. Okay. Okay, this is the important point. Okay, even though time is given for repayment of loan, but loan can be repaid any time and you have a right to get back the goods. Okay, right. So time is stipulated. Pawner, also known as borrower. Pawner, also known as borrower. Lender, borrower. Lender, borrower. First, lender gave a loan to the borrower. First step. First step, lender gave a loan to the borrower and pawner pledged the goods. Pawner pledged the goods. So lender gave loan to the borrower, pawner pledged the goods. Okay. So thereafter the time is stipulated for the loan. Time is stipulated. Okay. Time is specified. Time is specified. Okay. Time is specified. Pawner does not pay during the time. Pawner does not pay. Okay. Within the time. Pawner does not pay within the time. He can pay any time thereafter also. He can pay any time along with interest. He can pay any time along with interest. He can pay any time along with interest and get back the goods. And has a right to get back his goods. And has a right to get back the goods. And has a right to get back the goods. Very important point. Even though time is specified in the loan. Even though time is specified in the loan and the borrower fails to repay the loan within that time, he can repay the loan at any point of time. Okay. And has a right to get back the goods. No limitation on that. You have taken a loan for 1 year. You have not repaid the loan within 1 year. You have repaid after 10 years. Can you go and go to the banker after 10 years, repay your loan and get back your ornaments? The answer is 100% true. You can go to the banker after 30 years also. No time limit. Even though time limit is given for 1 year, you are unable to repay the loan within 1 year. Anytime you can pay along with the interest. You have a right to get back your goods. That's it. You have a right to get back your goods. The important point is that time is stipulated, not paid within the time, not paid within the time, at any subsequent time, at any subsequent time. Very, very important point before the actual sale. If the lender has already sold the goods, then you cannot get back the goods. If the lender has already sold the goods, then you cannot get back the goods. So long as lender is retaining the goods and not sold the goods in the auction, then you have a right to recover even after 30 years also. Okay? మీరు బ్యాంక్లో లోన్ తీసుకున్నారు ఆర్నమెంట్స్ పెట్టి, ఓకే, బ్యాంక్ మీరు లోన్ రీపే చేయలేదు, బ్యాంకర్ అలాగే ఉంచుకున్నాడు, ఆక్షన్లో సేల్ చేయలేదు, అలాగే ఉంచుకున్నాడు. ఒక 30 years తర్వాత కూడా మీరు వెళ్ళి అడగొచ్చు. ఓకే, టైం లిమిట్ లేదు. కానీ ఒకసారి బ్యాంకర్ ఆక్షన్ సేల్ చేసిన తర్వాత దట్ బయ్యర్ హూ ఎవర్ పార్టిసిపేటెడ్ ఇన్ ద ఆక్షన్ హీ విల్ గెట్ ద గుడ్స్. Okay, you have a right, even though you can miss this deadline. Okay, even though you are unable to pay within the specified time, you can pay at any subsequent time, but before the actual sale. But before the actual sale. Okay, you can expect a practical question based on this point. Even though loan is not repaid within the specified time, it can be repaid at any time. Okay, but before the actual sale. Okay, any subsequent time, but before the actual sale. Any subsequent time, but before the actual sale. So these are the bailment important questions. Definitely you'll get bailment question. In the previous exam they have not given. Therefore high chance of testing in this attempt. 3 marks question, not more than that. Look at this. So కొంచెం indemnity is analytical. You can get a difficult question in this chapter. So now you can easily identify, but in the exam you will confuse this question. Okay. So A may contract, this footnote number 2. Very, very intelligent example. చాలా డెప్త్గా ఉంది ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చూడండి. ఏ మే కాంట్రాక్ట్ టు ఇండెమ్నిఫై బి అగెనెస్ట్ ద కన్సిక్వెన్స్ ఆఫ్ ఎనీ ప్రొసీడింగ్స్ విచ్ సి మే టేక్ అగెనెస్ట్ బి ఇన్ రెస్పెక్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఎ సమ్ ఆఫ్ ₹5,000 అడ్వాన్స్డ్ బై సి టు బి ఇన్ కన్సిక్వెన్స్ వెన్ బి హూ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ అపాన్ టు పే ద సమ్. Okay, when B who is called upon to pay the sum fails to do so, C would be able to recover the amount from A. So whether this is a contract of indemnity or contract of guarantee. B fail చేయకపోతే C పే చేస్తాను అంటున్నాడు. అది కాంట్రాక్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండెమ్నిటీయా గ్యారంటీయా? B, when B who is called upon to pay the sum, C fails to pay. When C fails to do so, he can recover the amount from A. So it appears that it is a contract of guarantee. Yes, there is a contract of guarantee also, but what they are testing is in that contract of indemnity they are testing. Look at this. A, B and C. Okay, B is giving for a loan. B is looking for a loan amount. B is looking for a loan amount. B is looking for a loan amount. A does not have money. A is a friend of B. A does not have a money to give loan to B. Now A is asking B, you go and get a loan from C. C is a money lender. He will give a loan. You go and get a loan from C. Now B is worried about getting a loan from C. Okay, C is very ruthless money lender. He will file a suit and sell all the personal assets. So therefore B is worried about taking loan from C. B is worried about taking loan from C. Now A was given guarantee, no problem, you go and take a loan from C. I'll ensure that if C does not take any action. Okay, so A was giving indemnity to B. A was giving indemnity to B. So A is a indemnifier and B is a indemnity holder. A is a indemnifier and B is a indemnity holder. So A is giving an indemnity to B. Go and take loan from C. If C takes any action against you, then I'll come and protect you. Okay, that means there is a contract of indemnity between A and B. This is first contract. This is first contract. Thereafter C has given a loan. Thereafter C has given a loan to B. So for this loan C was asking A, how can I give loan to B? If B does not repay, what should I take? Then A was giving guarantee to C, no problem, give loan to B. If he does not pay, I'll pay the amount. Okay, A is giving a guarantee to C. There is a contract of guarantee between A and C. Now there is another indemnity contract between B and A. Another indemnity contract between B and A. What is that indemnity contract? If A pays money to C, if A pays money to C, then B will pay the money to A. It is another indemnity contract. In this, B is indemnifier and A is indemnity holder. Okay, చాలా కాంప్లికేటెడ్గా ఉంది. 3 కాంట్రాక్ట్స్ ఉన్నాయి చూడండి. ఫస్ట్ కాంట్రాక్ట్ బిట్వీన్ ఏ అండ్ బి, ఇన్ దట్ ఏ ఈజ్ ఇండెమ్నిఫైర్ అండ్ బి ఈజ్ ఇండెమ్నిటీ హోల్డర్. ఏ బికి చెప్తున్నాడు సి దగ్గర లోన్ తీసుకో, అతను యాక్షన్ తీసుకుంటే నేను వస్తానండి. తర్వాత దెర్ ఇస్ అ లోన్ గివెన్ బై సి టు బి. అగైన్ కాంట్రాక్ట్ ఆఫ్ గ్యారంటీ బిట్వీన్ ఏ టు సి, రెండు ఉన్నాయి. There is a contract of indemnity and there is a contract of guarantee. Between A and B, there is a contract of indemnity. Between A and C, there is a contract of guarantee. Between A and B, there are 2 contracts of indemnities. Between A and B, there are 2 contracts of indemnity. In one contract, A is indemnifier and B is indemnity holder. In another contract, B is indemnifier and A is indemnity holder. Okay? C, B మీద యాక్షన్ తీసుకుంటే A, B ని ప్రొటెక్ట్ చేయాలి. ఓకే, A, C కి మనీ పే చేస్తే B, A కి రీయింబర్స్ చేయాలి. సి బి మీద యాక్షన్ తీసుకుంటే ఏ వచ్చి బిని ప్రొటెక్ట్ చేయాలి. ఏ సికి మనీ పే చేస్తే బి ఏకి కంపెన్సేట్ చేయాలి. ఓకే, ఇట్స్ అ కాంప్లికేటెడ్ అరేంజ్మెంట్. సో దేర్ ఫోర్ దెర్ ఆర్ 2 కాంట్రాక్ట్స్ ఆఫ్ ఇండెమ్నిటీ. సో ఇన్ దిస్ కాంట్రాక్ట్ సో ఏ ఈజ్ ఏ ఇండెమ్నిఫైర్, A is indemnifier and B is indemnity holder. Similarly, B is indemnifier and A is indemnity holder. Okay, A is indemnifier, B is indemnity holder, B is indemnifier and A is indemnity holder. Okay, right. So recent గా రివిజన్ ఎగ్జామ్స్ లో ఒక ఎంసీక్యూ ఇచ్చి ఆన్సర్స్ లో బోత్ ద అబోవ్ అని రాసాను. ఎగ్జామ్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వాళ్ళు పంపించారు, సార్ ఈ క్వశ్చన్ రాంగ్ ఉంది చెక్ చేసుకోండి అని. ఇలాగే ఇచ్చాను, ఏ ఈజ్ ఇండెమ్నిఫైర్ అండ్ బి ఈజ్ ఇండెమ్నిటీ హోల్డర్, లేదా బి ఈజ్ ఇండెమ్నిఫైర్ అండ్ ఏ ఈజ్ ఇండెమ్నిటీ హోల్డర్. నార్మల్గా రెండిట్లో ఏదో ఒకటి కదా ఉండాలి. నేను బోత్ ద అబోవ్ అని ఇచ్చాను. వాళ్ళకి పంపించారు, సార్ ఈ క్వశ్చన్ రాంగ్గా ఉంది చెక్ చేసుకోండి, మీరు ఇవ్వండి నేను చెప్తానని చెప్పాను. ఇది కరెక్ట్ పాయింటే, రెండు ఉన్నాయి ఇందులో. అర్థమైతే చూడడానికి మీకు ఆపోజిట్ అనిపిస్తుంది. కాంట్రాక్ట్ అంటే ఏదో ఒకటే ఉండాలి కదా, ఏ ఇండెమ్నిఫైర్ బి ఇండెమ్నిటీ హోల్డర్ అన్నలే. నేను రెండు రాశాను, ఏ ఈజ్ ఇండెమ్నిఫైర్ బి ఈజ్ ఇండెమ్నిటీ హోల్డర్, బి ఈజ్ ఇండెమ్నిఫైర్ ఏ ఈజ్ ఇండెమ్నిటీ హోల్డర్, రెండు కరెక్ట్ అని చెప్తున్నాను. ఎస్, దెర్ ఆర్ 2 కాంట్రాక్ట్స్ ఆఫ్ ఇండెమ్నిటీస్. ఇందులో 2 కాంట్రాక్ట్స్ ఆఫ్ ఇండెమ్నిటీ ఉన్నాయి. ఫస్ట్ కాంట్రాక్ట్లో ఏ బికి ఇండెమ్నిటీ ఇస్తున్నాడు, సెకండ్ కాంట్రాక్ట్లో బి ఏకి ఇండెమ్నిటీ ఇస్తున్నాడు. ఓకే, దెర్ ఆర్ 2 కాంట్రాక్ట్స్ ఆఫ్ ఇండెమ్నిటీ. మేబీ దిస్ ఈజ్ యాక్చువల్ ఇండెమ్నిటీ అండ్ దిస్ ఈజ్ ఇంప్లాయిడ్ ఇండెమ్నిటీ. This is actual indemnity and this is implied indemnity. Okay, so both are correct. So bit complicated example. The complicated example ఒకసారి చూసుకోండి. Right. And this is also possible practical question. When does the liability of indemnifier commences? Okay, look at this point. When does the liability of indemnifier commences? Okay, indemnifier liability arises. Indemnifier liability arises only if indemnity holder has incurred loss or damage, but not before that. But not before that. Okay, indemnifier liability arises only if indemnity holder has incurred loss or damage, but not before that. Indemnifier liability arises only if indemnity holder has incurred loss or damages, but not before that. So ide paina example continue cheyandi. We'll continue the above example. So in the above example, if C filed a case against B, if C filed a case against B, immediately when the C filed a case against B, B cannot go and recover any amount from A. He has to wait till the court judgment is completed. Then only his liability arises. ఓకే, సి బి మీద కోర్టులో కేసు ఫైల్ చేశాడు. ఇమీడియట్గా మీరు ఏ దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళి మనీ అడగకూడదు, ఎందుకంటే లైబిలిటీ ఇంకా రాలేదు. కోర్టు కేసు క్లోజ్ అయిన తర్వాత కదా లైబిలిటీ వస్తుంది. సో దేర్ ఫోర్ ఇండెమ్నిఫైర్ లైబిలిటీ అరైజెస్, ఏస్ లైబిలిటీ అరైజెస్ ఓన్లీ ఇఫ్ ద ఇండెమ్నిటీ హోల్డర్ has incurred loss or damages but not before that. Indemnifier liability arises only if indemnity holder has incurred loss or damages but not before that. Okay, so that is possible question. ఇవన్నీ ఎర్లియర్ వర్షన్ ఆఫ్ బోర్డ్ మెటర్స్లో లేవు, లేటెస్ట్ వర్షన్స్లో ఇంక్లూడ్ చేస్తారు. దీస్ ఆర్ ద పాయింట్స్. దేర్ ఫోర్ దెర్ ఇస్ ఎ ఛాన్స్ ఆఫ్ టెస్టింగ్ స్మాల్ క్వశ్చన్స్ బేస్డ్ ఆన్ దట్. Right, and this is possible practical question. If the variation is not substantial and is beneficial to the surety will not be discharged. Okay, if the variation is page number 2.10. Okay, if the variation is not substantial and is beneficial to the surety will not be discharged. Look at this variation in the contract. Variation in the contract between principal debtor and creditor without surety consent. Variation in the contract between principal debtor and creditor without surety consent. Now you have to check whether it is substantial or not substantial. Substantial means major, not substantial. Considerable. Substantial ante considerable, cannot be neglected. To be considered, considerable, not negligible. Considerable, not negligible. Okay, substantial ante consider cheyalsindi, neglect chesanta chinnadi kaadani artham. Very major అని కూడా మనం చెప్పలేం. Substantial అంటే not negligible, cannot be ignored, cannot be overlooked. Okay, if a chapter comes for 5 marks in the exam, then you can overlook it. If a chapter comes for 20 marks in the exam, It's not majority. 20 is not majority, but you cannot overlook it. So therefore substantial means considerable, not negligible, not substantial. If the variation is substantial, surety is discharged. Surety is discharged. No sir, variation is not substantial. Then check whether beneficial to surety, beneficial to surety or prejudicial to surety. Beneficial to surety or prejudicial to surety. If it is beneficial to surety, surety is not discharged. Surety is not discharged. If it is prejudicial to surety, surety is discharged. Okay, if it is, even though it is a minor variation, but if it is against to the surety's interest, okay, it is disadvantageous to the surety, then surety is discharged. Okay, it is not substantial. Variation is not substantial, very minor variation, negligible variation. Even though it is negligible, it is against or disadvantage to the surety, therefore surety is discharged. If it is beneficial to the surety, then surety is not discharged. So that is what the point. Surety will not be discharged when, and this is under substantial and beneficial. Substantial and beneficial, then surety will not be discharged. That means what? Surety is liable. Surety will not be discharged means surety is liable. Okay, surety will not be discharged, surety will be liable. So this is also latest example. ఇంకొక పాయింట్ ఉంటుందమ్మా, నాకు దొరకట్లేదు. ఐ విల్ షో ఇన్ ద బోర్డ్ మెటీరియల్. అది మీరు మళ్ళీ సెర్చ్ చేసుకోండి ఇందులో ఎక్కడుందో. దిస్ ఇస్ ద పాయింట్ మా. ఇది ఎక్కడుందో మళ్ళీ మీరు సెర్చ్ చేసుకోండి. ఇంపార్టెంట్ లైన్ ఇన్ ద బోర్డ్ మెటీరియల్. ఇట్ వాస్ దేర్ ఇన్ పేజ్ నెంబర్ 1.7 అదర్ లాస్ మాడ్యూల్ 2 అమ్మ. అదర్ లాస్ అంటే ఓకే, మాడ్యూల్ 2 అదర్ లాస్ పేజ్ నెంబర్ 1.7 ఇన్ ద బోర్డ్ మెటీరియల్. సో ఇది మన మెటీరియల్ ఎక్కడుందో ఒకసారి మీరు చెక్ చేసుకోండి. దిస్ 2 లైన్స్ ఆర్ ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఓకే, కొంచెం క్రిటికల్గా ఉంటుంది చూడండి, దాని మీనింగ్ స్ట్రైట్ అవే కనిపించదు. The right of surety is not affected by the fact that the creditor has refused to shew the principal debtor or that he has not demanded the sum due from him. That means creditor has refused to shew the principal debtor or has not demanded the sum due from him. Okay, that means this point you have to write it as an exception to this point, an implied contract between surety and creditor. Okay, look at this here. What they are saying is that principal debtor, creditor and surety. Principal debtor approached for recovery from creditor. Principal debtor creditor approached principal debtor for recovery. Principal debtor failed. Principal debtor failed. Then creditor came to surety. Creditor came to surety. Surety paid the amount. Surety paid the amount. Now as per the implied contract of indemnity, surety can recover from principal debtor. This much you know general point. Creditor tried to recover from the principal debtor. He is unable to recover. Therefore, creditor approached the surety. Surety made the payment. Thereafter, surety can recover from the principal debtor. This is implied contract of indemnity. That is implied contract of indemnity, irrespective of the actual relationship between principal debtor and surety. Irrespective of actual relationship between principal debtor and surety, every amount paid by the surety to the creditor shall be compensated by principal debtor. Okay, that is implied by law only. Implied contract of indemnity. This everyone knows. This everyone knows. But what they are trying, this is this point. So what I told the example is based on this third point. Based on this third point, implied contract of indemnity. Creditor tried to recover from the principal debtor. Creditor is unable to recover from the principal debtor. Creditor approached the surety. Surety paid the amount to creditor. Now surety can recover from the principal debtor. Did everyone understand this basic example? Yes. Now what they are trying to say is that principal, debtor, creditor and surety. Now creditor does not approach the principal debtor at all. Creditor directly approached the surety. Without first approaching the principal debtor, creditor directly approached the surety. Surety made the payment. Now can he recover from the principal debtor? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Whether creditor came to the surety after principal debtor or directly to surety, it is immaterial. In both the cases, surety has a right to recover from the principal debtor. ఈ రెండింటికి డిఫరెన్స్ అర్థమైందమ్మా. సో ఫస్ట్ కేసులో ప్రిన్సిపల్ డెటార్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళారు, అతను ఇవ్వకపోతే షూరిటీ దగ్గరకు వచ్చారు. ఇప్పుడు షూరిటీ పే చేశాడు కాబట్టి ఇక్కడ ఇవ్వచ్చు. మీకు ఎగ్జామ్లో ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్ ఎలా ఇస్తారంటే, నౌ ద ప్రిన్సిపల్ డెటార్ రిఫ్యూజెస్ టు పే ద అమౌంట్ టు షూరిటీ ఆర్గ్యూయింగ్ దట్ క్రెడిటార్ డస్ నాట్ అప్రోచ్డ్ మీ. క్రెడిటార్ నన్ను వచ్చి అడిగి నేను ఇవ్వకపోతే కదా నువ్వు ఇస్తే నేను పే చేయాలి, అసలు క్రెడిటార్ నన్ను అడగలేదు, నువ్వెందుకు ఇచ్చావు అంటున్నాడు. సో దట్ ఈస్ నాట్ యాక్సెప్టెడ్. ఓకే, ద రైట్ ఆఫ్ షూరిటీ means what? Right of surety to recover from principal debtor. Right of surety to recover from principal debtor is not affected even if the creditor has not taken any action from the principal debtor. అర్థమైందా? క్రెడిటార్ ప్రిన్సిపల్ డెటార్ని షూ చేయకుండా డైరెక్ట్గా షూరిటీ దగ్గరకు వచ్చి రికవర్ చేసుకున్న షూరిటీ ప్రిన్సిపల్ డెటార్ నుంచి రికవర్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఇన్ బోత్ ద కేసెస్ షూరిటీ కెన్ రికవర్ ఫ్రమ్ ద ప్రిన్సిపల్ డెటార్. ఇది సెర్చ్ చేయండి ఎక్కడ ఉంటుందో ఈ 2 lines. సో బేస్డ్ ఆన్ దిస్ 2 lines యూ కెన్ ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ అన్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. పేజ్ నెంబర్ 1.7 ఇన్ ద బోర్డ్ మెటీరియల్. ఓకే, అవి ఇంపార్టెంట్ పాయింట్స్ మా లేటెస్ట్గా ఇంట్రొడ్యూస్ చేసినవి అవి. రైట్. సో ఎక్కువ మంది ఆన్లైన్లో సిఎస్ఆర్ అడుగుతున్నారమ్మా. చూడండి, అమెండ్మెంట్స్ ఎక్కువ వచ్చాయి సిఎస్ఆర్లో. కార్పొరేట్ సోషల్ రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ, దెర్ ఆర్ మెనీ అమెండ్మెంట్స్ ఆన్ దట్ అండ్ దెర్ ఈస్ హై ఛాన్సెస్ ఆఫ్ ఫ్రేమింగ్ ఎ ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్. లాస్ట్ అటెంప్ట్లో కూడా ఇవ్వలేదు సిఎస్ఆర్ గురించి. సో దేర్ ఫోర్ ఎక్కువ ఛాన్సెస్ ఉన్నాయి ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్ టెస్ట్ చేయడానికి. మెనీ అమెండ్మెంట్స్ ఆర్ దేర్. కార్పొరేట్ సోషల్ రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ, look at this CSR spending. So CSR spending is how much? CSR spending will be 2% of average net profits of 3 preceding years kada. Yes or no? 3 previous years. Okay. How much is CSR spending? 2% of average net profits of 3 preceding years. Okay. So this spending failed to spend excess amount spent okay. ఇంత స్పెండ్ చేయాలి. సిఎస్ఆర్ స్పెండింగ్ is 2% of average net profits of 3 preceding financial years. If they have not spent the amount, or if they have spent excess amount, if they have not spent the amount, you have to check out this point: related to ongoing project, not related to ongoing project. Related to ongoing project. Ongoing project means multi-year project which cannot be completed in 1 year. Ongoing project ante entama multi-year project. Okay, related to ongoing project or multi-year project. Okay, transfer to separate account. Transfer to separate account within 6 months from the end of financial year. Transfer to separate account. Transfer to separate account within 6 months from the end of financial year. Transfer to, sorry, within 60 days. 1 minute ma. ఇక్కడ కొంచెం టైం లిమిట్స్ కన్ఫ్యూజ్ అయినాను. 6 months or 60 days? No. 30 days and 6 months, right? Okay, so it is related to ongoing project. It is related to ongoing project within 30 days. Transfer to separate account. Transfer to separate account within 30 days. Transfer to separate account within 30 days. Sir, the CSR amount is related to ongoing project. That means multi-year project. Even if you are unable to spend in the current year, you can spend in the next year. Therefore, you need not surrender to the government. Even though current year you are unable to spend on the amount, in the next year you can spend because it is a multi-year project. Therefore, just because we are unable to spend the amount in the current year, we need not hand over that amount to the government. We can keep with ourselves and in a separate bank account within 30 days. Okay, not related to ongoing project. If it is not related to ongoing project, if it is not related to ongoing project, transfer to a fund specified in Schedule 7. Transfer to a fund specified in Schedule 7 within 6 months of the financial year. Within 6 months of closure of the financial year. Okay, if the CSR amount is related to ongoing project, if the company fails to spend the amount, and is related to ongoing project, that is multi-year project, you can transfer to separate account within 30 days. This account is maintained and controlled by the company only. This account is in the control of the company. Okay, maintained by the company, separate bank account. But if it is not related to ongoing project, you have to surrender or hand over that amount to the government. Transfer to a fund specified in Schedule 7. That is Prime Minister National Relief Fund, etc. Prime Minister National Relief Fund, etc. Funds specified in Schedule 7 within 6 months of the financial year. Within 6 months of the financial year. So excess amount spent, carry forward and set off. Carry forward and set off in next 3 years. Carry forward and set off in next 3 years. If you spend more than 2%, required amount is 2%. Required amount is 2%. If we spend more than 2%, we can carry that excess amount and set off in the next 3 years. Remember this also, whatever is related to ongoing project which you have transferred, that also to be spent within 3 years. Spent within 3 years. Okay, so whatever the amount transferred to ongoing project, that also to be completely spent within 3 years. Spent within 3 years. So these are the major important amendments. There are many amendments. This is one of the important amendment. Normal CSR spending is 2% of average net profits of 3 preceding years. If the company fails to spend, check whether it is related to ongoing project or not related to ongoing project. If it is related to ongoing project, transfer to separate account within 30 days and utilize this separate account within 3 years. If it is not related to ongoing project, transfer to the government within 6 months. If you spend more than 2%, then carry forward and set off in the next 3 years. Okay, that is one of the amendment. Okay, treatment of unspent amount. Treatment of unspent amount. This is one of the point. Activities benefiting employees of the company is not treated as a CSR activity. Okay, activities undertaken by the company which are not treated as a CSR activity shall not include the following. Corporate social responsibility shall not include the following. Within that, this is important, activities benefiting employees. That means whether wholly benefit the employees or partly benefit the employees and public, even then it is disqualified. Okay, whatever the school you have constructed or whatever the hospital constructed by corporate, here if the treatment is given to both employees and also outsiders, or in the school admission is given to both employees, children and also outsiders, in both the cases it is disqualified. If it is exclusively for the public, then only it is CSR. Okay, if it is exclusively for the public, then only it is for CSR. If it is exclusively for the employees or if it is combinedly for the employees and public, it is not treated as a CSR activity. Very important. Okay, so benefit only to public, benefit only to public, CSR activity. Okay, benefit only to employees, not CSR activity. Benefit only to employees, not CSR activity. Benefit to employees and public, not a CSR activity. Okay, benefit only to public is a CSR activity. Benefit only to employee is not a CSR activity. Employee and public, then also it is not a CSR activity. Okay, employees may be alone or along with the public. In both the cases, it is not a CSR activity. Okay. సెల్ఫ్ స్టడీలో ఎక్కడ ఉందమ్మా సిఎస్ఆర్ అక్కడ కాకుండా, అంతేనా? ఇంకా చాలా ఉంది, అంతే కాదు? ఇస్ దేర్ సెల్ఫ్ స్టడీలో ఇంకెక్కడ లేదా? సెల్ఫ్ స్టడీలో సిఎస్ఆర్ క్వశ్చన్స్ లేవు అసలు? సెల్ఫ్ స్టడీయే లేదా? ఎలా? క్యాపిటల్ అసెట్స్ అవన్నీ ఉంటాయి కదా, ఇంకా క్యాపిటల్ అసెట్ కొనకూడదు, ఆ రిస్ట్రిక్షన్స్ అన్నీ ఉంటాయి. వర్క్ బుక్ సొల్యూషన్స్లో కూడా లేదు. క్లాస్ రూమ్ డిస్కషన్లో ఎక్కడైనా క్యాపిటల్ అసెట్ అనే పాయింట్ ఉందేమో చూడండి. సిఎస్ఆర్ అమౌంట్తో క్యాపిటల్ అసెట్స్ పర్చేస్ చేయకూడదు, అవన్నీ కూడా అమెండ్మెంట్స్ వచ్చాయి. ఎక్కడున్నాయి? Are you able to find wherever the capital asset? 17.52 17.52 ఎక్కడ ఉంది? ఇక్కడ ఉంది, 38 పేజెస్ ఉన్నాయి. సరే, మళ్ళీ ఒకసారి చదువుకోండి. బోర్డ్ మెటీరియల్లో బోల్డ్ కలర్లో ఇచ్చారు, నో నెట్ వరీ. ఇన్ ద బోర్డ్ మెటీరియల్ దే హ్యావ్ గివెన్ ఇన్ ద బోల్డ్ లెటర్స్ ఓన్లీ వాట్ ఎవర్ ఇస్ ద అమెండ్మెంట్ కంటెంట్. అది కాదమ్మా, క్యాపిటల్ అసెట్ పర్చేస్ చేయకూడదు, సిఎస్ఆర్ అమౌంట్ తోటి క్యాపిటల్ అసెట్ పర్చేస్ చేయకూడదు, ఆ పాయింట్ చూస్తున్నాను. పర్చేస్ చేస్తే అది సెక్షన్ 8 కంపెనీ నేమ్ మీదే ఉండాలి, దోస్ పాయింట్స్. ఓకే, ఎనివే వదిలేసండి ఇంకా. సో అపార్ట్ ఫ్రమ్ ద సిఎస్ఆర్, దిస్ ఎన్ఎఫ్ఆర్ఏ ఇస్ ఆల్సో ఇంపార్టెంట్ మా. నేషనల్ ఫైనాన్షియల్ రిపోర్టింగ్ అథారిటీ, నేషనల్ ఫైనాన్షియల్ రిపోర్టింగ్ అథారిటీ. అందులో ప్రొఫెషనల్ మిస్కండక్ట్ క్వశ్చన్ ఉంటుంది చూడండి. లుక్ అట్ ద ప్రొఫెషనల్ మిస్కండక్ట్ ఎన్ఎఫ్ఆర్ఏ యాక్షన్. దిస్ క్వశ్చన్, థియరీ క్వశ్చన్ 26 ఈజ్ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్ క్వశ్చన్. ప్రొఫెషనల్ మిస్కండక్ట్ కాదు కాదు, ఇది కాదు, దిస్ వన్, వేర్ ప్రొఫెషనల్ ఆర్ అదర్ మిస్కండక్ట్ ఈస్ ప్రూవ్డ్, దిస్ పాయింట్. ఓకే, so more than, you no need to read the entire theory question 26, read at least this point. Wherever there is a professional or other misconduct is proved, okay, where professional or other misconduct is proved, okay, then NFRA can debar the CA from practicing for a period of 10 years. Okay, So minimum 6 months and maximum 10 years. Debar from practice. Minimum 10 year, minimum 6 months and maximum 10 years. Debar from practice. So debar from what? You cannot do the statutory audit, you cannot do the internal audit, and you cannot do the valuation also. Valuation of assets also. Okay, neither statutory audit nor internal audit nor valuation. Okay, nothing is permitted for a period of 6 months, maximum 10 years. Earlier, only the ICAI used to take action against misconduct. Now, not only the ICAI, even NFRA can also take the action. That is this professional misconduct debarring point. That also you read once. Okay. Now, will 5 minutes will complete the agency. Agency లో important points ఒకసారి చెప్తాను చూసుకోండి. 5 minutes. అట్లీస్ట్ నోట్ చేసుకోండి, ఇంపార్టెంట్ పాయింట్స్ ఏమన్నా నోట్ చేసుకోండి. Okay, normally the agency contract may be express or implied. Normally the contract of agency may be express or implied. That means oral or writing, spoken words, spoken or written. Any contract, not only contract of agency, any contract can be by words spoken or written. That means oral contract is also possible. Oral contract is also possible, but further this is the exemption. Look at this. In case of bank transactions, oral contracts are not permitted. There should be written evidence. If a customer of a bank wishes to transact his banking business through an agent, the banker will require written evidence of the appointment of agent. Okay. This is the area where oral things is not permitted. Written appointment. Written appointment of agent, and will normally ask to see the registered power of attorney appointing the agent. So this is same with our proxy also. Even in case of Companies Act proxy also, member is a principal. Member is a principal and proxy is a agent. And the proxy appointment must be in writing. The proxy appointment must be in writing. Okay. The proxy appointment must be in writing. That is the point. Okay, that is one possible small question. And look at this footnote. This is also very important practical question. Ratification. This is a ratification. Okay. Payment of dividend out of capital, forgery of signatures, any other criminal offense or anything which is not permitted under law, these cannot be ratified. Payment of dividend out of capital, forgery of signatures, criminal offense, these cannot be ratified by the principal. Cannot be ratified by principal. Cannot be ratified by principal. Cannot be ratified by principal. Okay. Right. Cannot be ratified by principal. Payment of dividend out of capital, forgery of signatures, criminal. Normally principal has an authority to ratify contracts entered by agent. Principal has an authority to ratify contracts entered by agent, but principal cannot ratify illegal contracts. Principal cannot ratify illegal or void contracts. అదొక ఫుట్ నోట్, ఒక ఇంపార్టెంట్ పాయింట్ మా. దీని కంపెనీ లాతో మీకు మిక్స్ చేసి ఇస్తారు. డైరెక్టర్స్ క్యాపిటల్తో డివిడెండ్ డిక్లేర్ చేశారు. డైరెక్టర్స్ డిక్లేర్ డివిడెండ్ అవుట్ ఆఫ్ క్యాపిటల్ అండ్ షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ యాక్సెప్టెడ్ ఇట్. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఇన్వాలిడ్. Even though shareholders accepted, it is invalid. Payment of dividend out of capital is invalid even though directors and shareholders agreed. Even though directors and shareholders agreed, payment of dividend out of capital is invalid. So we'll continue after the break, ma. Okay, no problem. Continue after the break.
ఆడియో ఫైల్ ఒకటి ఉంది, కొద్దిగానండి. ఏం లేదు, ఫండ్ రైజింగ్ గురించి 2 నిమిషాలే.
Namaskaram to all our parents and good afternoon, my dear children. I have a request.
కూర్చో. We'll start the Negotiable Instruments Act. This is the most easy and certain act. వేరే ఏ యాక్ట్ కన్నా కూడా ఇదే సర్టైన్ యాక్ట్. మిగతావన్నీ ప్రిడిక్ట్ చేయలేం, కానీ దిస్ ఈస్ ద ఓన్లీ చాప్టర్ ఈజీ టు స్కోర్. రియల్లీ నేను జోక్ చేయట్లేదు, ఎన్న యాక్ట్ ఈజీగా స్కోర్. ఏ క్వశ్చన్స్, ఏ టాపిక్స్ మీద క్వశ్చన్స్ వస్తాయి, ఆ క్వశ్చన్స్ ఎలా వస్తాయో కూడా క్లారిటీగా 100% సర్టనిటీతో ప్రిడిక్ట్ చేయగలిగిన చాప్టర్ ఇది. ఇంకా ఏ చాప్టర్ నుంచి కూడా మీరు ప్రిడిక్ట్ చేయలేరు. ఈ చాప్టర్లో ఇదే టాపిక్స్, ఆ టాపిక్ నుంచి ఇలాగే క్వశ్చన్ వస్తుంది. 100% సర్టనిటీతో ప్రిడిక్ట్ చేయొచ్చు అది, కాకపోతే అది తెలియాలి అంతే. రైట్, అదే కదా చెప్తున్నా. ఇప్పుడు వెయిట్ చేయండి, అదే చెప్తాను. ఇంకా వేరే ఎంటైర్ చాప్టర్లో కూడా మనం కనీసం టాపిక్ చెప్పగలమేమో కానీ ఈ టాపిక్ మీద రావచ్చు అని, కానీ ఇలా క్వశ్చన్ వస్తుంది అని చెప్పలేం. సో ఇక్కడ రెండు క్లియరిటీగా ఉంటుంది. ఏ టాపిక్స్ నుంచి క్వశ్చన్స్ వస్తాయి, ఆ క్వశ్చన్స్ ఎలా ఉంటాయి, రెండిట్లో కూడా క్లారిటీ ఉంటుంది ఇక్కడ. ఓకే, రైట్. సో ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్స్ ఫస్ట్ టాపిక్ ఈస్ ప్రామిసర్ నోట్ మీద ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్. దే విల్ గివ్ 3 or 4 aspects and they will ask you out of this which is valid promisor note and which is not a valid promisor note. That is first type of possible question. So out of this is important. Look at the T point. Actually they have changed something, but original provision is different. I acknowledge myself to be indebted to be rupees 5,000 to be paid on demand. I acknowledge myself to be indebted to be in rupees 5,000 to be paid on demand. If this is not there, this is not there, actually as per the board metal and act ఇది ఇక్కడ వరకే ఉండాలి, ఇది మార్చేస్తున్నారు. బట్ అక్కడ వరకు చూసుకోండి. I acknowledge myself to be indebted to be in rupees 5,000 to be paid on demand. This is a valid promisor note, because for the word promise is not necessary in a promisor note. The word promise is not mandatory to become a valid promisor note. What we want is what is the overall meaning of the sentence, not which words has been used. ఓకే, ఓవరాల్ సెంటెన్స్ మీనింగ్ ఏంటి అనేది ఇంపార్టెంట్, కానీ ఏ వర్డ్స్ యూజ్ చేశారన్నది ఇంపార్టెంట్ కాదు. సో దేర్ ఫోర్ ద వర్డ్స్ ప్రామిస్ ఈజ్ నాట్ మ్యాండేటరీ ఇన్ ఏ ప్రామిసర్ నోట్. వాట్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు లుక్ అట్ ఈస్ వాట్ ఈస్ ద ఓవరాల్ మీనింగ్ ఇట్ వాస్ కన్వేయింగ్. What is the meaning conveyed by the sentence? I acknowledge myself to be indebted to B. I am accepting that I am liable to B and I will pay on demand whenever B demands. That's it. I am accepting that I am liable to pay the amount to B, and I'll pay the amount whenever B demands. Then it is a valid promissory note. Okay. So therefore, without words promise also you can expect a valid promissory note. Okay. Without using the words promise also we can expect a valid promissory note. Okay. That is one possible example. Promissory note definition మీద అదొక possible question. Inland instrument and foreign instrument. This is one of the expected question between inland instrument and foreign instrument. Inland instrument versus foreign instruments. Inland instruments versus foreign instrument. Sorry, not inland instruments versus foreign instruments. That is difference. Okay, already test చేశారు. Liability of parties in case of foreign instruments. A practical question. Difference is kadu. Liability of parties in case of foreign instruments. Liability of parties in case of foreign instruments. Liabilities of parties in case of foreign instruments. Liabilities of parties in case of foreign instruments. Okay. So in order to recover from drawer. Okay, in order to recover from drawer, in order to recover from drawer, law prevailing at place of preparation is applicable. Law prevailing at place of preparation of the instrument. Place of preparation of instrument is applicable. Okay, law prevailing at place of preparation of instrument is applicable. To recover from drawer, law prevailing at place of preparation means place of drawing, place where the instrument is drawn. Place of preparation means what? Place where the instrument is drawn. Place of drawing. Okay. In order to recover from drawer, law prevailing at place of preparation is applicable. In order to recover from acceptor or payee, in order to recover from any other person, in order to recover from any other person, law prevailing at place of payment is applicable. 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 ఓకే, డ్రావర్ నుంచి రికవర్ చేసుకోవాలంటే ఏ కంట్రీలో అయితే ఇన్స్ట్రుమెంట్ డ్రా చేశారో ఆ రూల్స్ ఫాలో అవ్వాలి. ఇంకెవరి నుంచైనా రికవర్ చేసుకోవాలంటే ఏ కంట్రీలో అయితే ఇన్స్ట్రుమెంట్ పే చేయాలని రాశారో ఆ కంట్రీ రూల్స్ ఫాలో అవ్వాలి. ఓకే, ఇఫ్ యూ వాంట్ టు రికవర్ మనీ ఫ్రమ్ ద డ్రావర్, ఫాలో ద లా ఇన్ ద ప్లేస్ ఆఫ్ లా ఆఫ్ ద కంట్రీ వేర్ ద ఇన్స్ట్రుమెంట్ ఈస్ డ్రాన్. To recover from drawer, follow the law at the place in the country where the instrument is drawn. In order to recover from any other person, law prevailing at place of payment is applicable. Okay, so the same example you can expect with the changes in the country names and rate of interest. Country names, rate of interest maripothayi, but you can expect the same example. Okay, parties names, country names, interest rate marachu. Okay, that practical question. You go through that example, you'll understand what is these 2 points. To recover from drawer, law at place of preparation. To recover from any other person, law at place of payment is applicable. And this is the most important question. Exception to holder in due course. Exception to holder in due course. Normally first look at the general rule, then we'll go to the exception. General rule is that inchoate instrument. Inchoate instrument means what? Incomplete instrument. Inchoate instrument means a incomplete instrument. Incomplete instrument. Okay, holder in due course. Holder in due course can recover amount mentioned on the instrument. Holder in due course can recover amount mentioned on the instrument. amount mentioned on the instrument or amount covered by stamp duty, whichever is lower. Amount covered by stamp duty, whichever is lower. In case of incoherent instrument or incomplete instrument, holder in due course can recover amount mentioned on the instrument or amount covered by stamp duty, whichever is lower. Normal holder can recover amount authorized by person signing on the black instrument. Amount authorized by person signing on incoherent instrument. Amount authorized by person signing on incoherent instrument or amount covered by stamp duty, whichever is lower. Amount covered by stamp duty, whichever is lower. Amount authorized by person signing on incoherent instrument and amount covered by stamp duty, whichever is lower. Okay, this is the general rule. In case of incoherent or incomplete instrument, holder in due course can recover amount mentioned on the instrument or amount covered by stamp duty, whichever is lower. Normal holder can recover amount authorized by person signing on incoherent instrument or amount covered by stamp duty, whichever is lower. This is the normal rule. This is the normal rule. But if you look at this example, was not the signer to the blank acceptance was not liable to holder in due course. The signer to the blank acceptance was not liable to holder in due course. That means holder in due course cannot recover the amount. Why? These provisions, whatever we have discussed, this is applicable to what? Incomplete instrument. Valid instrument, but incomplete instrument. These instruments are valid but incomplete instrument. We are not talking about invalid instrument. What we are talking about is incomplete instrument. Whatever we have discussed, that is applicable to incomplete instrument but invalid instrument. So for incoherent or incomplete instrument, 3 conditions are necessary. What are the 3 conditions? Okay, there should be stamping on the instrument and there should be signing on the instrument. After signing, instrument should be delivered. If all the 3 conditions are satisfied, it is an incoherent instrument. It is a valid instrument and these persons can recover the amount. If one of these conditions is not satisfied, then it is an invalid instrument. ఓకే, ఆ 3 కండిషన్స్ సాటిస్ఫై అవుతేనే ఇన్కోహెట్ ఇన్స్ట్రుమెంట్ అవుద్ది. మనం డిస్కస్ చేసిన రైట్స్ ఏ ఇన్స్ట్రుమెంట్కి? ఇన్కోహెట్ ఇన్స్ట్రుమెంట్కి, అంటే ఇన్కంప్లీట్ ఇన్స్ట్రుమెంట్. ఇన్కంప్లీట్ ఇన్స్ట్రుమెంట్ అవ్వాలంటే ఏ కండిషన్స్? స్టాంపింగ్, సైనింగ్, డెలివరీ. సో ఇఫ్ ద డెలివరీ ఈజ్ నాట్ దేర్, ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ అన్ ఇన్స్ట్రుమెంట్ అట్ ఆల్. ఇఫ్ వన్ ఆఫ్ ద 3 కండిషన్స్ ఆర్ మిస్సింగ్, ఇట్ బికమ్స్ అన్ ఇన్వాలిడ్ ఇన్స్ట్రుమెంట్. Not incoherent instrument, invalid instrument. If any one of those conditions are missing, then it becomes a invalid instrument. Okay, look at this. A person signed a blank acceptance. And kept in his drawer. And some person stole it and filled it up for rupees 2000. Signed a blank acceptance and kept it in his drawer. That means he has not delivered the instrument to any person. He has not delivered the instrument to any person. If the instrument is not delivered, then the instrument itself is invalid. If there is no delivery, the instrument itself is invalid. Accordingly, holder in due course also cannot recover the amount because he never delivered the instrument. Normally, the moment you look at this person called as holder in due course, you will think that he can recover the amount from the prior parties. But in the given case, though he is a holder in due course, he cannot recover from the prior parties because he never delivered the instrument. Okay, so this is one of the expected practical question. Incoherent instrument or incomplete instrument. So this maturity bill, there are 2 possibilities. One possibility is that in one of the previous examination questions, they have tested it as a theory question. It is very difficult to score because you are habituated to do this problematics. Based on your accounts, bills of exchange in accounts, you can calculate this. If they give problem, you can calculate the maturity date by applying grace days, emergency holiday, succeeding day, preceding business day. మీరు ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఇస్తే ఈజీగా చేయగలరు, కానీ వాళ్ళు ప్రీవియస్ ఎగ్జామ్లో థియరీ క్వశ్చన్ ఇచ్చారు కాబట్టి దీన్ని మీరు సింపుల్గా నోట్స్ రాసుకోవాలి. ఇందులో మీకు ఏ పాయింట్స్ అయితే అర్థమవుతాయో ఆ పాయింట్స్ నోట్స్ రాసుకోండి. ఇక్కడ ఆన్సర్ ఇంత ఎక్కువగా ఉంది కాబట్టి యు ఆర్ వెరీ లక్కీ. అందులో ఖచ్చితంగా 4-5 పాయింట్స్ ఈజీగా మీకు అర్థమైన పాయింట్స్ ఉంటాయి. If you write those points also, that is sufficient. Okay, try to write down your own notes because otherwise direct గా ఎగ్జామ్ హాల్కి వెళ్తే మీరు ఎక్స్ప్రెస్ చేయలేరు. క్యాలిక్యులేషన్స్ చేయగలరు కానీ మెచ్యూరిటీ డేట్ అది థియరీ రాయమంటే రాయలేరు. సో కాబట్టి ముందే ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయాలి. దీన్ని థియరీ క్వశ్చన్ వచ్చినప్పుడు ఎలా రాయాలి, ఈ క్వశ్చన్. ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్స్ వస్తే ఈజీగా సాల్వ్ చేయగలరు, బట్ థియరీ క్వశ్చన్ వస్తే ఎలా రాయాలని ముందే ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయాలి. ఓకే రైట్, దట్ ఈస్ ద పాయింట్. నెక్స్ట్ రైట్, ఓకే, ఇట్ ఈస్ ద ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్. ఓకే, సో యూ ప్రాక్టీస్ థియరీ క్వశ్చన్ అండ్ ప్రాబ్లమ్. ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్ కూడా ఒకటి వస్తుంది, అది ఎక్కడో ఉంటుందమ్మా, మీరు చెక్ చేసుకున్నా గుర్తులేదు, బట్ ఐ విల్ గివ్, దట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ భరత్ భూషణ్ అని ఒక ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్ ఉంటుంది చూడండి, వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్. అది ఎక్కడుందో సెర్చ్ చేసుకోండి. ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్ ఆన్ మెచ్యూరిటీ క్యాలిక్యులేషన్, భరత్ భూషణ్. Okay, so I'll explain the concept related to that practical question. You search it wherever it is there. Okay. చెక్ చేసుకున్నామా ఎక్కడుందో. తర్వాత సెక్షన్ 24, దిస్ ఈజ్ వాట్ ఐఎమ్ టాకింగ్ అబౌట్. దానికి సంబంధించిన థియరీ కనిపించలేదు నాకు అక్కడ, ఒకసారి చూసుకోండి. సో వాట్ ఈస్ టు బి ఎక్స్క్లూడెడ్, ఈ వర్డ్ కనిపించాలి మీకు, ఎక్స్క్లూడెడ్, విచ్ డే హ్యాస్ టు బి ఎక్స్క్లూడెడ్ in calculating the date at which a promissory note or bill of exchange made payable at certain number of days after date. Okay, certain number of days అని చెప్పాం, payable at a certain number of days, payable at a certain number of days. So I'll write like this, 80 days. So 80 days, దేని తర్వాత 80 days, ఇక్కడ క్వశ్చన్ మార్క్, from where you have to count this 80 days. Okay, 80 days after date, 80 days after date, that means what, date of preparation. So date of preparation to 80 days. So 80 days to date of preparation after date, or after sight, or after certain event. After sight, 80 days after sight, or 80 days after certain event. 80 days after the death of D, like that. 80 days after certain event is at maturity. So while calculating this, if I write this point, I'll make the payment after 80 days. I'll make the payment after 80 days. ఇలా రాస్తాను సింపుల్ గా, ఆఫ్టర్ 80 days. సో టుడే 18th April 2022. If I don't write 80 days from which event, you have to, by default you have to take it as the date of preparation. So from date of preparation to 80 days. So while calculating that 80 days, the date of preparation has to be excluded. If I'll write after 80 days of D's death, after 80 days of D's death, then date of D's death has to be excluded to count this 80 days. Okay, so date of preparation or date of after sight means after presentment. I can pay 80 days after presentment. 80 days after presentment. Then the date of presentment has to be excluded. So date of preparation, date of presentment, date of event happening. Those has to be excluded. Those has to be excluded. While calculating the maturity, those has to be excluded. So here promissory note is presented on 1st January 2019. While calculating the grace days, you have to exclude the 1st January and calculate from 2nd, 3rd and 4th. 4th is the due date. You cannot say 3rd is the due date. While calculating the 3 grace days, we should not include 1st January. Whatever the date the instrument is presented or instrument is prepared or certain event is happen, these 3 dates to be excluded. These 3 dates to be excluded. Okay, so after date or after set or after certain event shall be excluded. Okay, so this is the theory concept and this is a practical question. Okay, either you can expect this practical question or whole calculation of maturity as a theory question. ఈ మెచ్యూరిటీ ఆఫ్ నెగోషియబుల్ ఇన్స్ట్రుమెంట్ మొత్తం ఒకసారి థియరీ క్వశ్చన్ అడిగారు 6 మార్క్స్కి. అది కొంచెం డిఫికల్ట్, మీరు ముందే ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయాలి బికాజ్ యూ హ్యాబిచుయేటెడ్ టు డూ ద ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ అండ్ మెచ్యూరిటీ క్యాలిక్యులేషన్స్. సడన్లీ ఇఫ్ యూ సీ ద థియరీ క్వశ్చన్ యూ విల్ లీవ్ ద మార్క్స్. Okay, prepare for a theory question on this or a practical question based on this aspect. Okay, that date must be excluded. That date must be excluded. And holder in due course also, look at this, they have given 2 classical very good examples for holder in due course. Okay, this aspect. Okay, if the signatures of the negotiable instrument is forged, then the instrument becomes nullity, means zero effect. Instrument is nullity means zero effect at all. There is no effect at all. Instrument nullity, no effect at all. Zero effect or no effect. Zero effect or no effect. If a signature on the negotiable instrument is forged, then the instrument becomes nullity or zero effect. The holder cannot claim enforce the payment of the amount. Okay, the principle is universal and character, even a holder in due course is not exempted from it. That means the forged signatures, if the signature on the instrument is forged, no person can recover the amount, including holder in due course. Including holder in due course, no person can recover the amount. So normally holder in due course has a better title than the previous parties, but holder in due course exceptions are there. One is not negotiable crossing, one is not negotiable crossing, another one is forged instrument, another one is just now we have seen instrument not delivered. Instrument not delivered. General ga holder in due course ki rights vastayi. Whatever happened on the instrument, holder in due course has a right to receive. But these are the 3 cases where there is no difference between holder and holder in due course. There is no difference between holder and due course is equal to holder. Same rights. Okay, he is no better than the holder. Holder in due course is no better than a normal holder in these 3 cases. Not negotiable crossing, forged instrument and the instrument is not delivered. Okay, so already we have discussed that if the instrument is not delivered, even holder in due course cannot recover the amount. Now we are seeing a forged instrument. It is applicable to all. Even holder in due course is not exempted. Okay, even holder in due course is not exempted. Look on this. Possessor of the bill for value in good faith. For value, good faith before maturity. 3 conditions are satisfied. 3 conditions are satisfied. For value, consideration paid, good faith is there before maturity. All the 3 conditions satisfied. Therefore, he is a holder in due course. He is a holder in due course. But still he cannot recover the amount. A cannot receive. Whether A is a holder in due course? Yes. Whether A can receive the amount? Answer is no. Because forgery rule is same for both normal holders and holder in due course. Okay. So you can expect a practical question based on this aspect. Holder in due course, forged instruments of holder in due course. Right, this is also very important. Every activity in the negotiable instrument must be completed by delivery. Every activity in the negotiable instrument must be completed by delivery. Whether making of a promissory note, making of a promissory note or drawing of a bill of exchange or drawing of a check or drawing of a check or acceptance of a bill of exchange, acceptance of a bill of exchange or delivery of any endorsement of any negotiable promissory note, bill of exchange or check, endorsement of negotiable instrument, endorsement of negotiable instrument, any of these activities, making a promissory note, drawing a bill of exchange, drawing a check, acceptance of a bill of exchange, endorsement of any of these instrument, all these activities, the conclusion point is the delivery. Okay, so this activities gets completed only if the instrument is delivered. If the instrument is not delivered, the activities will not be completed. Sir, who has to deliver it? Whoever does this activities, that person or his agent only can deliver, but not any other person. Any person who done these activities, he himself has to deliver, or he has to appoint any person as a agent to deliver. So what this footnote says is that one party endorsed the instrument, endorsed but not delivered. He wrote the endorsement, but he has not delivered the instrument. Whether legal representative can endorse the instrument, answer is no. Legal representative is not an agent of the decision. Legal representative is not an agent of the decision. Legal representative cannot complete the instrument, So one person endorsed the instrument, thereafter he died. Whether legal representative can deliver the instrument, answer is no. They have to write a fresh instrument. That instrument they cannot deliver, you have to ignore it. They have to write a fresh instrument. Okay, so this is also one of the possible practical question. So this is also you can expect a theory question introduced in the latest version of board material. Board material latest edition lo introduce చేశారు. Purpose or objects of crossing. Why we are doing the crossing? To protect the check. Why we are doing the crossing? To detect the person if the check reaches the hands of a wrong person. If any wrong person claims the amount of the check, the crossing will help you to detect who is that person. Because in case of crossed checks, amount will be transferred only to the bank account. Amount will not be given as a cash in hand. So therefore, whoever received the amount, he has not received the amount by cash in hand. He has received the amount by way of bank transfer. Therefore, you can easily detect. Even if the check is received by wrong person also, easy to detect. Okay, to trace the person who received the check. To trace the person who received amount on the check. To trace the person who received amount on the check. To trace the person who received amount on the check. To trace the person who received amount on the check. To trace the person who received amount on the check. So uncrossed checks are crossed checks. Uncrossed checks also known as open checks. Uncrossed checks also known as open checks, crossed checks. Okay, uncrossed checks payment by cash in hand payment. Uncrossed checks cash in hand payment. Crossed check bank account transfer. Crossed check bank account transfer. Okay, uncrossed check also can be transferred. Uncrossed checks also can be transferred. Similarly, crossed check also can be transferred. In case of crossed check, we are not saying that to which person we have to pay the amount. Crossing only says how to make the payment, not to whom to make the payment. క్రాసింగ్ పేమెంట్ ఎలా చేయాలని మాత్రమే చెప్తున్నారు, ఎవరికి చేయాలని కాదు, ఎవరికైనా చేయొచ్చు. సో కాబట్టి అన్క్రాస్డ్ చెక్స్ ఎలా అయితే ట్రాన్స్ఫర్ చేయొచ్చు, క్రాస్డ్ చెక్స్ కూడా అలాగే ట్రాన్స్ఫర్ చేయొచ్చు. ఓన్లీ డిఫరెన్స్ ఏంటి, అన్క్రాస్డ్ చెక్ ఎనీ పర్సన్ కెన్ క్లెయిమ్ ద అమౌంట్ బై వే ఆఫ్ క్యాష్ ఇన్ హ్యాండ్, బట్ క్రాస్డ్ చెక్ ఎనీ పర్సన్ కెన్ క్లెయిమ్ ద అమౌంట్ ఓన్లీ త్రూ బ్యాంక్ ట్రాన్స్ఫర్. Therefore crossing only affects the mode of payment, does not affect the transferability of the check. Crossing only changes the method of payment, not the recipient of the payment. Okay, crossing only changes the method of payment, not recipient of the payment. Crossing affects the mode of payment, crossing does not affect the transferability of the check. ఓకే, మోడ్ ఆఫ్ పేమెంట్ మాత్రమే ఎఫెక్ట్ అవుతుంది, ట్రాన్స్ఫరబిలిటీ ఎఫెక్ట్ అవ్వదు. ఇన్ బోత్ ద కేసెస్ క్రాసింగ్ ఓన్లీ సేస్ హౌ టు మేక్ ద పేమెంట్, నాట్ టు హూమ్ ద పేమెంట్ హ్యాస్ టు బి మేడ్. కొంతమంది స్టూడెంట్స్ ఇక్కడ కన్ఫ్యూజ్ అవుతున్నారమ్మా, బేరర్ చెక్ కన్నా అన్క్రాస్డ్ చెక్ కన్నా ఒకటే అని అనుకున్నారు. నో, దట్ ఈస్ కంప్లీట్లీ డిఫరెంట్. లుక్ అట్ దిస్, బేరర్ చెక్, ఆర్డర్ చెక్, అన్క్రాస్డ్ చెక్ అండ్ క్రాస్డ్ చెక్. బేరర్ చెక్ ఎవరికి పే చేయొచ్చు, ఎనీ పర్సన్. ఎనీ పర్సన్ ఎలా పే చేయొచ్చు, బై వే ఆఫ్ క్యాష్ ఇన్ హ్యాండ్. ఓకే, బేరర్ అన్క్రాస్డ్, బేరర్ చెక్ అన్క్రాస్డ్ చెక్ ఎవరికి పే చేయొచ్చు, ఎనీ పర్సన్. ఎలా, బై క్యాష్ ఇన్ హ్యాండ్. బేరర్ క్రాస్డ్ చెక్ ఎలా పే చేయొచ్చు, ఎనీ పర్సన్ బ్యాంక్ ట్రాన్స్ఫర్. ఎనీ పర్సన్ బ్యాంక్ ట్రాన్స్ఫర్. ఆర్డర్ చెక్ అన్క్రాస్డ్ చెక్, స్పెసిఫైడ్ పర్సన్ క్యాష్ ఇన్ హ్యాండ్. స్పెసిఫైడ్ పర్సన్ క్యాష్ ఇన్ హ్యాండ్. ఆర్డర్ చెక్ కాబట్టి చెప్పిన పర్సన్కే ఇవ్వాలి, కానీ క్యాష్ ఇన్ హ్యాండ్ ఇవ్వచ్చు. ఓకే, అన్క్రాస్డ్ చెక్, ఆర్డర్ చెక్ బట్ అన్క్రాస్డ్. దేర్ఫోర్ సిన్స్ ఇట్ ఇస్ అన్ ఆర్డర్ చెక్, యూ హ్యావ్ టు మేక్ ద పేమెంట్ టు స్పెసిఫైడ్ పర్సన్ అండ్ క్యాష్ ఇన్ హ్యాండ్. ఆర్డర్ చెక్ అండ్ క్రాస్డ్ చెక్, స్పెసిఫైడ్ పర్సన్ అకౌంట్ ట్రాన్స్ఫర్. Specified person account transfer. So bearer check is not equal to uncrossed check. Bearer different angle, uncrossed or crossed different angle. ఓకే, రెండు ఒకటేలా ట్రీట్ చేయకూడదు. బేరర్ చెక్, ఆర్డర్ చెక్, అన్క్రాస్డ్ చెక్, క్రాస్డ్ చెక్. ఇఫ్ ద బేరర్ చెక్ ఈజ్ అన్క్రాస్డ్, యూ కెన్ మేక్ ద పేమెంట్ ఎనీ పర్సన్ బై క్యాష్ ఇన్ హ్యాండ్. బేరర్ చెక్, క్రాస్డ్ చెక్, వీ కెన్ మేక్ ద పేమెంట్ ఎనీ పర్సన్ బై వే ఆఫ్ బ్యాంక్ ట్రాన్స్ఫర్. ఆర్డర్ చెక్, అన్క్రాస్డ్ చెక్, వీ కెన్ మేక్ ద పేమెంట్ టు స్పెసిఫైడ్ పర్సన్ బట్ క్యాష్ ఇన్ హ్యాండ్. ఆర్డర్ చెక్, క్రాస్డ్ చెక్, వీ కెన్ మేక్ ద పేమెంట్ టు స్పెసిఫైడ్ పర్సన్ బై వే ఆఫ్ అకౌంట్ ట్రాన్స్ఫర్. ఓకే, those are the points. So you should not confuse with bearer check and open check and uncrossed check and crossed check. ఈ టూ ఆస్పెక్ట్స్ చూడమ్మా, డ్రావర్స్ సిగ్నేచర్ ఈజ్ ఫోర్జ్డ్ అండ్ ఎండార్సర్ సిగ్నేచర్ ఈజ్ ఫోర్జ్డ్. డ్రావర్స్ సిగ్నేచర్ ఈజ్ ఫోర్జ్డ్ అండ్ ఎండార్సర్ సిగ్నేచర్ ఈజ్ ఫోర్జ్డ్. టూ పాసిబుల్ ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్స్, 4.28, పేజ్ నెంబర్ 4.28. ఓకే, ఇఫ్ డ్రావర్ సిగ్నేచర్ ఈజ్ ఫోర్జ్డ్, ఇఫ్ డ్రావర్ సిగ్నేచర్ ఈజ్ ఫోర్జ్డ్, if drawer signature is forged, if the drawer signature is forged, paying banker is liable. If the drawer's signature is forged, paying banker is liable. If endorser signature is forged, 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 then paying banker is not liable. Then paying banker is not liable. Okay, if drawer's signature is forged, paying banker is liable. If endorser's signature is forged, paying banker is not liable. Okay, you can expect a practical question of those 2 points. And this is the most difficult question. This is the most difficult question. Drawee of a bill, when he refuses to accept the bill, becomes a stranger. He may therefore accept the bill for the honor of any party thereto. Okay, look at this. That is related to acceptor for honor. That is related to acceptor for honor. A is a drawer of a bill and B is a drawee of a bill. And A prepared the bill and A has given the bill to C. What kind of bill A has given to C? It is an unaccepted bill. Bill is prepared by A, not yet accepted by B. Bill is prepared by A, it is not yet accepted. He has given unaccepted bill to C. Now C has endorsed the instrument to D. So D endorsed the instrument to E. E presented the bill to B. Presentment for acceptance. Presentment for acceptance. Now B refuses to accept the bill. Now B refuses to accept the bill. E will go to the notary. E will go to the notary and notary will give a certificate, protest certificate to E. Notary will give a protest certificate to E. Now E is about to approach the court. E is about to file a suit in the court against A, C and D. This is what has happened. A prepared a bill, A has given the bill to C, C transferred to D, D to E, and E presented to B for acceptance. B has not accepted, therefore E went to the notary, he got the protest certificate. Now E is about to go to the court against to file a suit against any of these persons. To file a suit against any of these persons. He is preparing to approach the court. Now any person who is well-wisher of A, say F or G, etc. Any person can come and accept the bill. Any stranger, any outsider who is already not liable on the bill, he can accept the bill. He can accept the bill. So therefore F is acceptor for honor. F is acceptor for honor. He can accept the bill. He can accept the bill because he is not liable on the instrument. Not a party already liable on the instrument. Not a party already liable on the instrument. Not a party already liable on the instrument. So F is not a party already liable on the instrument. So therefore he can accept the instrument. But the point here is that drawee of a bill, when he refuses to accept the bill, becomes a stranger. He may therefore accept the bill for the honor of any prior party thereto. What this point says is that now who prepared the bill? Who prepared the bill? A prepared the bill. B refused to accept the bill. B refused to accept the bill. He said, no, whatever the bill prepared by A, I will not accept it. Okay, that is what the point. But now B can accept the bill. B can accept the bill on behalf of D or on behalf of C. B can accept the bill on behalf of C or on behalf of D. In that case, B will become acceptor for honor. B will become acceptor for honor. So when he refuses to accept the bill, he becomes a stranger to the instrument. He himself also can occupy the position of acceptor for honor. సార్ ఇంతకుముందు యాక్సెప్ట్ చేయలేదు కదండి సార్ అంటే ఏ ప్రిపేర్ చేసిన బిల్ అయితే నేను యాక్సెప్ట్ చేయను. సిని డిని ప్రొటెక్ట్ చేయడానికి వాళ్ళ తరఫున కావాలంటే యాక్సెప్ట్ చేస్తాను అంటున్నాడు. I will not accept on behalf of A. If we want, I will accept on behalf of C or D. Then he will be called as a acceptor for honor. Okay, right? He will be called as an acceptor for honor. So ఇప్పుడు E ready అయిపోయాడు కోర్టుకి వెళ్ళడానికి. E is ready to approach the court. Now either C or either D can come and request B. If you don't accept the bill, E will file a suit against us in the court. At least to protect us, you have to accept the bill. So C, D వెళ్ళి Bని రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నారు. నువ్వు బిల్ యాక్సెప్ట్ చేయలేదు, ఈ ఏమో నోటరీ దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళి సర్టిఫికెట్స్ అన్ని రెడీ చేసుకున్నాడు, మా మీద కోర్టులో కేసు ఫైల్ చేస్తున్నాడు, ఏని చూసుకోకపోయినా మమ్మల్ని చూసానో బిల్ యాక్సెప్ట్ చేయి అని C, D వెళ్ళి Bని రిక్వెస్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. Now B can accept the bill on behalf of C or on behalf of D. He will be called as an acceptor for honor. Okay, so therefore drawee also can become an acceptor for honor. Drawee also may become an acceptor for honor. Drawee may become accept the bill for honor. Drawee may accept the bill for honor. Drawee may accept the bill for the honor of any party. Okay, right. So the strange question. Enact 3 questions lo vastundama as usual ga. First question, second question and third question. క్వశ్చన్ పేపర్ డిఫికల్ట్గా కనిపించడానికి ఫస్ట్ 2-3 క్వశ్చన్స్ వాళ్ళు డిఫికల్ట్గా పెడతారు. 4th and 5th క్వశ్చన్స్ నార్మల్గా ఈజీగానే ఉంటాయి. సో ఈ 3 క్వశ్చన్స్లోనే ఎన్ఐ యాక్ట్ ఉంటుంది. మీకు ఎగ్జామ్ క్వశ్చన్ పేపర్లో ఈ 3 క్వశ్చన్స్లోనే ఎన్ఐ యాక్ట్ ఉంటుంది. Okay, in all the 3 questions, there will be an act is there. So out of 5 questions in the exam, question number 4 and question number 5, I have given already. So before reading the question paper itself, you can see that third question is going to be your choice question. అది మీరు మెంటల్గా ఫిక్స్ అయిపోయింది. మీరు క్వశ్చన్ పేపర్ చదివినా అల్టిమేట్గా చేసేది అది. క్వశ్చన్ పేపర్లో 5 క్వశ్చన్స్ ఉంటాయి, కానీ మీకు తెలియకుండా బై డిఫాల్ట్ థర్డ్ క్వశ్చన్ చాయిస్లో వదిలేసి వస్తారు. ఎందుకంటే అందులోనే ఎన్ యాక్ట్ ఉంటుంది, ఇంటర్ప్రిటేషన్ ఆఫ్ చార్జెస్ ఉంటాయి, డిఫికల్ట్ ఆస్పెక్ట్. సో యూ ఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు లీవ్ ద థర్డ్ క్వశ్చన్ యాజ్ ఏ చాయిస్. ఓకే, అది ఎగ్జామ్ హాల్కి వెళ్ళిన తర్వాత ఏది అటెంప్ట్ చేయాలి, ఏది చాయిస్లో వద్దు, ఏది చాయిస్లో వదిలేయాలి, ముందే ఫిక్స్ అయిపోండి. థర్డ్ క్వశ్చన్ చాయిస్ అని ఫిక్స్ అయిపోండి. ఓకే, రైట్. సో ఫస్ట్ 3 క్వశ్చన్స్లో ఖచ్చితంగా ఎన్ యాక్ట్ ఉంటుంది. ఓకే, 4 మార్క్స్ 3 మార్క్స్ 3 మార్క్స్ అనుకుంటా, ఇఫ్ ఐఎమ్ నాట్ రాంగ్. 4 3 3 10 మార్క్స్. ఓకే, ఇప్పుడు నేను చెప్పిన క్వశ్చన్ మీకు కంపల్సరీ క్వశ్చన్లోనే వస్తుంది. అర్థమైందా? ఇప్పుడు నేను చెప్పిన క్వశ్చన్ మీకు కంపల్సరీ క్వశ్చన్లోనే వస్తుంది. యూ ప్రిపేర్ ఫర్ దట్. ఇది ఒక లైన్ గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. అండ్ ఇన్ దిస్ క్వశ్చన్, థియరీ క్వశ్చన్ 38 లో థర్డ్ సైడ్ హెడ్డింగ్ మా థియరీ క్వశ్చన్ 38 లో థర్డ్ సైడ్ హెడ్డింగ్, నాన్ ప్రెజెంట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ చెక్ విత్ ఇన్ రీజనబుల్ టైం. నాన్ ప్రెజెంట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ చెక్ విత్ ఇన్ రీజనబుల్ టైం. డ్రావర్ ఇష్యూడ్ చెక్ టు పేయీ. డ్రావర్ ఇష్యూడ్ చెక్ టు పేయీ. డ్రావర్ ఇష్యూడ్ చెక్ టు పేయీ. ఓకే, పేయీ మేడ్ డిలే. పేయీ మేడ్ undue delay. More time. Payee made undue delay. Payee made undue delay. Okay, drawer issued a check. Drawer issued a check. Payee made undue delay. Payee made undue delay. Drawee banker becomes insolvent. Drawee banker becomes insolvent. Drawee banker becomes insolvent. Drawer is not liable to payee. Drawer is not liable to payee. Drawer is not liable to payee. Payee has to recover from. Payee has to recover. Payee has to recover from official receiver or official assignee of the bank. Okay, of drawee bank. Official receiver or official assignee of drawee bank. Okay, drawer issued a check. Payee made undue delay. He has not presented the check within the reasonable time. Payee made undue delay means what? Not presented the check within reasonable time. Not presented within reasonable time. Okay, drawer issued a check. Payee made undue delay. Not presented the check within reasonable time. Drawee banker becomes insolvent. Drawer is not liable to payee. Payee has to recover from official receiver or official assignee of drawee banker. Okay, so if A has issued check to B, if A issued check to B on 1st Jan 2022, A issued check to B on 1st Jan 2022. B presented the check to the bank on 20th March 2022. More delay. 1st January check ఇస్తే 20th March లో ప్రజెంట్ చేశాడు. ఎవరి ఫాల్ట్? B fault. A has given check to B on 1st January. B presented the check on 20th March. Before that say 10th March 2022. This bank becomes insolvent. Bank becomes bankrupt. Bank becomes insolvent. 10th March bank becomes insolvent. Therefore bank is unable to make the payment to B. Now B cannot come and ask from A. No fault from A side. It is B's fault in delay in presenting the check. అర్థమైందా? ఏ ఫాల్ట్ ఏం లేదు. ఏ చెక్ ఇచ్చాడు, టైంలో ప్రజెంట్ చేయకపోవడం ఎవరి ఫాల్ట్? B fault. So therefore now A is not liable to B. A is not liable to B. When this bank becomes insolvent, court will appoint one official receiver or official assignee. Now B has to go and ask money from him. Okay, that's it. But he cannot make the recover the amount from A. Payee has to recover from official receiver or official assignee of drawee bank. So this is the general rule, but you can expect a practical question in the exam where you have to write the completely opposite answer. ఇది జనరల్ రూల్. ఓకే, ఇది జనరల్ రూల్, కానీ మీకు ఎగ్జామ్లో వచ్చే క్వశ్చన్ దీనికి ఆపోజిట్లో ఉంటుంది. చూడండి, You can expect a question in the exam opposite to this. ఇది ఎక్కడుందమ్మా చూడండి. కెన్ యూ ఫైండ్ దిస్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్? దిస్ వన్, right? Anyway, in the board material example 33 ma, whatever we have discussed, now we are going to discuss opposite to this. ఇక్కడ ఏం రాసాం? drawee is not liable to pay అని రాసాక, drawee is not liable to pay అని రాసాంగా. ఇక్కడ చూడండి, ఏ ఈజ్ నాట్ డిశ్చార్జ్డ్ అన్నారు. ఏ ఈజ్ నాట్ డిశ్చార్జ్డ్ అన్నారు. నాట్ డిశ్చార్జ్ అంటే లైబుల్ అని అర్థం. ఏ ఈజ్ నాట్ డిశ్చార్జ్డ్, ఏ ఈజ్ నాట్ డిశ్చార్జ్డ్ అంటే ఏ ఈజ్ లైబుల్ అని. డిశ్చార్జ్డ్ అంటే నాట్ లైబుల్, నాట్ డిశ్చార్జ్డ్ అంటే లైబుల్. సో అది కన్ఫ్యూజ్ అవ్వకూడదు ఎగ్జామ్లో. ఓకే, డిశ్చార్జ్డ్ మీన్స్ నాట్ లయబుల్, డిశ్చార్జ్డ్ మీన్స్ నాట్ లయబుల్, నాట్ డిశ్చార్జ్డ్ మీన్స్ లయబుల్, నాట్ డిశ్చార్జ్డ్ మీన్స్ లయబుల్. ఓకే, డిశ్చార్జ్డ్ మీన్స్ నాట్ లయబుల్, నాట్ డిశ్చార్జ్డ్ మీన్స్ లయబుల్. ఇక్కడ దాకా మేము ఏం చదువుకున్నాం? డ్రావీ ఈజ్ నాట్ లయబుల్ టు పే అని చెప్పాం. ఓకే, కానీ ఇక్కడ ఏం రాసాం? ఏ ఈజ్ నాట్ డిశ్చార్జ్డ్ అన్నాం. నాట్ డిశ్చార్జ్ అంటే ఏంటి? లయబుల్ టు పే. ఎందుకని? బ్యాంక్ ఫెయిల్స్ బిఫోర్ ద చెక్ కుడ్ బి ప్రెజెంటెడ్ ఇన్ ద ఆర్డినరీ కోర్స్. బిఫోర్ ద చెక్ కుడ్ బి ప్రెజెంటెడ్ ఇన్ ద ఆర్డినరీ కోర్స్. హియర్ ఆర్డినరీ కోర్స్ మీన్స్ రీజనబుల్ టైం. Ordinary course means reasonable time. Before ordinary course, bank becomes insolvent. Look at this. A has given check to B on 1st Jan 2022 and B presented the check to bank on 3rd Jan 2022. There is no much delay, hardly 1 or 2 days. అది కామనే. మనకు ఎవరైనా చెక్ ఇస్తే మనం ఎక్కడో బిజీగా ఉండొచ్చు, 1 or 2 days టైం పట్టొచ్చు మళ్ళీ ప్రజెంట్ చేయడానికి. 1st January ఇచ్చారు, 3rd January ప్రజెంట్ చేశారు. యూ కెనాట్ బ్లేమ్ ద B. దెర్ ఇస్ నో డిలే ఆన్ ద పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ B. ఇట్స్ నార్మల్. 1 or 2 days is a normal thing. That is called as an ordinary course. Ordinary course is a normal time. It is not unusual delay. It is not unusual delay, normal time. So therefore there is no fault of B. That 1 or 2 days time is a normal time. Accordingly, if banker becomes insolvent on 2nd January, 2nd January banker insolvent అయిపోయాడు. గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, ఇక్కడ బి ఫాల్ట్ ఏం లేదు. ఇంతకుముందు ఎగ్జాంపుల్లో బి డిలేగా ప్రెజెంట్ చేశాడు, బి ఫాల్ట్ ఉంది కాబట్టి ఏ ఈజ్ నాట్ లైబుల్ టు బి అన్నాం. ఇక్కడ బి ఫాల్ట్ ఏం లేదు. 1 or 2 days అది నార్మల్ టైమే. బి ఫాల్ట్ ఏం లేదు కాబట్టి ఏ ఈజ్ లయబుల్ టు బి, నాట్ డిశ్చార్జ్డ్. ఓకే, సో వీ రీడ్ సో మచ్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ థింగ్ పాయింట్, బట్ ఎగ్జామ్లో ఖచ్చితంగా దానికి ఆపోజిట్ ఇస్తారు. Okay, you have to close to the regular answer. Whatever we read regularly, so examination answer will be different for that. So you read this example 33. మన మెటీరియల్ ఎక్కడ ఉందమ్మా? అది దొరకలేదా? ఓకే, ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 33 గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. బోర్డ్ మెటీరియల్ పేజ్ నెంబర్ 2.37, పేజ్ నెంబర్ 2.37, ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 33. దట్ విల్ బి పాసిబుల్ క్వశ్చన్ ఆన్ దట్. ఇక్కడ ఏదైతే మీరు ఇందాక చదువుకున్నారో, ఇక్కడ డిశ్చార్జ్ కదా మనం చదివింది. డిశ్చార్జ్, ద డ్రావర్ ఆఫ్ ఎ చెక్ ఈజ్ డిశ్చార్జ్డ్ అన్నాం. ఇక్కడ మీరు చదివింది ద డ్రావర్ ఆఫ్ ఎ చెక్ ఈజ్ డిశ్చార్జ్ అని. కానీ అక్కడ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఏం చదివారు? ఏ ఈజ్ నాట్ డిశ్చార్జ్డ్ అని చదివారు. ఏ ఈజ్ నాట్ డిశ్చార్జ్డ్ అని చదివారు. ఓకే, రైట్. సో యూ కేర్ఫుల్ ఫర్ దట్. రైట్, దట్స్ ఎనఫ్. యుల్ స్టార్ట్ ద జనరల్ క్లాసెస్ యాక్ట్. దీనికి ఎంత టైం ఇచ్చినా సరిపోదు. ఇది ఒక క్వశ్చన్. థర్డ్ క్వశ్చన్ చాయిసే, బట్ ఒకటే కదా థర్డ్ క్వశ్చన్ ఎన్నో యాక్ట్ ఉంది. ఫస్ట్ 2 questions రాయాలి కదా. యూ హ్యావ్ టు రైట్ ద ఫస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్ అండ్ సెకండ్ క్వశ్చన్. ఓకే, సార్ ప్రెజెంట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్స్ట్రుమెంట్ ఈస్ డెలీటెడ్ ఫ్రమ్ ద సిలబస్. ఎస్, ప్రెజెంట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్స్ట్రుమెంట్ ఈస్ డెలీటెడ్. ఇది ప్రెజెంట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్స్ట్రుమెంట్ కాదు. ప్రెజెంట్మెంట్ అంటే ఎవరికి ప్రజెంట్ చేయాలి, ఏ ప్లేస్లో ప్రజెంట్ చేయాలి, ఏ టైంలో ప్రజెంట్ చేయాలి. ఓకే, అదంతా ఇప్పుడు మనం డిస్కస్ చేసింది ఆ కాన్సెప్ట్ కాదు. వాట్ ఎవర్ వీ హావ్ డిస్కస్డ్ దట్ ఈస్ దేర్ ఇన్ ద లేటెస్ట్ ఎడిషన్ ఆఫ్ బోర్డ్ మెటీరియల్ ఓన్లీ. ఇది ఒమిటెడ్ ఏం కాదు. ప్రెజెంట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ద ఇన్స్ట్రుమెంట్స్ అంటే దట్ ఈస్ డిఫరెంట్. ప్రెజెంట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ బిల్ ఫర్ యాక్సెప్టెన్స్, ప్రెజెంట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ బిల్ ఫర్ పేమెంట్, టు హూమ్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు ప్రెజెంట్, వెన్, హౌ, ఎక్సెట్రా, అది తీసేశారు. ఇప్పుడు మనం డిస్కస్ చేసినవి ఏవి సిలబస్లో తీసేసినవి కాదు. ఓకే, ప్రెజెంట్మెంట్ ఎక్కడున్నా అంతా ఒకటే కాదు. ఓకే, మెంబర్షిప్ చాప్టర్లో ఇంపార్టెంట్ క్వశ్చన్స్ ఏం లేవమ్మా. మెంబర్షిప్ చాప్టర్ అంటే మనకు టైం లేదు కదా. చార్జెస్ ఈజ్ దేర్, చార్జెస్ ఈజ్ ఇంపార్టెంట్. అందులో మరి ఇంకా అదర్ లాస్ కూడా ఉన్నాయి కదా మనకు. చార్జెస్లోన నేను ఆడిట్ అండ్ ఆడిటర్స్ అది చాలా అందులో ఈ క్వశ్చన్ ఆ క్వశ్చన్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ అని ఏం లేదమ్మా. చాలా అందులో ఏదైనా అడగొచ్చు, మీరు డౌట్స్ ఉంటే అడగండి చెప్తాను, కానీ అది ఇంపార్టెంట్ అని మాత్రం ఏం చెప్పలేము ఆడిటింగ్ చాప్టర్లో. చార్జెస్ చాప్టర్ కదా మీరు అడిగింది. లాస్ట్ టైం కూడా అడగలేదు చార్జెస్, ఈసారి అడగచ్చు 3-4 మార్క్స్కి. ఓకే, ఎక్కువ ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేయకండి, 3-4 మార్క్స్కి చార్జెస్ అడగచ్చు. ఓకే, దిస్ ఈజ్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 1. ఇది మీకు కూడా ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్లో రావచ్చు. చార్జెస్ చాప్టర్ బోర్డ్ మెటీరియల్లో ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 1 ఉంచండి. దిస్ మే బి పాసిబుల్ ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్. సో వాట్ ఈస్ ద పాసిబుల్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్? చార్జ్ ఈజ్ నాట్ రిజిస్టర్డ్. చార్జ్ ఈజ్ రిజిస్టర్డ్. Charge is registered. Some person purchased the property. Some person bought that property on which charge is already registered. Charge is already registered in favor of a banker. Charge is already registered in favor of a banker. Say ABC Limited, say and HDFC Bank is there. They have taken a loan. They have given the assets as a security and they have taken a loan. They have given assets as security and taken a loan. Now Mr. D purchased the property. ABC Limited sold the property to D. Whatever the assets which is given as a security to bank, they sold the property to D. Now D is the purchaser. Now D is a purchaser. So what are the rights of the D over this property? What are the rights of D over this property? So D has a right over this property, but that right is subject to this bank. That means bank will have primary right and D will have secondary right. That means after selling the asset, first banker will recover the loan. After recovery of bank loan, if any amount remains, then only D will get the amount. D's rights are subjected to rights of the charge holder. He is called as what? Lender is called as a charge holder. These rights are subjected to charge holder. These rights are subjected to rights of charge holder. That means he will get the amount only after charge holder recovered his full dues. Okay, so he will have a primary right. Now the question says is that D cannot argue with banker that he is not aware of the charge. D cannot argue with banker that he is not aware of the charge because the charge is already registered with ROC. charge is registered with ROC, it becomes a public document. It covered under doctrine of constructive notice. Doctrine of constructive notice says every person dealing with the company has to read the public documents. Every person dealing with the company has to read the public documents. So therefore now D cannot, ఇక్కడ two aspects ఈ కేసులో. First point, D cannot argue that he is not aware of the charge because the charge is already registered. Next, D's right is subjected to the rights of the charge holder. Okay, మీరు ఇంకా ఎక్కువ చదవకుండా జస్ట్ ఆ ఇంపార్టెంట్ పాయింట్స్ ఒకటి చూసుకోండి. డైరెక్ట్లీ గో అండ్ రీడ్ ద ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 1. సో రీడ్ దిస్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 1. And look at this. This is also important. The charge may be created within or outside India. The property or assets of the company's undertaking may be situated within or outside India. The charge may be created within or outside India. Property or assets may be situated outside India. Both has to be registered. Both has to be registered. Okay, both has to be registered. Company incorporated in India. Company incorporated in India. Company incorporated in India. Okay, now we have to look at the assets, place of assets, place of assets, place of loan taken, place of assets, place of token. As usual, normal thing, assets are in India, loan is taken from Indian bank. Loan is taken in India. Assets are in India, loan is taken outside India. Okay, assets are outside India, loan is taken in India. Assets are outside India, loan is also taken outside India. All the charges are to be registered. All the charges are to be registered. All the charges are to be registered. If the what is important is the company must be incorporated in India. Where the asset is located, where the loan is taken, it is irrelevant. All the charges must be registered. Asset is in India, loan is in India, I have to register. Asset is in India, loan is taken outside India, then also I have to register the charge. Asset is outside India, loan is taken in India, that also charge has to be registered. Asset is outside India, loan is also outside India, even then charge has to be registered because company is incorporated in India. Because company is incorporated in India. So all the four charges must be registered. All the four charges must be registered. The charge may be created within India or outside India, or the assets may be situated within India or outside India. Location of charge, assets. Total four possibilities are there. And next, charge has to be registered not only on tangible asset but also on otherwise intangible asset. Otherwise intangible assets. Okay, intangible assets మీద క్రియేట్ చేసిన చార్జెస్ కూడా రిజిస్టర్ చేయాలి. ఇంటాంజిబుల్ అసెట్స్ మీద whether the charge is created on tangible assets and charge is created on intangible assets. Charge created on tangible assets. Charge created on tangible assets. Charge created on intangible assets. Both must be registered. Both must be registered. Both must be registered. Okay, రైట్. సో ఇక్కడ కొంచెం ఒక ట్రికీ క్వశ్చన్ రావచ్చుమా. ఏంటి అంటే దర్ ఆర్ టూ పాసిబిలిటీస్ ఆర్ దేర్ ఆస్కింగ్ ఫర్ ట్రికీ క్వశ్చన్ బై క్లబ్బింగ్ దిస్ టాపిక్, చార్జెస్ టాపిక్ అండ్ ద డిబెంచర్స్ అండ్ డిపాజిట్స్ చాప్టర్. డిబెంచర్స్, డిపాజిట్, డిబెంచర్స్ ప్లస్ చార్జెస్ ఆర్ డిపాజిట్స్ ప్లస్ చార్జెస్ రెండు ఇంటిగ్రేట్ చేసి కూడా ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్ రావచ్చు. ఎలా అంటే ఇక్కడ ఏం చదువుతున్నారు, చార్జ్ క్రియేటెడ్ ఆన్ ఇంటాంజిబుల్ అసెట్స్ ఆల్సో హ్యాస్ టు బి రిజిస్టర్డ్. Charge created on intangible assets also has to be registered. Whereas the debentures and deposits chapter says only tangible assets can be created as a charge. Tangible assets can be given as a charge. Tangible assets can be given as a charge. ikkade meer confuse avakunda undali. Debentures deposits lo emannaru, tangible assets only can be given as a charge. Sir, is there any conflict between these two? Answer is no, there is no conflict. Both are different. Appears to be conflict, but both are different. What the charges chapter says is that which charges, if the charge is already created, if charge is already created, if charge is already created, you have to register it. You have to register it. So what the charges chapter says is that if the charge is already created, you have to register. That's what this chapter says. This chapter is not guiding you which asset should be, on which assets charge should be created. This chapter is not giving any guidance as to which assets can be given as a charge. ఏ అసెట్స్ ని చార్జ్ గా ఇవ్వచ్చు దాని గురించి చాప్టర్ లో చెప్పట్లేదు. మీరు ఏ అసెట్ అయినా చార్జ్ కింద ఇస్తే అది రిజిస్టర్ చేయండి అని చెప్తున్నారు అంతే. బట్ ఏ అసెట్స్ చార్జ్ కింద ఇవ్వాలనేది మీ చాయిస్. Depends on the other provisions, debentures or deposits chapter. Okay, so this chapter only says if the charge is created you have to register, but on which assets charge is created, that is depends on the other chapters, debentures or deposits. So therefore ikkada intangible assets మీద charge create చేస్తా రిజిస్టర్ చేయమని చెప్తున్నారు. అంతేకాని intangible assets ను కూడా charge కింద ఆల్వేస్ ఇవ్వచ్చు అని చెప్పట్లేదు. What this point says is that even if you create a charge on intangible assets, you have to get registered. That's it. But this chapter is not saying that intangible assets can be given as a charge always. Intangible assets can be given as a charge always. Intangible assets కూడా ఎప్పుడైనా సెక్యూరిటీగా ఇవ్వచ్చు అని చెప్పట్లేదు. మీరు ఒకవేళ ఇంటాంజిబుల్ అసెట్స్ ని సెక్యూరిటీగా ఇస్తే అవి కూడా రిజిస్టర్ చేయండి అని మాత్రమే చెప్తున్నారు. అంతేకాని ఇంటాంజిబుల్ అసెట్స్ ఎవరికైనా సెక్యూరిటీగా ఇవ్వచ్చు, అది మీ చాయిస్. మీ చాయిస్, పార్టీస్ చాయిస్. అది టాంజిబుల్ అసెట్స్ ఇస్తారా, ఇంటాంజిబుల్ అసెట్స్ ఇస్తారా, డిపెండ్స్ ఆన్ ద పార్టీస్ అండ్ అదర్ ప్రొవిజన్స్ ఆఫ్ ద యాక్ట్. ఓకే, కాబట్టి ఏ అసెట్స్ ని చార్జ్ కింద ఇవ్వాలి అని ఈ చాప్టర్ చెప్పట్లేదు. మీరు ఏ అసెట్స్ చార్జ్ కింద ఇచ్చినా రిజిస్టర్ చేయండి అని మాత్రమే చెప్తున్నారు. Do you understand this point? So therefore on debentures or deposits, 2 points are there. On debentures or deposits we cannot give intangible assets as a security. We have to give only tangible assets as security. Okay, for bank loan or for bank loan you can take as a, for bank loan you can give intangible assets as a security. ఓకే, బ్యాంక్ నుంచి లోన్ తీసుకున్నప్పుడు ఇంటాంజిబుల్ అసెట్స్ ని కూడా సెక్యూరిటీగా ఇవ్వచ్చు. కానీ డిబెంచర్స్, డిపాజిట్స్ లో మనీ కలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటే వీ కెనాట్ గివ్ ఇంటాంజిబుల్ అసెట్స్ as సెక్యూరిటీ, ఓన్లీ టాంజిబుల్ అసెట్స్. అండ్ మోర్ ఓవర్ అనదర్ పాయింట్, దిస్ చాప్టర్ సేస్ చార్జ్ కెన్ బి ఫిక్స్డ్ చార్జ్ ఆర్ ఫ్లోటింగ్ చార్జ్. దిస్ చాప్టర్ సేస్ చార్జ్ కెన్ బి ఫిక్స్డ్ చార్జ్ ఆర్ ఫ్లోటింగ్ చార్జ్. బట్ రిమెంబర్, డిపాజిట్స్ అండ్ డిబెంచర్స్ చాప్టర్ పర్మిట్స్ ఓన్లీ ఫిక్స్డ్ చార్జ్. ఫ్లోటింగ్ చార్జ్ is not permitted. Okay, therefore intangible assets floating charge that is permitted only for the bank loan but not for the debentures or deposits. Okay, right. So debentures, deposits, bank loan. Debentures, deposits, bank loan. So which assets can be given as a charge? Which assets can be given as a charge? Only tangible assets, only tangible assets, tangible assets or intangible assets. Okay, so debentures, deposits, bank loans. Which assets can be given as a charge? Only tangible assets, only tangible assets, bank loan, tangible or intangible assets. What type of charge can be created? What type of charge can be created? What type of charge can be created? Here only fixed charge, only fixed charge. Here floating charge. Okay, whether the charge to be registered, whether the charge to be registered. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so these are the interlinks between those two. Which assets to be given as a security and what type of charge to be created, whether the charge has to be registered. The answer is yes. ఓకే, సో ఇది కొంచెం ఇంటిగ్రేట్ చేయొచ్చు, చార్జెస్ చాప్టర్ అండ్ డిబెంచర్స్ ఆర్ డిపాజిట్స్ చాప్టర్. ఓకే, ఏ అసెట్ అయినా ఇవ్వండి, ఎలాంటి చార్జ్ అయినా క్రియేట్ చేయండి, మీరు రిజిస్టర్ చేయాలి. దట్ ఓన్లీ దిస్ చాప్టర్ సేస్. ఎవరికి ఏ అసెట్ ఇవ్వాలి, ఎలా ఇవ్వాలని ఈ చాప్టర్లో చెప్పట్లేదు. ఎవరికి ఏ అసెట్ ఇవ్వాలి, ఎలా చార్జ్ క్రియేట్ చేయాలని ఇలా చెప్పట్లేదు. ఈ చాప్టర్ ఏం చెప్తున్నారు, చార్జెస్లో ఎవరికి ఏ అసెట్ ఎలా ఇచ్చినా రిజిస్టర్ చేయాలని మాత్రమే చెప్తున్నారు. Okay, that is the very important point. This chapter only guides that every charge created has to be registered. Okay, which assets can be given as a charge to whom and what kind of charge to be created, that is irrelevant. Okay, every created charge has to be registered. Every created charge has to be registered. That is one possible question. Intangible assets kuda register cheyali, but not for the debentures but for the bank loans. Next, one more point is that not only intangible asset, even financial assets also. Financial assets like pledging the shares or debentures. Shares, debentures pledge చేసి ఫైనాన్షియల్ అసెట్స్ ఇచ్చినా అది కూడా చార్జ్ రిజిస్టర్ చేయాలి. ఫైనాన్షియల్ అసెట్స్, ఇంటాంజిబుల్ అసెట్స్, అసెట్స్ అవుట్ సైడ్ ఇండియా, ఎవ్రీథింగ్ హ్యాస్ టు బి రిజిస్టర్డ్. ఫైనాన్షియల్ అసెట్స్ ఆల్సో టు బి రిజిస్టర్డ్. దట్ ఈస్ వన్ పాయింట్. అండ్ మార్టిగేజ్ బై డిపాజిట్ ఆఫ్ టైటిల్ డీడ్స్, ఇది కూడా రిజిస్టర్ చేయాలి. Mortgage by deposit of title deeds. That means rather than writing a separate mortgage deed, what we will do is that we'll simply deposit the title deeds. Okay, I am the owner of this building. Okay, rather than writing a separate agreement saying that I am taking a loan from the bank, if I don't repay the loan, banker has a right to sell my building. అలా అగ్రిమెంట్ రాయకుండా నేను ఏం చేస్తానంటే my original documents I am giving to the banker. I am not writing on paper saying that banker can sell my building if I am not able to repay the loan. Rather than writing a separate agreement, what I am doing is that I am handovering my original documents to the banker. Without original documents, I cannot transfer. Tomorrow, if I want to transfer this building, any buyer will ask for the original documents. I don't have the original documents. I have already given to the banker. So that is called as deposit of title deeds. Deposit of title deeds. Owner of the building is handovering or surrendering original documents to the banker. Owner of the asset is surrendering original documents to the banker. That also we have to register the charge. Deposit of title deeds, adi kuda charge register cheyali. Vaati meeda kuda. Okay, those are possible questions. Next, this is also point. You can expect this question. So this is instrument of charge. Instrument of charge means loan agreement or mortgage deed or hypothecation deed. Loan agreement or mortgage deed or hypothecation deed. On this, who has to sign? Depends upon where the property. If the loan agreement is relating only to the property outside India, if the loan agreement, instrument of charge means loan agreement. If the loan agreement related to means covers. If the loan agreement covers or mentions only the property situated outside India, then it has to be signed in any of the following manner. If the loan agreement is relating to property situated in India, if the loan agreement is relating to property situated in India, then this will not be applicable. This will not be applicable. So, this point applicable kaadu. The additional point if the property is situated outside India. This additional point if the property is situated outside India. So rather than that, you read this summary paragraph. You read this summary paragraph, page number 6.6. Page number 6.6 lo page ending lo summary paragraph undi. If the loan agreement is related only to the foreign property, then additionally who can sign? Additionally who can sign on the agreement? Next, consequence of non-registration. This is important. If the charge is not registered, the security becomes void, but the loan is valid. Okay, charge is not registered. Charge is not registered. Security becomes void. Loan is valid. Loan is valid, but loan is valid, till now secured loan. But till now secured loan now converted into, now treated as a unsecured loan. Now treated as unsecured loan. If the charge is not registered, security becomes void, loan is valid, but till now it is a secured loan. From now onwards it becomes a unsecured loan. It becomes a unsecured loan. Company is still liable to pay the loan. Company is still liable to pay the loan even though the charge is not registered. Company is still liable to pay the loan even though the charge is not registered. Company is still liable to pay the loan even though the charge is not registered. Okay, company is still liable to pay the loan even though the charge is not registered. Okay, right. This is what the point. Consequence of non-registration of charge. And ఈ example 4 కూడా ఒకసారి చూసుకోండి. You look at the example 4. Look at the example 4. So what that example 4 summary says, I'll give the essence of that example. What that example says is that there is one asset, but company has taken loan from two banks. Company has taken loan from two banks. Bank 1, Bank 2. Bank 1, Bank 2. Company has taken loan from two banks. There is an asset, but company has single asset. Company has taken loan from two banks. If in that case, which bank will get priority? Which bank will first go to the registration? Not who has which created the charge. Whoever registers the charge first. Whoever registers the charge first, not created the charge first. Whoever registered the charge first. వాళ్ళిద్దరిలో ఎవరు ఫస్ట్ లోన్ ఇచ్చారు, ఎవరు ఫస్ట్ చార్జ్ క్రియేట్ చేశారు అన్నది ఇంపార్టెంట్ కాదు, ఎవరు చార్జ్ రిజిస్టర్ చేశారు అన్నది ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఓకే, గ్రాంటింగ్ లోన్, చార్జ్ క్రియేటెడ్, granting loan, charge created, charge registered. Granting loan, charge created, charge registered. So based on this first in first out basis, whoever first register the charge, maybe bank one has created a charge, but bank one has not registered the charge. Bank 2, even though it has given loan second day, but here it has registered before bank 1. Okay, who gave the loan first? Bank 1 gave the loan first. Who registered the charge first? Bank 2 has registered the charge first. Therefore this banker will have priority. ఓకే, ఎవరు ఫస్ట్ లోన్ ఇచ్చారు, ఎవరు చార్జ్ క్రియేట్ చేశారని కాదు, ఎవరు చార్జ్ రిజిస్టర్ చేశారన్నదే ఇంపార్టెంట్. సో దట్ ఈస్ ద సమ్మరీ ఆఫ్ దిస్ ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్. ఓకే, ప్రియారిటీ, చార్జ్ వాజ్ రిజిస్టర్డ్. Modification of charges law. In the modification of charge, you can collect these 2 points. There is a possibility of framing practical question based on the 4th and 5th points. Examples of modification. If you are lucky, you will get a theory question. Examples of modification. But ఒకవేళ practical question వస్తే మాత్రం difficult question 4th or 5th points మీద రావచ్చు. 4th or 5th point మీద రావచ్చు. If the rate of interest on bank loan is changed, we have to treat what is the reason for that. Okay, rate of interest changed, rate of interest on bank loan changed, rate of interest on bank loan changed. You have to ascertain the reason. Rate of interest consists of 2 parts. One is base rate plus spread. One is base rate plus spread. So this base rate is cost of funds to the banker. This base rate is cost of funds to the banker. This spread is profit margin to the banker. This spread is profit margin to the banker. Okay, this profit margin varies from borrower to borrower. That is the reason bank loan is not same for all borrowers. If you go to the banker, they will ask one rate of interest from you. If I go, they will ask another rate of interest for me. Okay, అందరికి ఒకటే రేట్ ఇవ్వరు, ఒక్కొక్క borrower కి ఒక్కొక్క రేట్ ఆఫ్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఇస్తారు. అది వాళ్ళ చాయిస్. Okay, till earlier before 1991, RBI used to regulate the rate of interest. RBI used to instruct the banker how much interest to be charged. Now RBI has completely deregulated. Banker has complete freedom to charge the rate of interest. Depends on the risk perceiveness of the borrower, banker will charge the rate of interest. If it is 8% cost and spread, it is 5%, it will be 13%. Okay, then if the bank rate changes, 9% plus 5% is equal to 14%. It is treated as a modification of charge. Sorry, it is not treated as a modification of charge. It is not treated as a modification of charge. If the total rate of interest is not treated as a modification, not modification, because this cost of funds to the banker is not in the control of the banker. It depends upon the RBI rates. It depends upon the RBI rates. Therefore, this bank rate is neither in the control of the banker nor in the control of the borrower. Neither bank's control nor borrower's control. Whereas this spread or margin is mutually agreed by banker and borrower. This is mutually agreed by banker and borrower. So if this changes, 8 plus 6 is equal to 14. It is treated as a modification of charge. If the rate of interest is changed due to bank rate, then it is not treated as a modification. If the rate of interest is changed due to spread, then it is treated as a modification. Look at this. We are looking for examples of modification, and they said within the bracket other than bank rate. Other than bank rate. That means if the rate of interest is changed due to change in bank rate, it is not treated as a modification. If the total rate of interest is changed due to change in the bank rate, then it is not treated as a modification. Okay, that is one example. And another example is this point, where there is a change in repayment schedule of loan, not applicable in case of working loans which are working capital loans, not working loans, working capital loans which are repayable on demand. So in case of working capital loans, it cannot be treated as a modification. In case of term loans only, okay, why we will borrow money? Why any company will borrow money? Why any company has to borrow money? To purchase the assets. Why any company has to borrow money? To purchase the assets. If the loan is borrowed to purchase fixed assets, it is called as a term loan. If the loan is borrowed to purchase the current assets, it is called as a working capital loan. Okay, loan is borrowed to purchase the fixed assets, it is a term loan. If the loan is borrowed to purchase the current assets, it is a working capital loan. So they are saying this is not modification of charge. This is not modification of charge, whereas it is treated as a modification of charge. Adi modification of charge avutundi. This is not treated as a modification of charge. Okay, that is first point. So ఈ రెండిటి మీద మీకు ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్ రావచ్చు, మోడిఫికేషన్ ఆఫ్ చార్జెస్. ఇంకా ఇందులో చాలా ఉన్నాయి కానీ ఇట్ విల్ బి టైమ్ కన్స్యూమింగ్. యూ జస్ట్ రీడ్ ద ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ అండ్ ద చాప్టర్ అండ్ క్వశ్చన్స్. దట్ మచ్ ఐ కెన్ సే. ఓకే, గివెన్ ద టైమ్ I can only say that you have to read the examples, whatever the examples given in the board material during the chapter and the chapter end questions. ఆ chapter end questions examples చదువుకోండి. ఇందులో మీకు మెంబర్షిప్ చాప్టర్ అంటే ఇంపార్టెంట్ క్వశ్చన్స్ మాత్రం చెప్తాను. యూ జస్ట్ రీడ్ దట్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ క్వశ్చన్స్. అండ్ మోస్ట్ హైలీ ఎక్స్పెక్టెడ్ క్వశ్చన్ ఒకటి ఉంది. దర్ ఇస్ మోర్ ఛాన్స్ ఆఫ్ టెస్టింగ్ దట్ క్వశ్చన్. థియరీ క్వశ్చన్ 2. థియరీ క్వశ్చన్ 2 హై ఛాన్స్ ఆఫ్ టెస్టింగ్. దట్ థియరీ క్వశ్చన్ 2 వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్ క్వశ్చన్. Membership chapter theory question 2, and within the member theory question 2, if the examination questions are different when compared to the past examination కాకుండా different గా ఇవ్వాలి అనుకుంటే they can test this third point. Okay, ఎందుకంటే if I observe the trend, every time they are testing one new point in the same question, same theory question, they are testing new points as a practical question. So this point is not yet tested. This point is not yet tested, so therefore you can expect a practical question in the exam based on that third point. Look at this, what that third point I'll say. Holding company, subsidiary company. If the holding company is having share capital, if the holding company is having share capital, subsidiary company cannot purchase that capital. Subsidiary company cannot purchase that capital. If the holding company does not have a share capital, if the holding company does not have a share capital, but it has other membership rights, but it has other membership rights. Holding company does not have a share capital, but it has other membership rights. Now also the subsidiary company cannot acquire those rights. And a share capital other rights are pakkan betten. The only point is that subsidiary company should not become a member of a holding company, whether the holding company is having share capital or not having share capital. Subsidiary company should not become a member of a holding company, whether the holding company is having share capital or not having share capital. Member avute em vastayi anadi pakkan pedte member avakandi ani cheptunnaru ante. మెంబర్ అవుతే ఏమొస్తాయని పక్కన పెట్టేసండి. హోల్డింగ్ కంపెనీకి షేర్ క్యాపిటల్ ఉంటే డివిడెండ్ ఓటింగ్ రైట్స్ వస్తాయి, హోల్డింగ్ కంపెనీకి షేర్ క్యాపిటల్ లేకపోతే అదర్ ఓటింగ్ రైట్స్ వస్తాయి. బట్ ఏ మెంబర్షిప్ వల్ల వచ్చే బెనిఫిట్స్ ఏదైనా సరే మెంబర్ అవ్వకూడదు. వాట్ ఎవర్ మే బి ద బెనిఫిట్స్ అరైజింగ్ అవుట్ ఆఫ్ మెంబర్షిప్ అట్ ఎనీ కాస్ట్, సబ్సిడరీ కంపెనీ షుడ్ నాట్ బికమ్ ఏ మెంబర్ ఆఫ్ ఏ హోల్డింగ్ కంపెనీ. ఓకే, దట్ ఈస్ వాట్ దిస్ పాయింట్. హోల్డింగ్ కంపెనీలో షేర్ క్యాపిటల్ లేకపోతే ఈ రిస్ట్రిక్షన్ అప్లికబుల్ అవుతుందా? సెక్షన్ 19, ద ఆన్సర్ ఈజ్ ఎస్. Okay, if the holding company has a share capital, subsidiary company cannot purchase that share capital. If the holding company does not have a share capital but has any other rights, but has any other interest, subsidiary company cannot acquire this interest also. వాళ్ళకి షేర్స్ ఉంటే షేర్స్ పర్చేస్ చేయకండి, ఏదైనా ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఉంటే ఇంట్రెస్ట్ తీసుకోకండి. అల్టిమేట్లీ కన్క్లూజన్ ఏంటంటే సబ్సిడరీ కంపెనీ షుడ్ నాట్ బికమ్ ఏ మెంబర్ ఆఫ్ ఏ హోల్డింగ్ కంపెనీ, వెదర్ హోల్డింగ్ కంపెనీ ఈజ్ హ్యావింగ్ షేర్ క్యాపిటల్ ఆర్ నాట్ హ్యావింగ్ షేర్ క్యాపిటల్. ఓకే, రైట్. సో బేస్డ్ ఆన్ దిస్ యూ కెన్ ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ ఎ ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్. ఇవి కాకుండా ఆల్రెడీ 2 ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్స్ వచ్చాయి ప్రీవియస్ ఎగ్జామ్లో, అదొక్కసారి చూసుకోండి. దిస్ క్వశ్చన్ ఈజ్ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్. థియరీ క్వశ్చన్ అయినా రావచ్చు, ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్స్ ప్రీవియస్ ఎగ్జామ్ క్వశ్చన్స్ రిపీటెడ్గా రావచ్చు, లేదా ఈ క్వశ్చన్నే మళ్ళీ టెస్ట్ చేయొచ్చు. మోస్ట్ హై ఛాన్సెస్ ఆఫ్ టెస్టింగ్ దిస్ ఆస్పెక్ట్. క్వశ్చన్ నెంబర్ 2. నెక్స్ట్ ఇది ఒక క్వశ్చన్ మా, దిస్ ఇస్ ఆల్సో పాయింట్. ఇఫ్ ద కంపెనీ హ్యాస్ టు కీప్ ద రిజిస్టర్ ఆఫ్ మెంబర్స్, దే హ్యావ్ టు పాస్ ఎ స్పెషల్ రిజల్యూషన్ అండ్ దే హ్యావ్ టు టేక్ దట్ అట్లీస్ట్ 1/10 ఆఫ్ ద షేర్ హోల్డర్స్. సో దట్ గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, ప్లేస్ వేర్ ద రిజిస్టర్ ఆఫ్ మెంబర్స్ హ్యాస్ టు బి కెప్ట్, ప్లేస్ వేర్ ద రిజిస్టర్ ఆఫ్ మెంబర్స్ హ్యాస్ టు బి కెప్ట్, దట్ క్వశ్చన్. And this fifth question is also important. Closing of registers. Theory question 5. Theory question 5. Closing of registers. And theory question 10 also, inspection can be done by member debenture holder for without payment other persons on payment of fees, other persons on payment of fees, debenture holder without payment other persons on payment of fees. There is one practical question based on this point. So ఈ 10th question లో ఈ first 2 points బేస్ చేసుకుని ఒక ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్ ఉంది. You just go through that practical question. That's it. So on the membership chapter lo important questions avi. ఏజెన్సీ చాప్టర్లో ఆల్రెడీ చెప్పాను కదమ్మా ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్స్. ఈ ఫుట్ నోట్ నంబర్ 8 చూసుకోండి, వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఏజెన్సీ చాప్టర్ ఫుట్ నోట్ నంబర్ 8 ఇన్ పేజ్ నంబర్ 3.13. and this 10 also, footnote number 10, page number 3.14, footnote number 10, 3.14, page number 3.14, footnote number 10. This one ma practical question 2, agency chapter lo important questions ante practical question 2, practical question 2, practical question 6, practical question 2 and 6. Practical question 9, self study. Practical question 9, self study. Practical question 9, self study. That's it. సో ఒకటి చూసుకోండి, ఇంకొన్ని ఫుట్ నోట్స్ ఉంటాయి, అది ఒకటి చూసుకోండి. డిపాజిట్స్ చాప్టర్లో ఇంపార్టెంట్ క్వశ్చన్స్. ఆ డిపాజిట్స్ చాప్టర్ కూడా ఖచ్చితంగా క్వశ్చన్ వస్తుంది, అందులో డౌట్ లేదు. డెఫినెట్లీ విల్ గెట్ క్వశ్చన్ ఫ్రమ్ ద డిపాజిట్స్ చాప్టర్. లుక్ అట్ దిస్, ఇందాక ముందు చెప్పాను కదా, చార్జెస్ ని డిపాజిట్స్ చాప్టర్ ని లింక్ చేసని. ద కంపెనీ కెనాట్ క్రియేట్ చార్జ్ ఆన్ ఇంటాంజిబుల్ అసెట్స్. ద కంపెనీ కెనాట్ క్రియేట్ చార్జ్ ఆన్ ఇంటాంజిబుల్ అసెట్స్. ఓకే, హౌ ద సెక్యూరిటీ హ్యాస్ టు బి గివెన్ టు ద డిపాజిట్స్. డిపాజిట్స్కి ఎలా సెక్యూరిటీ ఇవ్వాలన్నది ఈ పాయింట్. ఓకే, సో బేసికల్గా ఈ 3 ఆస్పెక్ట్స్ డిపాజిట్స్ చాప్టర్లో ఇంపార్టెంట్ మా. అక్కడ వెతకడం కష్టం, కానీ నేను 3 ఆస్పెక్ట్స్ చెప్తాను. ఫస్ట్ ఆస్పెక్ట్ వచ్చేసి ఎగ్జంప్టెడ్ డిపాజిట్స్. ఫస్ట్ ఆస్పెక్ట్ ఎగ్జంప్టెడ్ డిపాజిట్స్. నెక్స్ట్ టెన్యూర్ ఆర్ డ్యూరేషన్ ఆఫ్ డిపాజిట్. టెన్యూర్ ఆర్ డ్యూరేషన్ ఆఫ్ డిపాజిట్. నెక్స్ట్ limit on deposit amount. Limit on deposit amount. How much amount of deposits can be accepted? How much amount of deposits can be accepted? So exempted deposits, tenure or duration of deposits, limit on deposit amount. ఈ exempted deposits మాత్రమే కొంచెం లెందీగా ఉంటుంది, బట్ అందులో మీరు ఏదైతే ఈజీగా చదవగలరో అవే చదవండి. జనరల్గా అక్కడ అందులో ఉన్న డిఫికల్ట్గా ఉన్నవన్నీ కూడా అన్ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఈ ఎగ్జంప్టెడ్ డిపాజిట్స్లో ఈ షేర్ అప్లికేషన్ మనీ ఒకటి, 7th పాయింట్ షేర్ అప్లికేషన్ మనీ ఒకటి, 6th పాయింట్, 8th, 6, 7, 8, 9, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 11, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 11. నెక్స్ట్ దీనికి సపరేట్ క్వశ్చన్ ఉంచండి. ఆర్డినరీ కోర్స్ ఆఫ్ బిజినెస్, దిస్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు రీడ్. ఓకే, 13 అండ్ దిస్ 14. చాలు, మిగతావన్నీ చదవకపోయినా ఎగ్జామ్టెడ్లో. అండ్ దిస్ 18th క్వశ్చన్. ఓకే, లుక్ అట్ దిస్ 6, 7, 8, 9, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 14, 18. 13 కూడా అదే, 13కి సపరేట్ క్వశ్చన్ ఉంది కదా, యూ రీడ్ దట్ సపరేట్ క్వశ్చన్. సో వీటి మీద ఎగ్జామ్టెడ్ డిపాజిట్స్ అదొకటి చూసుకోండి. నెక్స్ట్ తర్వాత అది చదివిన తర్వాత మీరు చదవాల్సిన నెక్స్ట్ క్వశ్చన్ ఏంటి అంటే దిస్ టెన్యూర్ ఆఫ్ డిపాజిట్స్, థియరీ క్వశ్చన్ 5. ఎగ్జామ్టెడ్ డిపాజిట్స్లో ఆస్పెక్ట్స్ చదివిన తర్వాత నెక్స్ట్ థియరీ క్వశ్చన్ 5, టెన్యూర్ ఆఫ్ డిపాజిట్స్. నెక్స్ట్ అమౌంట్ ఆఫ్ డిపాజిట్స్, ఎవరి నుంచి ఎంత యాక్సెప్ట్ చేయొచ్చని. దిస్ వన్ 9th క్వశ్చన్, థియరీ క్వశ్చన్ 9. థియరీ క్వశ్చన్ 9. సో అవి మోస్ట్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ పాయింట్ మా ఎంటైర్ డిపాజిట్స్ చాప్టర్లో. దోస్ ఆర్ ద ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఆస్పెక్ట్స్. నెక్స్ట్ కొంచెం ప్రాక్టికల్గా ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ ఉన్న వాళ్ళు ఎవరైనా క్వశ్చన్ పేపర్ సెట్ చేస్తే ఈ పారాగ్రాఫ్ సెట్ చేయొచ్చు. ఆర్బీఐ యాక్సెప్టెడ్ రేట్ కన్నా ఎక్కువ ఇవ్వకూడదు డిపాజిట్స్ మీద. ఆర్బీఐ చెప్పిన రేట్ కన్నా తక్కువ కాదు, మ్యాక్సిమం రేట్. యూ కెనాట్ పే మోర్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ దెన్ ఆర్బీఐ గివెన్ రేట్. ఓకే, you cannot pay more interest than RBI given. Deposit debentures, no restriction. On debentures, company can pay any rate of interest. On debentures, company can pay any rate of interest. But on deposits, company cannot pay more than the rate of interest prescribed by RBI. నెక్స్ట్ డిబెంచర్స్కి డిపాజిట్స్కి ఇంకొక డిఫరెన్స్ ఉంది, గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. డిబెంచర్స్లో 2 డిఫరెంట్. డిబెంచర్ రిడమ్షన్ రిజర్వ్ డిఫరెంట్, డిబెంచర్ రిడమ్షన్ రిజర్వ్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ ఇస్ డిఫరెంట్. వెరాజ్ ఇన్ కేస్ ఆఫ్ డిపాజిట్ రీపేమెంట్ రిజర్వ్ 2 ఒకటే ఉంటాయి. రిజర్వ్ అమౌంట్, ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ అమౌంట్ బోత్ ఆర్ సేమ్. In case of deposits, reserve amount and investment amount are same. In case of debentures, both are different. Okay, అదొక డిఫరెన్స్ చూసుకోండి debentures కి deposits కి. And this is also important. Practical question రావచ్చు వీటి మీద. ఫైలింగ్ ఆఫ్ రిటర్న్ ఆఫ్ డిపాజిట్స్, దీన్ని చూసి మీరు కన్ఫ్యూజ్ అవ్వకూడదు. మీరు డిపాజిట్స్ యాక్సెప్ట్ చేసినా చేయకపోయినా రిటర్న్ ఫైల్ చేయాలి. Filing of return of deposits. By looking at this, don't confuse that if I accept deposits then only I will file this return. No, even if you have not accepted deposits, you have received the amount by way of exempted deposits. You have received the amount by way of exempted deposit. It is not covered under deposit, but still you have to inform the ROC, sir, I have received so and so amount from so and so party, but that is not covered under deposit, that is exempted, therefore I have not complied with this chapter. అని ఇన్ఫార్మ్ చేయాలి. నేను అమౌంట్ రిసీవ్ చేసుకున్నాను కానీ అది డిపాజిట్స్ చాప్టర్లో కవర్ అవ్వలేదు, కాబట్టి నేను ఈ డిపాజిట్స్ చాప్టర్లో ఉన్న సర్క్యులర్ ఈ ప్రొవిజన్స్ అన్ని ఫాలో అవ్వలేదు. దట్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు రిఫార్మ్, దట్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు ఇన్ఫార్మ్. యూజ్ టు ఇంక్లూడ్ పర్టికులర్స్ ఆఫ్ డిపాజిట్స్ ఆర్ పర్టికులర్స్ ఆఫ్ ట్రాన్సాక్షన్స్ నాట్ కన్సిడర్డ్ యాజ్ అ డిపాజిట్. This has to be filed whether you accept deposits or whether if you are not accepted deposits. So deposits accept చేసినా చేయకపోయినా ఈ రిటర్న్ అయితే మ్యాండేటరీగా ఫైల్ చేయాలి. Okay, that is one important question. అండ్ డిస్క్వాలిఫికేషన్స్ ఫర్ డిపాజిట్ ట్రస్ట్ కూడా టెస్ట్ చేయొచ్చు. ప్రీవియస్ ఎగ్జామ్లో డిబెంచర్ ట్రస్ట్ టెస్ట్ చేశారు, ఇంకా మళ్ళీ ప్రీవియస్ ఎగ్జామ్లో ట్రస్టీ టెస్ట్ చేశారు కదా, ఈ ఎగ్జామ్లో అడగరు అని మొదలేస్తాం, కాబట్టి వాళ్ళు అలా ఇవ్వడానికి ఒక టెస్ట్ చేయొచ్చు. బట్ డిఫరెంట్ క్వశ్చన్, డిస్క్వాలిఫికేషన్స్ ఆఫ్ ట్రస్టీ ఫర్ డిపాజిటర్స్. ఖచ్చితంగా మనం ఏదైతే రావు అనుకుంటామో అలాంటి ఒక 5-10 మార్క్స్ ఉంటాయి ఎగ్జామ్లో, అలాంటి ఒక 5-10 మార్క్స్ ఉంటాయి. సో దాన్ని బేస్ చేసుకొని 4th పాయింట్ చూడండి, డిస్క్వాలిఫికేషన్స్ ఆఫ్ డిపాజిట్స్. ఓకే, అది నెక్స్ట్ జనరల్ క్లాజెస్ యాక్ట్ చూడమ్మా, ఒక 5-10 మినిట్స్. సో జనరల్ క్లాజెస్ యాక్ట్లో అఫిడవిట్, స్వేర్, ఓత్ మూడిటికి ఒకటే డెఫినేషన్ ఉంటుంది. అఫిడవిట్, స్వేర్, ఓత్, ఫర్ ఆల్ ద త్రీ దే హ్యావ్ ఓన్లీ సేమ్ డెఫినేషన్, ద సేమ్ 2 lines. Affidavit includes affirmation and declaration allowed by law to affirm instead of swearing. అఫిడవిట్ అన్నా, స్వేర్ అన్నా, ఓత్ అన్నా సేమ్ డెఫినేషన్ ఉంటుంది, ఓన్లీ వర్డ్ చేంజ్ అవుతుంది అంతే. అఫిడవిట్ ప్లేస్లో స్వేర్ రాస్తారు అండ్ ఓత్ రాస్తారు. దట్ ఈస్ వన్ థింగ్. అండ్ సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఈజ్ ఆల్సో ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఓకే, హూ ఈజ్ సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్? ప్రెసిడెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా and the state government wherever power delegated by president and administrator of a union territory. So all the three are included within the definition of central government. Okay, within the definition of central government all the three are included: president, state government and administrator of a union territory. President, state government and administrator of a union territory, those are included. And good faith is also very important. So good faith, criminal law definition is different and civil law definition is different. Okay, good faith, civil law, criminal law. So civil law, honesty is sufficient. Even if there is negligence, it is good faith. Even if there is a negligence, it is good faith. Honesty is sufficient. Even if there is a negligence, it is good faith. It is treated as a good faith. Civil law, honesty is sufficient. Even if there is a negligence, it is treated as a good faith. But civil law, honesty is not sufficient. There should be no negligence. Honesty is not sufficient. There should be no negligence. If there is a negligence in spite of honesty, it is not treated as a good faith. If there is a negligence, even though honesty is there, still it is not treated as a good faith. Okay, criminal law is what? Honesty is sufficient. Even if there is a negligence, it is treated as a good faith. Civil law, honesty is not sufficient. There should be no negligence. Honesty is not sufficient. There should be no negligence. If at all there is a negligence, even though honesty is there, still it is not treated as a good faith. Okay, right. So that means in case of criminal law, you have to prove only your character. In case of civil law, you have to prove both your character and talent. Okay, in case of criminal law, our character is sufficient, but in case of civil law, we have to prove our both character and competence. Character, competence rendu prove chesukovali. Character, talent rendu prove chesukovali. Civil law lo, criminal law lo only character prove cheskunte chalu. Talent lekapona no problem. Good faith la treat chestaru. Okay, right. That is the good faith definition. Very important definition. High chances of testing that definition, good faith. అండ్ ఇమ్మూవబుల్ ప్రాపర్టీ మీద కూడా ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్స్ రావచ్చు. ఇమ్మూవబుల్ ప్రాపర్టీ మీద ఐ థింక్ టు సమ్ వన్ ఐ హ్యావ్ గివెన్ ఎ టేబుల్. ఇమ్మూవబుల్ ప్రాపర్టీ ఎవరికో టేబుల్ ఇచ్చాను, విచ్ హాస్ ట్రీటెడ్ యాజ్ ఇమ్మూవబుల్ ప్రాపర్టీ అండ్ విచ్ ఈస్ నాట్ ట్రీటెడ్ యాజ్ ఇమ్మూవబుల్ ప్రాపర్టీ అని ట్యాబులర్ ఫార్మ్లో ఇచ్చాను, చూసుకోండి. ఇమ్మూవబుల్ ప్రాపర్టీ ఐ హ్యావ్ గివెన్ ఇన్ ఎ ట్యాబులర్ ఫార్మాట్ విచ్ ఈస్ ట్రీటెడ్ యాజ్ ఇమ్మూవబుల్ ప్రాపర్టీ అండ్ విచ్ ఈస్ నాట్ ట్రీటెడ్ యాజ్ ఇమ్మూవబుల్ ప్రాపర్టీ. 4A వాళ్ళకి ఇచ్చినట్టున్నాను, I don't remember. Okay, immobile property side by side is there. I have given you, just go through that point because you can expect practical questions based on this immobile property. Very very important, very important practical questions based on the immobile property. Immobile property కి సంబంధించి బోర్డ్ మెటీరియల్ ఏది ఉందో మొత్తం చదవండి. ఎనీ కేస్ లా దే కెన్ టెస్ట్ యాజ్ ఎ ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్. Immobile property, any case law can be tested as a practical question. Imprisonment is of two types. One is rigorous imprisonment, another one is simple imprisonment. Imprisonment is of two types, rigorous imprisonment and simple imprisonment. Look at this, as I told you, affidavit same definition as oath and swear also the same thing. కిందకెళ్ళి ఇక్కడ swear చూడండి, సేమ్ ఉంటుంది డెఫినేషన్. Okay, affidavit, oath and swearing, both all the three will be in the same definition. Have you written the revision exam on this topic, General Clauses Act? షెడ్యూల్లో లేదా, తర్వాత వస్తుందా? ఓకే, నేను ఎంసీక్యూస్ ఇచ్చాను కొన్ని. దీంట్లో ఏదైతే ఎగ్జామ్లో ఇలా కన్ఫ్యూజ్ చేస్తారో వాటి మీద ఎంసీక్యూస్ ఇచ్చాను. ఓకే, మీరు ఇంకా రాయలేదు కదా? ఓకే. Next, official gazette is also important, ma. Official gazette is both for central government and state government. Official gazette is both for central government and state government. Central government will have official gazette of India. State government also will have official gazette. That is also important. And person definition, any company, association, body of individuals, whether incorporated or not. Official gazette, person definition. And this is also important when the act comes into force. When the act comes into force, look at this, date mentioned in the act, date mentioned in the act, date of receiving president approval, date of receiving president approval, date of notification in official gazette, date of notification in official gazette, whichever is later. Okay, date mentioned in the act, date of receiving president approval, date mentioned, date of notification in the official gazette. అందులో ఏది లేట్ అవుతే అక్కడి నుంచి అప్లై అవుతుంది. ఓకే, when the act comes into force, when the act comes into force. సార్, జనరల్ క్లాజెస్ అండ్ ఇంటర్ప్రిటేషన్ పాస్ అయిపోవాలి, అలాంటి క్వశ్చన్ చెప్పండి సార్. నాకెలా తెలుస్తుంది పాస్ అయిపోవాలంటే? ఓకే, this is also important, presumption against retrospectivity. That means unless otherwise specified, all acts will have prospective effect. Unless otherwise specified, all laws will have prospective effect. Unless otherwise specified, look at this, presumption against retrospectivity. That means if the government is silent, we are taking an assumption against to retrospectivity. What is against to retrospective? Prospectivity. Okay, if the government is silent, we are assuming that law is applicable only from present day, not from past transactions. Presumption against retrospectivity, effect of repeal. Even if the act is repealed, old case laws on the old act, liabilities, rights on the old acts can be continued. Even if the act is removed, case laws on the old act and rights and liabilities on the old act still will be concluded. So even today we are fighting so many cases on the public sector banks. Government banks లో మేము చాలా కేసులు ఫైల్ చేస్తున్నాం రిలేటింగ్ టు సర్వీస్ ట్యాక్స్. జిఎస్టీ వచ్చి చాలా రోజులు అయింది, ఇంకా సర్వీస్ ట్యాక్స్ నోటీస్ ఇప్పటికీ ట్రిబ్యునల్ అటెండ్ అవుతున్నాం. మాకు గవర్నమెంట్ బ్యాంక్స్ చాలా మంది క్లయింట్స్ ఉన్నారు, ఆల్మోస్ట్ ఆల్ పబ్లిక్ సెక్టర్ బ్యాంక్స్ అన్నిటికీ ఇంకా ఇన్కమ్ ట్యాక్స్, జిఎస్టీ మేము ట్రిబ్యునల్ లెవెల్లో డిస్కస్ చేస్తాం. సో ఇప్పటికీ సర్వీస్ ట్యాక్స్ కేసులు వస్తూనే ఉన్నాయి, ఓల్డ్ సర్వీస్ ట్యాక్స్ కేసెస్. దేర్ఫోర్ ఈవెన్ దో ద యాక్ట్ ఈస్ రిమూవ్డ్, స్టిల్ ద ఓల్డ్ కేసెస్ విల్ బి డిస్కస్డ్. ఆ ఓల్డ్ కేసెస్ ఇంకా డిస్కస్ చేస్తారు. అండ్ దిస్ ఈజ్ ఆల్సో ఇంపార్టెంట్, ఇది ఒకసారి టెస్ట్ చేశారు November 19 May 19 ఒకసారి టెస్ట్ చేశారు. దిస్ పాయింట్, రీపీల్ ఆఫ్ ప్రొవిజన్ వర్సెస్ డెలిషన్ ఆఫ్ ప్రొవిజన్, రీపీల్ ఆఫ్ ప్రొవిజన్ వర్సెస్ డెలిషన్ ఆఫ్ ప్రొవిజన్. This 19.7, how to calculate the time, date is excluded, from the date will be excluded. Okay, from will be excluded. Okay, from in the Negotiable Instruments Act lo chusam kada, 80 days from the date of presentment, 80 days from ప్రెజెంట్మెంట్ అంటే ఈ డేట్ని ఎక్స్క్లూడ్ చేస్తున్నాం. ఓకే, ఫ్రమ్ అన్న తర్వాత ఏదైతే ఉందో ఆ ఈవెంట్ని ఎక్స్క్లూడ్ చేస్తాం, ఆ డేట్ని ఎక్స్క్లూడ్ చేస్తాం వైల్ క్యాలిక్యులేటింగ్ దట్. ఇది ఆల్రెడీ టెస్ట్ చేసేసారు 19.8. and this point is important. Question number 20. So if the tax is levied on a particular quantity, even if you purchase less quantity also tax will be levied. If the tax is levied on a particular quantity, even if you purchase on lesser quantity also tax is applicable. Duty is leviable on lesser quantity also. Okay, if the tax is levied on particular quantity, say 1 ton of steel, 1 ton of steel, this much is the tax amount. Even if you impose half ton also tax has to be paid proportionately. 1 ton అని చెప్పారు కదా, హాఫ్ టన్ కి ట్యాక్స్ లేదని కాదు, ప్రపోర్షనేట్ గా పే చేయాలి ఆన్ లెస్సర్ క్వాంటిటీ. డ్యూటీ లివబుల్ ఆన్ లెస్సర్ క్వాంటిటీ ప్రపోర్షనేట్లీ. Prorata means proportionately you have to pay tax even on the lesser quantity. And this is important question. This is important question. Wherever male gender is used, it includes female gender, and if there is a common word to cover both males and females, and the act has given a different word, then you cannot interchange the gender. So this example you go through it. ఈ క్వశ్చన్ అంతా ఇంపార్టెంట్, బట్ కాకపోతే పర్టికులర్గా ఎగ్జాంపుల్ కొంచెం డిఫికల్ట్గా చేయొచ్చు ఎగ్జామ్లో. దట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ కెన్ బి డిఫికల్ట్. అండ్ దిస్ ఎక్స్ ఆఫిషియో, దిస్ దే కెన్ ఇంటిగ్రేట్ విత్ డిక్లరేషన్ ఆఫ్ డివిడెండ్ చాప్టర్. డిక్లరేషన్ ఆఫ్ డివిడెండ్ చాప్టర్లో ఐఈపిఎఫ్ అథారిటీ అని ఉంటుంది, ఇన్వెస్టర్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ అండ్ ప్రొటెక్షన్ ఫండ్ అథారిటీ. హీ హ్యాస్ టు బి అపాయింటెడ్ యాజ్ ఏ ఎక్స్ అఫిషియో. సో ఎక్స్ అఫిషియో మీన్స్ వన్ పొజిషన్ ఈస్ డిపెండింగ్ ఆన్ అనదర్ పొజిషన్. ఎక్స్ అఫిషియో మీన్స్ వన్ పొజిషన్ ఈస్ డిపెండింగ్ ఆన్ అనదర్ పొజిషన్. And this previous publications also important. Before passing any act, government has to take the public opinion. Before passing any act, government has to take the public opinion. Now we are waiting for the government approval for revision in the CA syllabus. So CA syllabus change అవుతుంది, అది గవర్నమెంట్ కి సబ్మిట్ చేశారు న్యూ సిలబస్. గవర్నమెంట్ యాక్సెప్ట్ చేసిన తర్వాత పబ్లిక్ కామెంట్స్ కోసం డిస్ప్లే చేస్తారు అది. So before passing any act, government has to take the public opinion. How to take the public opinion? This aspect, previous publications. And this 28 లో కూడా మూడు ఇంపార్టెంట్ మా 28, all the three are important in 28. 28th question, recovery of fines, provision of offense only under one enactment. Offense only under one enactment. ఇందులో ఈ కేస్ లాస్ కూడా చదవాలి. అదర్ క్వశ్చన్స్ లో కేస్ లాస్ అవసరం లేదు కానీ, బట్ దిస్ క్వశ్చన్ అండ్ ఇమ్మూవబుల్ ప్రాపర్టీ హ్యావ్ టు రీడ్ ద కేస్ లాస్ ఆల్సో. దిస్ క్వశ్చన్ అండ్ ఇమ్మూవబుల్ ప్రాపర్టీ, రీడ్ ద కేస్ లాస్ ఆల్సో. దట్స్ ఇట్. ఇంటర్ప్రిటేషన్ కూడా ఆల్రెడీ గెస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్స్లో ఇచ్చానమ్మా, చూసుకోండి మీరు. లేకపోతే ఏదైనా డౌట్స్ ఉంటే అడగండి, మనకు ఓన్లీ 10 minutes టైం. ఇంటర్ప్రిటేషన్ యూ రెఫర్ ద గెస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్స్. ఓకే, ఆస్క్ ఇఫ్ ఎనీ డౌట్స్. Okay, ma, all the best. See you.
Kuch. So, we thank Aditya sir from the bottom of our heart for his efforts. So, we also thank everyone who are coordinating with us to conduct these classes. And as usual, your feedback is highly appreciated. Okay? So kindly send your feedback to Prakash sir through emails so that it will be a great motivation for us. Thank you.